And that, my friends, is why Windows Updater is the worst software ever created, ever. Yes, welcome everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can. Finally, see and hear me. That was 2 to 3 days of wasted time of my life. Because of Windows Updater, NVIDIA update, and a whole bunch of other crap that I had to deal with, including the loss of my foot pedal, which has died, my Elgato foot pedal, and just a whole bunch of stuff that I would rather not rehash. Just an absolute nightmare. Couldn't launch a bunch of my games on Steam. My whole entire stream setup got changed for no reason because I didn't change anything. It was Microsoft Update that changed it all. Screwed up all my audio, as you can see, screwed up my video as well. I check everything, everything's working great. Second I hit start stream, boom, video goes out. Just like that. So yes, everybody, but here's the thing that I always remember. Never give up, never surrender. All of you Galaxy Quest fans out there, we never give up here on the stream. We always push through. Though it can be quite frustrating that the fact that technology does not make your life easier. In fact, it probably makes it more difficult and causes you to have a lot of extra time. Now imagine if Microsoft had to pay everybody $1 for every hour that they have wasted fixing their terrible crap. They would instantly go out of business, everybody. They would instantly, because of the hundreds of thousands to millions of hours that have been wasted using their terrible software. I can't believe how incredibly bad it is every single time. Just don't change my settings. That's it. Don't change people's settings. Don't screw stuff up. You know, before you put out an update, catch a clue, people. That's all I got to say. You know, do your actual job. Your job is to update the computer. It's supposed to make it better, not make it worse. Not make me have to spend days or hours or days or weeks even sometimes fixing crap that wasn't broken in the first place. That was just fine in the previous update. And again, NVIDIA slipped a little update in there that actually caused my Satisfactory to just crash and crash and crash. I couldn't get into Satisfactory. That's why I couldn't play Satisfactory the other day. I have spent the last 3 days trying to figure it out. Finally, I found a forum post over on the Satisfactory forum over there. Somebody else having the same problem just a couple days ago. And I found the problem, the NGX folder. I posted all of that, how to fix that problem if you are having a problem launching Satisfactory in Steam and it just keeps crashing and crashing and crashing. Now, I could have switched over to Epic, but hey, I want my Steam to work too. Because some of my other games were crashing as well. My mouse and my keyboard driver died, would not work. All my IQ stuff, which runs my thermal stuff for my Origin PC, and all of the lights and makes my mouse work and my keyboard work, all that stuff died. So I had to fix all of that too. So basically I couldn't game at all for the last 3 days. I've been doing nothing but solving problems that is caused by NVIDIA and Microsoft and who knows whatever else in there. I don't even care why anymore, everybody. So when you get to the point where you stop caring why, that's when it's become obnoxious. So when it's become not worth your time to even figure out the whys, just how to fix it and move on. So that's where I'm at right now. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to deal with it. Talk to the hand, Microsoft and NVIDIA. Thank you for 3 days of my wasted time. Now, speaking of that, let's move on. Speaking of moving on, we're going to play some Satisfactory. Now, of course, I normally play some Throne in Liberty, but sadly, I was not able to get on before they went into maintenance. I did see that there's an update for Throne and Liberty, but I'm not touching any updates until they run out the update. A bunch of people play it, then they realize they screwed it up, and then they fix it. That's how I play updates, everybody. I never just kind of jump in and play updates right away because I've already been burned on that too many times as well. Now, I did see a bunch of people in here showing some love right when I was trying to start up here. Thanks to Bommel, Thurbrick, everybody was in there saying hi, Joggers as well, as I was trying to get all of this started up. I had to quit everything and because I do 6 streams, everybody. I'm streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time. Again, my setup is not necessarily easy, everybody, but it's really easy not to change my stuff. It's really easy for Microsoft Updater to not change the settings in which I asked it not to change. In fact, I would prefer not to do Windows Update, but I have tried to disable it 100 different ways, and it just comes back like a virus. It's the worst ever. It's the worst ever operating system ever made because it's a copy of the original Mac operating system, which is a copy of the Xerox operating system. That's right, Xerox invented Windows and the Mac OS. They absolutely did. Give credit where credit is due. All those amazing engineers that had their work stolen from them, allegedly, from all the Xerox genius people at the park people over there. So it's the research center. Know the real story, everybody, not the BS that, you see online. Go out there and actually research the real story. Don't just believe direct stuff, because now, everything in the world, everybody, is a bunch of BS. You got to filter that BS, because everything's, instead of it being like unbiased, everybody is biased in everything that they do. I'm biased, but I am a realistic biased. I've been there. I've done that. I've been fixing that crap for 40 years. And I always give you the straight deal. I don't BS. I have no hidden agenda or whatnot. I don't care about all that stuff. You know why? Because I'm old, everybody, and I don't give a crap about that stuff anymore. I don't care what people think. I don't care about people's political opinions. You have your opinion. That's awesome. If it's different than mine, amazing. Go ahead. That's the freedom of speech. You have the freedom to say whatever you want, and I have the freedom to not give a crap. That's true freedom, everybody. The freedom to people to say what they want, and you not to care, and you not to listen to whatever they have to say. That's their freedom. So you can't have one without the other, everybody. Otherwise, it's not freedom. It's just someone telling you how you should think and do and whatever. True freedom is when you don't have to do whatever anybody else tells you what to do. I answer to nobody, everybody. I've just been trying to get up every day. Some days, everybody, like the last 3 days, it's like you don't want to get out of bed. It's like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to get out of bed and solve technical problems all day long that you did not cause and were not your thing. I'm also solving an insurance problem, another technical problem. Their website's messed up. I switched over to another insurance company, and their website got all screwed up. And that, like, for the last month, I've been like, hey, come on, it's messed up. I can't get into it. I can't pay my bill. I can't do the thing. Oh, we're working on it. See, it's not my fault. It's not my fault their website screwed up. It's not me. I didn't do anything. I didn't cause it. I didn't cause the NVIDIA drivers to get screwed up. I didn't cause my entire stream setup to get screwed up by Microsoft. That's all their fault. That is them, not me. But, if you're in technology, you just got to take it like a man, as they say, and get in there, fix the problem, and move on, everybody. Because you can linger on the stupidity of others, but you can't fix stupid, everybody. You just can't fix it. No matter how many times, I know how much I can go in there and tell them exactly how to fix it. They're stupid. They just keep doing the same stupid thing, expecting different results. That's called insanity, everybody. Big time. Now, the first person I can see and actually click on now is Rotisserie J. There you are. What's up, Rotisserie J? Tab, thanks for coming in and hanging out. It makes me smile every time, everybody, when I'm starting up and I see a bunch of people in there before I start up. It's really inspiring, by the way. Every time you guys show up in the chat, you're putting the ones in the chat, you're saying, hi, Kismet, whatever. It's what really inspires me to keep going through all of these kind of hurdles that I have to jump every single day when it comes to technology, to IRL stuff, when you have really bad rashes because you've been stressing out over all your stuff in your life. Yes, that kind of stuff. When your feet are turning black because you've been sitting too long and you're not taking enough breaks. Speaking of, hey, sorry, set a timer for 2 hours called break. And you're just trying to do the most basic thing, but you can't do that basic thing because Microsoft sucks at their job. So there you go. What's up, Tab? Thanks for coming in, bringing in that one. Wombat, let me know everything's working. Thurbrick, we got Wombat again with a whole bunch of ones there. Thank you very much. So glad you're back. Well, thank you. By Grathar's Hammer, I salute you. Yes, I understand. I love that. I love that line. So good. Missed you until night, but we did all 7 raids with 5 of us, 5 different bosses. Way to elbow drop there, third break. Great job, everybody. See, that's what I like to see, everybody. See, if I'm the linchpin of everything, everybody, it's not good as a guild leader. You want to have your team be able, say I'm out, I got IRL stuff to do, or in this case, technical problems, and I can't make it in there, that they'll go and just carry the torch, pass the torch to, you know, my team, especially to the magician or just whoever's on. Then they'll spontaneously get together, run those raids, because I don't need that stuff from those raids, everybody. I do it for my team. I don't even care if I get loot. I don't really. I don't care at all. The thing I like to see is my team grow stronger, and then together we grow stronger. The fun is in the playing, not as in the getting the loot, everybody. I know that seems weird. I love to loot. I love to get tons and tons of loot. But when you're playing with a team, the fun is in watching other people get their item that they really wanted. Oh my God, I got my wand, or I got my greatsword, I got my spear, I got my whatever in the case of Throne and Liberty. When they have those moments, everybody, those are the moments I'm trying to facilitate. They're moments of greatness. They're moments of getting that thing that makes them real excited and really want to play the game some more. So that's what I play games for. I don't play them just to say, look at me, I got the, you know, all the best gear or whatever. If I want it bad enough, I'll go get it, everybody. And there's nothing that would stop me, even technology. I am like a freight train, everybody. You know, when technology blocks the tracks of the Kismet love train, I just ram it. And I just go through it, make my way through and just keep going. Because I never stop. I am relentless, everybody. That's why I'm still alive today. I thought of that today. It's amazing that I'm still alive, everybody. Sometimes, see, I just blink out of existence. Sometimes I don't go to sleep. I just get so exhausted that I just go asleep. Boom. I just pass out, basically. And it's amazing that I still woke up. Because every night, I have sleep apnea really bad. So every night I go to sleep, I stop breathing a lot, and I may not wake up. So, yeah, not good. Not good, not good. But all you can do is say, well, apparently I get another day. What are we going to do with this day today? We're going to go in, we're going to solve all these technical problems. I spent a whole day today just working on it, and then yesterday as well. Just working on that, and the day before that too. And as you can see, even when it was working, then boom, my camera went off. So such is my life, everybody. Such is the Kismet stream. Always going off the rails, always something. But then again, I'm trying to do my stream at a level. There are not too many people sliding in side panels, everybody. We're having hundreds of games scroll by in the background, and 3D animations and 3D alerts and all of that stuff. That's a whole nother level. There's not a lot of people streaming to 6 different platforms in 1080 HD, by the way. That's 36,000 up. That's an insane amount of upload speed, everybody. That is crazy upload speed. Yeah, and I have fiber optics for that reason. And again, this is all for you guys. This is all showing you guys the love right here as well. Uh-oh, I see a problem with my YouTube over here. Hold on a second. I see an issue. Hold on. It just gave me an error in the chat. Let's see if I can get it to work again. I got so many workarounds, everybody. For being a streamer this long, I have thousands of them. I just like, you know, I have an instinct for these type of things because I've been doing it so long. It's kind of like Groundhog Day, everybody. You know how he says, I'm super smart because I've been doing it so long, not because I'm smart. And that's probably the answer I would give too, is that I had to solve so many issues along the way and across 40 plus years, everybody, of technology, that I just have a sense of okay, what's going on here? I can't load the game. Is it a driver? Is it Satisfactory? Because I uninstalled Satisfactory. I reinstalled Satisfactory. I verified the files. I did all of the, you know, the giant checklist that you go through. Now, I would have never guessed that it was that NGX folder from NVIDIA. I didn't even know they had an update. I didn't even see an update. So apparently they put in some stealth update that it caused Satisfactory to crash. So I got rid of that as well. Well, I'm so glad that you stream. You're a huge inspiration and super thankful for you, Kismet. Well, thank you, Sea Fish. That's what I try to be. I try to be an inspiration, everybody. I try to be here all the time and say, look, never give up on what you love to do, everybody. Keep at it. Be relentless. Keep going as much as you can. And sometimes take a break. If you got to, take a break, everybody. If you got to, just take a break, back away from it. Well, I backed away from it, everybody. I did it for like 5 hours trying to get to work. And then I said, nope. That's it. turning it all off, walking away. And that's what I did. And then I was cursing Microsoft's name for hours about how much they suck at their job. Because what they do not only affects me, everybody, but it's multiplied times the amount of people who use Windows, which is millions. So if you think that I wasted, 3 days worth of, thing, let's call it 40 hours, 40 hours wasted times 1 million, that's 40 million hours wasted, everybody. Again, it scales very, very quickly. So again, do your job. I swear, man, I tell you. You got one job. You do an update, don't disturb someone's machine, and don't disturb all their settings and stuff of something that they have already established. Well, this is not difficult. That's up on my glasses. This is not difficult thing to figure out. They're software geniuses. They should know this stuff, but remember that everything that has ever been made, everybody, is by people that are no smarter than me and you. Everything. A great quote by Steve Jobs, by the way. Incredible to think about that the average Joe is the person who invented most things. Now, of course, some super smart people invented some smart things, but the average Joe, the average person who has the average intelligence, invented a lot of the stuff that we have today. And that's probably why it's so broken. And the fact that it's made by human beings is another reason, because humans are inherently flawed. All of them. Every single one that's ever been, everyone that's alive now, and everyone that's in the future. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you're flawed, you make mistakes, and you should learn from those mistakes. And if you learn from your mistakes, well, then you're being an awesome human being. But if you don't learn from your mistakes and you make the same mistakes over and over and over, well, you're still stuck at that level 0 human being, and you really want to try to level up, including things like empathy, caring about other people, things of that nature, and also saying, look, every time I put out a Windows update, it breaks everybody's computers. Maybe we should stop doing that. Maybe when we put out a Windows update, we should think about not changing people's settings and not screwing around with their setup. Maybe that might be a brilliant idea. But then again, I don't get paid to fix their crap, everybody, and I'm not going to. I refuse to fix their crap. I'm not going to fix it and whatnot. I'm just going to be an inspiration that I get out of bed every day and come in here and bring a little joy and positivity into your day. So let's do it. Let's play some Satisfactory. Let's go. Also, I appreciate that, Seafish, and I'm going to take that inspiring quote right there and put that, you guys are the reasons why I keep going here. And again, I have thousands of these inspiring quotes. I put them in on the Discord for me to read. And what I do is I back scroll. I back scroll a bunch of them, and then I read one, and I back scroll again, and I read another one. I do it 5 of them every day. And that's what inspires me to not throttle my PC, meaning like grab it by the throat if it had one, grab it by the CPU, just throttle it, because it's very frustrating. You're like, God, man, I just want to log in my computer and play some games. Is it that difficult? Is it that difficult for me to just do the thing that I want to do? And that's the most frustrating thing about Windows. Now, Mac is just as bad, everybody, or a little less bad, but just has the same amount of issues. Like, you go in, you try to check your email. Email stops working for no reason. And you're in there and you're like, why does my email stop working? Oh, some update broke my email, or some update broke this, something broke that, right? And then you didn't do anything. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything other than thought, oh, well, an update, that's going to make my computer better. Not necessarily. Not necessarily going to make your computer better. What are we doing up here? Oh, yeah, this is where all my storage is. I was up here for some reason. I put myself here for a reason. Let's see. Clean up after all. See, I left myself notes over here, but it's very smart of me. I just realized it. Clean up all after production. Set up basic Nuke power. That's right. We're going to work on our Nuke power today. Get Nuke power online. I think that's the title, actually, is the Nuke power. By the way, everybody, you know that we're coming up on a milestone, another milestone here in the stream. What number are we on right now? We're on number 2,498. We're almost 2,500 best stream evers right here in the stream. Now, again, if you like all this hard work that I'm putting in, everybody, feel free to donate toward our Vault van life project. right down below. If you'd like to know more about it, you can actually type exclamation Vault Van Life in the chat, or you can go ahead and scroll down on Twitch. You can find that info in the panels, twitch.tv/Kismet. If you're watching me anywhere else, you can just pop over to Twitch and check it out, or you can go to kismet.gg. It's also right there. It's also on my schedule and all that other stuff. There's a big project I'm working on, the biggest project I've ever worked on here in the stream, and we're going to just keep grinding away, everybody. I'm streaming daily now on behalf of this project, and of course, we got some more stuff coming up, some fun things I've set up as well, other games that we're going to be playing, all sorts of surprises and whatnot, because Kismet works hard, everybody. I work very hard, as much as I possibly can behind the scenes, as much hours as I can put in, I put in to try to make all this magic happen. So yeah, it's totally not worth it in the terms of if you went and thought of it from a business perspective, but it's worth it in the fact that I'm not dead. You can't put a value on that, everybody. The fact that you are not dead, there is no amount of money you can put on that. Absolutely. All right, let's see how we're doing here. We've got our stuff coming in. Why are these smokestacks not running? What problem we got here? Oh, it's full. It's full of fuel. Oh, I love to see that problem. Those are all running. I can see they're green. This is why I have the lights up above my thing, so I can just instead of going inside and looking at it, I just look down the line there. Yeah, those are all green. The reason why these ones are at the end are not green is they're probably full of that particular fuel. Yeah, look at that turbo fuel backlog, which means that my my things have backlogged over here. Now, the first thing I always check on, everybody, is I always check on my power. How's my power doing? Is it really well off? Do I got the solid green line or gray line at the top, which I do? How is my backlog doing? Has it backlogged turbo fuel? Now, remember, this server runs 24/7, so big love to G-Portal, everybody, for just making my servers run 24/7. Now, if we did this right, this should backlog. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, mama. Oh, that makes a Kismet happy right there. Now, see, that means I'm producing more than what I need, so it's going to backlog, and then I can package some of that into turbo fuel and eventually go to rocket fuel, which we would love to get to. But right now, it's all about the power, everybody. I've backlogged a ton of resources up there, 10 boxes deep of all the resources I had at the time, and moved them up to that top part. We've unlocked our level 3 extractors now. We have double battery backup there. The green one is online power. The purple one is offline battery backup. The green one is online battery backup, meaning that if my power goes low, it'll use that power to even out the power if it dips above my current production level or my current power level. But we have no other production. Our production that's being produced here is purely power. And all the other productions have been removed. And the reason why they've been removed is because I don't need them, because I backlogged 10 boxes full of them, and I don't need to have that production running. But we do have our biofuel just in case. Now, I did leave a spot here for my coal plants. I might put them there. This is fuel and then turbo fuel. So this is both fuel in the beginning and then turbo fuel. And then, of course, our fuel generators are running that turbo fuel right now. I love having all the blueprinters all in a row like that. Very, very cool. Can't wait for the new update, by the way. They did say that there's a new update coming down the line, 1.1, which is going to give us the straight pipes and probably a bit more fixes and updates. Probably not anything big like trains or things of that nature, but they will have some updates and probably make the game run hopefully better with those updates. So very nice, very nice. Okay, and you can see we're starting on our nuclear production there. We got that all figured out. Oh, another thing I did off stream, you're welcome, is I went in and I made this spreadsheet we were making last time super pretty. You can see I went in and I color coded it all. I went in and checked all the calculations and rechecked all the calculations so I can change one calculation and it changes them all. At the same time. About to blow your mind right here, everybody. Watch this. Now, see, what you need is you need to know the one calculation that affects everything else. The one calculation that affects everything else when it comes to nuclear power is how much uranium you're extracting. Like right here, I have this set to 600. If you can't see it on mobile here, I'll zoom in a little bit. And you can see that I have it set to 600 right here. And if I set it to 1200, watch all the other numbers. See, it just adjusted all the other numbers. So you only have to input this one number to know all of the other numbers that you need for running nuclear power. including how much sulfuric acid you need, how much concrete, how much industrial beams you need, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. And you're like, dang, Kismet, where can I get that awesome calculator? How about you get it for free right over here as I go ahead and try to find this button. Where's this button? It's gone. It's vanished. There it is. All right. For a second there, I was like, oh, God, there goes my Stream Deck, too. Now, my Stream Deck is fine. Yay. Okay. So, yes, you can follow that link right there. It's called Sat Fuel Power for Satisfactory Fuel Power in there. And so what we've done is we have the fuel power at the top and then the nuclear power at the bottom, which I should actually label. Nuke power below. So there we go. So this basically just says, look, this is how much of each of these things you need to do this much nuclear power. Now, one of the things I realized, of course, right after the stream, is how much nuclear power is used per uranium fuel rods. Now, there's also plutonium fuel rods, but uranium fuel rods uses 0.2 or 0.5. It's at 250%, which I usually overclock it and then just use that higher amount, because then it's going to produce more power, though it's going to use more resources, but that's okay if it uses it at that higher amount. So what I basically need is this is going to produce worth 6 worth of stuff for 6 nuclear power plants. And that's what you want to know. You want to know the end result. Well, how many power plants do I need? And then how much resources do I need to fuel that power plant, right? So that can do 6 power plants. Now, what I would do is I'd actually only do 5. And the reason why I'd only do 5 is so I would have those extra resources and have a backlog of those resources so it will never go off. When it comes to your power, everybody, you don't want to be cutting it right 100% efficient. You can, and I have done it many times, but I tell you, it is not worth it. It is not worth it. Just give yourself a little extra so that you're backlogging resources in case your power does go off. You have leftover resources to restart your power if it does go off at any time. Now, if you do it right, your power should never go off. But that's not a realistic scenario either, as normally it will go off. So again, if you guys want to see it in more detail here, it's also telling you the total outputs on the sides there and whatnot. And then, of course, per factory, I also have a calculation. This is probably the best calculation in here. Let me zoom in and scroll over right here. The yellow right up there, that's the amount that you need to produce per factory. So in this case, it's 0.9, which means it's one factory that I need to make that. But this one's right here is 1.35. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do I do 1.35? Well, what you do is you put 2 constructors down and you set them to 13.5 and 13.5, and they're using the minimum amount of power, but producing the exact amount of resources that you need. You're welcome, everybody. That's right, because Kismet thinks on a whole nother level, everybody. Doing all the math for you. Like what you should put in on your assemblers for your stators, 4.5 on both of them. So it actually will underclock those particular ones, meaning it uses less power, produces at 100% efficiency for 6 power plants. Now, again, this is all 100% efficiency, but I would take that 6 plant out and I would just make it 5. And I always aim 1 higher and then I bring it down, just like I did with my turbo fuel, because why? Doesn't matter. You know how many nodes there are in the world, everybody? There are a tremendous amount. There are massive amount. To skimp and save that extra little bit is not worth your time. It is absolutely a ton of your time, and it is not worth it. You can just go and get more as well. What's up, Carnage? Say weird stuff in my chat. Hopefully my mods don't buy on you. But it might happen. Don't say weird stuff in my chat, or you'll get banned, because Kismet don't play the high school crappy game. I don't play around in here, everybody. I'm 50 plus years old. If you want to play a little high school crap in my chat, I'm going to permaban you forever. I don't mess around. If you want to say stupid stuff in my chat, come in and be awkward in the chat or whatever. That's all on you. Those are your life choices. So remember, choices come with consequences. So don't say weird stuff in my chat, or my mods will ban you. That's the simple thing. Okay, everybody. Now we got to come in here and we got to clean up this mess that I made. Not we made, I made. So we're going to go in here. We're going to check our blueprints. Yay! Hey, we blueprinted all of this. Pretty awesome. That's what he thinks. I don't mess around, everybody. I don't play little high school games. If you want to be a freak, you go be a freak somewhere else. All right, there we go. All right. See, I warn people. I warn people ahead of time. They don't listen. I find that a lot of times, everybody, people just shoot themselves in the foot. I don't know why. It's an inevitable problem within in their own brain where they feel entitled or something. I don't know. I don't know, everybody, but it ain't my job to police everybody else. If you want to do weird stuff and come in and call me like a random name or whatever in the chat or be an a-hole, there's nobody to blame but you. You're the source of that choice. So there you go. I don't mess around. Because I've been streaming long enough to know when somebody is just being weird, everybody. They're just being weird in the chat. They're being weird, and I don't put up with it. It's like, bye-bye. It's not worth it, everybody. If you're a streamer, by the way, it is not worth it to have people in the chat that are going to be like that. They're just going to come in and say weird crap. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't care what they're talking about, as a matter of fact. And the great thing about being older is I'll forget about them in about 5 minutes and never think of them again. Not only because I'm older, too. And I will just forget, because that's how it goes. That's how it goes. All right, man, we got a lot of stuff. Man, I got a lot of these chests laying around. Where are all these chests from? Probably from when I was deconstructing this before I left too many of these laying around, but we shall. Wow, okay. We got too much of everything here. I know exactly what to do with it. Go for a swim. Let's go back this way and get it going on. Over here. See, ultimately, I don't care, everybody. I don't care when people are being weird in the chat, but it's awkward for everybody else in the chat. And that's what I care about. I care about how you guys are doing. The peeps are always in my chat, being awesome, chilling out, just having a good time. The Kismet, man, I love it when you play Satisfactory and you take it to a whole nother mega level, and we're just having a good time talking games and doing that kind of stuff. People make it awkward for other people in the chat. Psh, I just ban them. Same thing in the guild, everybody. If they come in, they make it awkward. They act like an a-hole. Boom, they're banned. I'm not your papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be a decent human being. If you want to be a freak, you go be a freak somewhere else. Plenty of other streams to go be a freak in. You go do you. All right. Now, here's one of the things that we can do, everybody. We can go up here and take all this massive stack of resources I'm getting back here and have it do part of my job for me, or really its job. Its job is to do this. And that is to sort all of my loot for me and put it away back in the various boxes. And if there's anything that goes in the overflow, I'll put it in there. One of the things I highly recommend, everybody, do not sort your immersive spheres and your summer sloops because they are rare. So, I mean, there's a bunch of them, but not like the amount of like iron plates that you have. You're going to have a massive amount of iron plates and you can make more of those. When it comes to summer sloops and things of that nature, I highly recommend going in, looking at it. Power shards are not as bad, but I'm going to manually put those in there just to be sure. What about some turbo fuel? Turbo fuel, I can't even put it in there. There we go. Okay, so you can see I have a ton of various resources. So instead of putting it in here to sort, I put it in the dimensional depot myself. Now, here's what's going to happen. It's going to take all of this loot. It's going to run it down the line, and it's going to go ahead and sort it into its appropriate box. Same thing here. And then if I need it, I can come back, or what will happen if I use it out of the dimensional depot, it will automatically, because I have all of the dimensional depot things here in the front of all of the resources. Again, these are all 10 boxes deep, everybody. And they also have a dimensional depot input in the front of them. So anytime I use up a bunch of plates, it just runs more plates in there. And it just runs more of, rubber and plastic and all that stuff. It'll just automatically put it back in the depot, which is one of my favorite things that they added to the game, because it does reduce this constant problem of having too much resources or not enough. Oh, tried to hit X. There we go. Or not enough. And this is a lot of stuff to take out, so I definitely want to clear out the old inventory here. and reduce all of this stuff we no longer need. Now, we eliminated the need for our... I could have put it in that box over there, too. We eliminated the need for this particular train. We moved that up to the top. All of this stuff that's down here is now obsolete, all except for our coal power, which we'll probably just leave down here just for funsies, like that. And we'll go down a little lower. There we go. And we'll take all this stuff out. We'll just start on one side, work our way across. Now, some of this stuff is blueprinted, but I'm just going to go ahead and make sure we get it. And again, we've got a lot of power under there that we got to deal with. Whatnot that we put in there. A lot of this stuff is really hard to see against the backdrop as well. I think I see something there. Oh, yeah. Especially these little things that I put under the foundations. That makes it real difficult. Kind of feel like what we want to do. Maybe just zoom in a line there. Just zoom that in behind there to kind of square that off. And then we'll just take out all of this. And we'll just go ahead and rerun that line to there. Just run this power line. I'm sure nothing bad is going to happen if you run power lines through the ground, everybody. Through a bunch of water. I'm sure everything's going to be fine. Kind of a dangerous thing to do. Water plus electricity equals bad news, everybody. That's why you don't make toast in the bathtub. Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. This is why I never mess around with electricity, by the way, but I don't care how much it costs. I do not do anything with electricity because you only screw it up once. That's the deal with electricity. You only mess up once, and then you get electrocuted to death. So no thank you. It's been a struggle just to stay alive this long. It's been a real struggle every day. The hardest thing about getting older, everybody, is retaining your sanity. I'm not kidding either. Just retaining your sanity in the world of fixing stuff all the time and constant issues that you just can't. You don't even get a day off, everybody. You don't get a day off from all of these constant issues that you have to solve all the time. You know, I'm just trying to play games here. This shouldn't be that hard. You know, it shouldn't be that hard to switch my insurance, but it is, apparently. It is. It's a better insurance, supposedly. But I don't know, I just get, I always have these massive hurdles of every single thing that I do. Man, it adds a lot of stress to my life to have to constantly be solving the problem of other people's problems, right? And when, if their website is not working, it's not my fault their website doesn't work. But somehow it costs me hours and hours and hours of my time. Same thing when Windows gets screwed up. It's not like I did anything to it. It's not like I reinstalled Windows or installed anything. It went in and updated the software, and the software killed all of my stuff. So again, it's not your fault, everybody. Just remember that when you're getting frustrated in the fact that you just wasted days of your time or hours of your time every day fixing this stuff. Again, believe me, there's no one who's been doing it longer, everybody. Well, very few people who's been doing it longer than me. I was there when computers began, pretty much. Minus probably a few years. It's been nothing but fix this, and that doesn't work, and that. And of course, the more complex it gets, and the more complex stuff gets made, the more complex you make your stream, the more difficulty, and the more things that can go wrong. Really? Another one of these out here. Oh, and there's some stuff under there too. Yeah. Can't even see it under there, but it's under there. That stuff's hard to catch because you can't really see it. It'd be nice if you could hold down the Alt key and it would just show you all of the stuff. Show you an outline. That'd make a great mod, by the way. All you modders out there, that would make a great mod. The show me all the stuff. Press the Alt key and bam, you can see all the stuff. So you can see the stuff that's in the water and all of that. That would be amazing. Again, I know I'm going to miss some of this. And, you know, every time I swing by here, I'll just look for more of this stuff. In fact, I could probably make my job a little easier by going down this road here. Like this. Another road over there. Going to this outside road here. And then just hitting G on that and just hitting all of these electricals. All the way down. Because they're all in a pattern because I used a blueprint to make those happen. There we go. And I come back too with my blueprint mode like this and just see if there's anything like right here. I can go ahead and just remove that entire blueprint as well. So that's something I will do. Yeah, right there. And that's why I put the power over there along this edge so I can just kind of float here above the water and look for this. I like the fact that it's showing me like the outline of where something is. Definitely something still here. I think it's this, but I can't select it. There we go. Yeah, see, it actually does do that. Huh, I just learned that, everybody. If you use the blueprint, it'll actually show you where your blueprints are. So if you've left anything behind, you can go in and take it out. Huh. I just learned something. Awesome. I love learning new stuff. Right over there. And again, you can see it shows me where the blueprinting is. When I get close, it shows like a little white outline. It says, look, this is where you blueprinted stuff. Very cool. All right, let's take this workshop out. And where are we going to stop this? We're going to stop this, let's say right there. And we'll go ahead and take this and run that right there. And then we'll leave that power out of there. We'll leave ourselves a little exit here. Take all that out. Now again, one of the things about building a whole bunch of stuff is coming back and taking it all out later. And again, I'm just going to leave this coal power here because it's running wonderfully. But what I really want to do is take out, not necessarily all the foundations. It's really taking out all this pipes and stuff. But you know, if I hit a foundation or two, I'm not going to worry about it. Really just want to get rid of all this piping that I can. Again, we'll come back and use our blueprinter as well. That's just basically what we should do. We should just go down the center and take out all that power runs by using our blueprinting. Kind of a bummer to take out some of these storages because they have a lot of stuff in there. And I could take it and I could package it. I go take that storage there that has a bunch of stuff in it, package it, and then basically take it and unpackage it again wherever I needed it, but that's a lot of work and unnecessary amount of work. I just make more. I'll just make more, everybody. All right, now this is going to be fun because this is a whole container full of this. Oh, we can get that on us. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Probably a good idea to break after this and go and drop off some more loot. And I just remembered, too, that there's an actual loot drop-off over here, too. So I have a loot drop-off at this lower level that I can use to get rid of all of this stuff and have it also sort all that stuff as well. So let's run over this way. And again, our trains are completely stopped. All this can be taken out. No longer necessary. You can see we have a very, very long thing there. And again, we'll take all of this and we'll have it sort all of that. And if we need to, go in. Take another box here. There we go. Feed this box into that box. It's really a bummer that these both don't work anymore. I'm really bummed because I've used that a lot. I mean, they work now, but often what will happen is that, see how the top one stopped? Like, it should be running in there like that. See, if it's running the same thing, then it runs pretty well. but it's running two different things, it will basically stop the thing, or well, sometimes the bottom one's running at full speed and the top one is not, even if it's the same resource. It really sucks. That's one of the big things I think they should fix. Because that's one of my favorite things to do, is to use the box and backlog the box, and then when I need the resources, run it out at double speed, because it is way more efficient to do it that way. But sadly, you can't have everything, everybody. That's how it goes. I'm sure they'll work on it. They're pretty amazing over there. And this is one of my favorite games of all time, so I will definitely give them a shot, because they've done an incredibly exceptional job on this game, everybody. It is so incredibly great. Again, everybody, this is a great game in early access. That's a pretty unheard of, I find. I think the only other ones that were good in early access were games like Planet Crafter, Enshrouded, Eco. Those games are great in early access, and that tells you, because that's the worst that game's ever going to be, everybody. That means that over time it's going to only get better and better and better. And so I give huge credit. I think the people who are doing the best job right now are the smaller indie devs. Those are the ones that are worth your money, not these big crappy games they're putting out and they're broken. I mean, if you spent $250 million on a game and it's broken when it comes out, you screwed up at your job. I'm just telling you straight. I'm just telling you how it is. You screwed up. Because if you've got hundreds of millions of dollars that you have at your disposal and yet it still doesn't work, you got some serious problems. Serious problems. All right, watch this. See, I get a whole thing there. Yes, all right. Now we're going to have some fun doing our blueprinting here, everybody. Blueprinting is awesome because not only is it great putting it in, but also easy to take out. So we're going to utilize that to our advantage. There we go. Sometimes the highlighting thing doesn't work either. They really need to work on the highlighting states. See, like you have this residual stuff. If you go out, then back in, or you go here, and then you try to take something out or something. I can't remember how to make that go away. Sometimes it just happens. But it really, you should have one button that you click, and it doesn't show you that. I would turn that completely off, by the way. I'm sure there's probably a feature for that, but I would turn it completely off because it's not really being that useful. If you make a feature, make sure that the feature is actually useful and not just annoying. Like that feature is just annoying because it's showing me where it was, great, but I don't always need it to show me where it was. What I need to do right now is to highlight the ones I'm trying to dismantle. That's what I needed to do. There we go. And so I have to fool around with that to get that dismantling working. And so I can take these out, and then hopefully that eventually goes away. But that's a blueprint thing. And then this is like some line I put in there that's not part of the blueprint. There we go. And now take that one out. I take these out. Don't show me that halo. I don't care. I don't want to see it. If I need it, I'll turn it on by like holding down the Alt key would be great. Say, hey, show me this halo thing. Now, don't show me that halo thing. See, I have a lot of these I got to take out. And again, look how easy that is, everybody. It's so great. I love that blueprinting feature. It is pretty amazing. Why is these not coming out? I guess those are all manually done. It's like some manual power connections there. Again, see how it like doesn't show me some of the highlighting? Definitely need to work on that. Yeah, this is my old way of doing that. I see. That's my old blueprinting there, where I had way too many of those things. Don't need them. The more gets in the way than anything else. I can't see what the heck I'm doing, because it's like blocking my ability to see. Is there any more little power thingies in there? I don't know. I can't see because there's a big yellow square in the way. Okay, blueprints. Okay, I got to get rid of all this stuff on the top first. I believe some of this stuff was blueprinting too. Why can't I just take that out blueprint-wise too? Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, there we go. Some of that anyway. Just dawned on me that I blueprinted most of that. And that some of that can just be taken out like this. And see, it'll take out the back and the front. And then we'll just be left with whatever we added as well. See, that's what I should have done originally. Just take out the whole blueprint. The problem with taking out too much stuff, though, is that your inventory gets full. So that's kind of annoying, but you do what you got to do. And over here, this is turbo fuel. Turbo fuel. And then the foundations, which I don't need to take out right this second. Then all this other stuff that I added. Not only does it take time to put it in, everybody, but the dismantling of it takes a lot of time, too. Especially trying to keep yourself from dropping those little boxes everywhere. I hate those little boxes, everybody. I hate them with an absolute passion. I think it should just go into your into the ether, and then when you need, you can just take it out of there later instead of those little boxes on the ground. If it was me, everybody, I would remove those little boxes. I would absolutely remove them, or even better, as I always prefer, some people like to use those boxes, I'm sure, for something. So what you do is you give people an option to not have to deal with them boxes. So you're just like, okay, well, here's a ability to turn that off for everybody else, and those who do want to use it, we'll leave it in. I'd like to take away other people's options. I just want it to not suck. I know, crazy idea, right? Have it not suck. Really? Looks like a blueprint to me if I've ever seen one. That one is not acting like a blueprint. All right, fine. I'll take it out the old-fashioned way. One at a time. Oh, boy. Can't see what I'm highlighting. Can't see what I'm highlighting because it has a leftover image of the previous thing I took out. And that definitely needs to be evaluated. This is weird, because this definitely looks like a blueprint. But maybe I eliminated the blueprint, and that's why I can't take it out as a blueprint. I don't know. Seems weird to me. But that's not a blueprint, because it definitely looks like one, but whatever. I don't want to figure out the whys, everybody, why that's not working, why that keeps highlighting, why all that stuff. I'm a big fan of figuring out the whys, but when it sucks up my time to the point in which it's not worth finding out the why, then I just say, never mind. I would rather not. Okay, and then anything here that's blueprinted? Yes, all this stuff over here. Take out all the blueprinted stuff first, because that's going to really save you. And I would leave the foundations to the end. This is definitely something I added. Blueprinted, blueprinted. All right, that's going fast now. All right, now we're getting it done. Can't see it highlighting. There we go. Let's do the pipe side. Okay, is this actually doing anything for our current power? Nope. What is that water running up there for? Oh, we were packaging water. That's what we were doing. Yes. We'll probably eliminate that, but for now we'll just leave it there. Okay, so we need some of that. I think we're just doing that to fill that in. To keep that stuff going that we had running. This I'll take out, and this. Now I'm going to be real careful here because I do want to keep the foundations on this. Let me just hit FG, and then we'll just get the pipes. All these pipes can go. F and then G. All these little connectors. All this hard work undone. I could have just left it down here, but this way I don't have to run down here every time. Just press Control and release, by the way, if you want to get a whole bunch of these. Then we'll get all of those, and we'll hit G on this, and we'll get a bunch of those, and then we'll hit G on the conveyor belts. We'll get a bunch of those, and take them all out at the same time. There we go. Okay, very nice. Where's our blueprint? Right here. So we can go ahead and start taking... Come on. There we go. Press the right buttons, fingers. All this can go too. And this really sucks about it. This is 3 high. All 3 of those are full of oil, but we don't need them. And again, I could go in and package them, but I'm totally not going to. Because I can always go get more. Let's take out all the stuff that we can here. All the connectors and signs and who knows what. Out of there. There we go. We can take all this out and all this other stuff. And we have running under here, which we don't need. And if we take out some foundations out there in the thing, that's fine too. We'll take all those floor holes out later. See, the most annoying thing about this is the fact that you take out the foundations. And what they really need is they need a mode that says everything but. Everything but foundation. So when you go to say dismantling, you hit G, you could hit G again on the same thing, and instead of it clearing it, it would say everything but this thing. That would be way more of a good filter than what we're doing here, which is the dismantle filter, which is just saying, okay, I want to dismantle this one thing. But what I really want to do is dismantle everything but the foundations and do the foundations at the end. And the reason why is so I can see the stuff. Otherwise, it's hard to see it, especially when you're in the ocean. It would be hard to see all the little connectors and all the things if I took out the foundations first. So everything but would be a great addition to the game. And I'm sure modders have already done it out there because they're awesome. I'm sure there's a mod for that, but I do not play with mods, everybody. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do like modding, though. I appreciate all the modders out there. But I don't typically play modded, and the reason why is because I'm not to that stage yet. I use mods more like DLC. So when I run out of things to do in a game, then I go, okay, yeah, let's see what kind of cool mods are out there, right? I don't jump directly to mods. I think that's does a disservice to the actual the way that they design the game. But again, it's your game. You play however you want. For me, I purposely don't use mods a lot. Because I do like to play it as intended, and then I can also give some feedback and say, look, at this stage, this is an issue. At that stage, it's an issue. It's bugged here, that kind of thing. Give them feedback on non-modded version. And that just makes the base version better, which is what you want. You want the base version to get better. And then, of course, you maybe take a clue from a lot of these mods. Great examples like Fallout 4, everybody. They have a mod that makes Fallout 4 load faster. It goes from like 5 minutes down to like 30 seconds, which is more reasonable of a load time than 5 minutes for every single thing where you're loading Starfield or you're loading Fallout 4 or whatever it is. And then, you know what could happen is that Bethesda could say, hey, thanks for making this awesome mod. It does make our game load faster. Let's just integrate it into the base game. I know, crazy thoughts, right? Hey, let's make our experience for our players in the base game better. But you know what we're going to do instead? We're going to make a HD update that absolutely blows, makes it take longer to load, and then give you just a little teeny tiny content and not fix all of the issues that have been plaguing Fallout 4 for the past 10 years. And just leave that to modders instead of them actually fixing an exceptionally great game. I think that was the dumbest thing they could have done, and they had such a chance there, everybody. You know, the millions and potentially billions of dollars they lost on when that Fallout 4 TV or Fallout TV show came out, which is absolutely excellent, everybody. I highly recommend the Fallout TV show. I really enjoyed it. Now, I suggest, you know, you hang in there like most stuff. If you don't understand Fallout, or you've never really played Fallout, or you don't understand the characters or the way that Fallout works, you should definitely hang in there because it, you know, has a bunch of exposition at the beginning of the show. And it might not be your cup of tea if you're not into Fallout or you're not into post-apocalyptic games. It might not be your jam, and that's okay. That's okay. Okay, if it's not your thing. But I highly recommend it if you do like those type of games and like those type of shows. I'm a huge fan. I'm gonna watch the whole thing again. I watched it on day one when it dropped. I watched the whole thing all the way through, so I wouldn't get any spoilers. Some of you are spoiler people. I don't like it. I don't like to do it. I don't like it done to me. Only if I'm in the middle of doing it, everybody, like right here on live on stream, will I even show that thing. Otherwise, I do not talk about it. I don't say, hey, well, you know, in tier 9 here of Satisfactory, you're going to get this, this, and this, and this. No, if we're at tier 9, then I'll say, okay, we're at tier 9. Here, I'll show you the thing and the stuff and the thing. Then I'll show it to you. But again, I always give, you know, the disclaimer, say, look, hey, we're getting this, you know, spoiler territory here. Look out. So I think it's much smarter to do that, because then you don't ruin the experience for somebody who might be just starting to play and, you know, like, oh man, I really wanted that to be a surprise, and so on. I know, thinking about other people other than yourself. I know it's a rare thing in life. Rare thing for people to do. To not just think only of themselves. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Look at this. Yay, blueprinting. Some of this I took out while I was redoing the power, so I have to go back and get these ones that I took out. Ugh, so annoying that it doesn't highlight. So it doesn't highlight. I can't see it highlighting. Now, I got a problem with my Satisfactory anyway, because my my power control thing is not working. I uninstalled it and reinstalled it though, so maybe it's working now. Let's go see. I click this thing and I go to circuit breaker and I say off, on. Yeah, see, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. I don't know why. It might be a Steam thing versus an Epic Game Store thing. I don't know. All I know is it doesn't work. And that sucks. Again, it might be my copy of it, but I don't understand why it would be. Because I'm also playing on a server here too, so maybe it's a server thing. Maybe it's a server issue versus individual solo game issue. And do I want to sit and spend all my time figuring it out? Nope. Absolutely not. I do not want to do that. Because I don't mind giving them feedback, but I'm certainly not going to spend 500 hours troubleshooting and finding out the reasons why all this stuff doesn't work. Because you know what? They're getting paid to do that. They're getting paid to go and do that. So, no thank you. No thank you. Look at all this weird power. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Yep, dropping. Red alert, red alert. Dropping loot. Hold on, let's go up here and drop off some more loot here. We're going to be dropping off a lot of loot over here. And again, I put it back up there on the top so it sorts it all. And if it has excess, it'll just get rid of the excess. I'm just going to assume that this is still running. In there. Oh, no, it's actually finished running all that out. Okay, well, let's put it here. And there. Let that run. Okay. I don't like it. Well, there's a dismantled crate over that way, too. Let's get this one first. Really, way out here. Oh, it's under the ground. Ah. That sucks. Okay, so it's right about there. Get some power here. There we go. Here's the trick to this. You get up real high, you hit C twice, and you drop into the water. You drop you way down. It's very hard to do this, though, because you got to get to the thing before it sends you back up again. All right, there we go. You press spacebar to get out of there. Okay. Got it. Oop, another dismantled crate over here. Way this way. Where is it at? How far away from... Oh, it's way over there. Okay. Hate these dismantled crates, man. I wish there was a button where you can just pick up all the dismantled crates. Just like collect all dismantled crates. With another great mod, by the way. Right here. Any more nearby? Let's zoom in. Still haven't fixed this darn scroll wheel, too. Another problem I gotta fix. No, they're way over there. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's get back to taking all this random power lines I was running under here out. Take all that out. Oh, thing is in my way. Orange stuff. Enough with the orange halo. Why is that so weird like that? Clean that up a bit. I know there's a power connector there because my priority power switch is there. Okay. Now, these... How do I take that out of there? Just click a bunch of stuff over here. There we go. There is a way to do it easier, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, right here. Wow, okay, they're way out here. There's a power pole down there. That's funny. Funny irony is the reason why I can float right now way out here is because of these power lines right here. Make sure that we get them all. Any off shooting of the power there. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Now we're getting it together here. Let's just go ahead and square this out. Just to make that look nice. All right. Now we're back to where we started. This is how we started, everybody. Basically how we started with the coal power quite a while ago in this playthrough. And now we have it all back in place. Just finish that out. We'll put in our missing one there. That's all good. Okay, and then we'll recolor our road. There we go. Get this belt. Poles. Clean that up a little bit more. There we go. This is not road. I'm just going to be finding those little power switch things in here for the rest of this entire playthrough. You watch. Just keep running into them. Again, it'd be nice if you just hold down the Alt key and it shows you where all those, at least all the power plugs would be great. Or control or shift or whatever. Basically just highlights them all. Now I guess I could try to build it. See, when you're doing like the splitter shows you all of the directions of all of the splitters that you have nearby or mergers or whatever it is. When you turn that on, it'd be great if I went and actually let me try it and act like I was going to do a wall outlet and just highlighted all of the current wall outlets. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. Oh my God, it finally went away. All right, yes, that's how you do it. You bring something out like you're going to make something. That's how you make that go away. Okay, do I need this blueprinter down here? Probably not. I don't need all these power connections. Probably just eliminate. Let's just eliminate this one. And then get all of this. So if you're just tuning in, everybody, I do apologize. I've been out solving some technical issues with my particular setup that were of no fault of mine. But don't blame me. You can blame Microsoft for sucking at their job. Okay. Looks good. What do we got here? A bunch of sulfur. And a bunch of stuff there. All right, this sulfur... we're going to work on our raw resources here in a bit, too. So we might as well just throw the sulfur over here. That'll help us start our raw resources. Because we're going to start making depots that are basically about storing raw resources. And so instead of just storing the, refined resources, we'll also store all of the raw version of that resource. All right, let's see if we can just go ahead and see if this has been blueprinted. Yee, none of it blueprinted? I did it all by hand? Really? Are you sure? Why would I have not blueprinted that? Apparently I did not. Okay, fine, we're on it. Mergers. And all of those. Any mergers over here? Along here. Belts. By the way, it's very specific about belts. So if you're taking out a bunch of level 5 belts, it will not let you, if you're putting a limiter on it, it will not let you take out level 4 belts at the same time if you have the limiter on. So just keep that in mind. If you're like, wait a minute, why is this belt not highlighting or not coming out? It's because it's a belt of a different type. And I have that problem sometimes. Same thing with lifters and stuff like that. If it's not the same belt type, it'll just not highlight and not to come out. Let's just take out all these lifters. We've already replaced all of this production up above. Okay, sure, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Deselect everything that I just went and spent the time selecting. Yeah, sometimes I press the wrong buttons. It happens. It's annoying, but it happens. Get this guy too. All right, there we go. Splitters. Just trying to avoid taking out the foundations for right now. Just want to take all this out of here. How's my coal doing? Coal should be running down over there. Okay, then all of these we no longer need, so we can split that there. We don't need any power poles. Right there. We take this. And that directly there for now. I see a bunch of power running underneath here. This blueprinted. No, that part is not blueprinted. Looks like I took these out, or these were out before and then filled them in. Yes, those are all of the blueprinting for each and every one of those machines I did manually. Okay. Come back to that. All these lines. Again, this is just a bunch of demolition today. Just trying to get all this cleared out. And again, we could reuse all of these resources, so we don't have to make more. Reusing resources is one of the great features of this game. Again, if I take this out, I can just use those resources again. Right over here. Come to Papa. There we go. And we don't need these lifters anymore. You're like, Kismet, how does your coal get down there? Well, actually, my coal is running out of this one right here. And all this other stuff that we used at the beginning of the game is actually obsolete now. We no longer need it, so we can just take it out. I only really need the one coal line to go down there to that coal. Now, really, eventually what I want to do is put the coal up there. But the fact that it has a bunch of water down here is why that's a really great spot for that, even though that my coal plants themselves are actually covering up the water, so it gives me less water location, right? Because I could be extracting massive sums of water right where the coal plants are, but they're at the same level, which means it uses less pumps, less difficulty in your head lifts, and also in your hammering. And one of the hammering is one of the worst things I think in the game. I think they should just take it out because it doesn't really add to gameplay. It just makes using your pipes more frustrating. And especially for new people who don't understand, never heard of hammering, they don't know what that is. Hammering is when it hits the end of a pipe. and then that fluid comes in, hits the end of the pipe, causes a shock wave back across. And you can look it up online, everybody. It's a real thing that happens in real life. So what you need to do is create a kind of a fluid circuit. So it's basically flowing in a circle, very much like the liquid cooling that's going on in your computer if you have liquid cooling in yours. I almost bought one that was liquid cooling, but I thought, do I really want to screw with that? And I'm like, no. No, I don't. So I didn't get it. I said, nah, I'm good. All right, and we had a bunch of things here, empty canisters. Wonder if I got any more. Empty. Oh, you know what I should do? Yeah, I should want to take all these empty canisters out, put them in here. What it does is this is going to package the water, and then it's unpackaging the water on the other end of what I'm doing. So what we're trying to do here... Oh, wait, no. That was wrong. That actually was wrong. I want to take this and put it right here. That was whatever the base resources I needed for doing this, which is plastic. We want to go ahead and do this. This and take those. Oh, that's not straight, but whatever. Throw those in at that point, because this actually should be plastic in the back. Now I got to take this off the line, which is really obnoxious to do that. And you got to click each and every one of those. And what you got to do is take out all the other ones. And then when you can take out all the other ones, it's a little easier to get these. But those ones that are inside there are really difficult to get. So you just end up taking out the line again. And again, it would have been easier if I just took the lines out in the beginning and then just put them back. Because you just get the resources back. All right, this is plastic over here. Let's go ahead and do some plastic as well. I'll have it make us some more. But what it's doing is it's packaging it. And then what it does is it unpackages it for some of the stuff that I'm doing up on top. And thus, I could use it when it's unpackaging it. I could have it going back into the dimensional depot. And I got to remember where the heck that is, because I did that as like a temporary thing. But let's go see. I think it's way, way up there. Not sure if I have a dimensional depot. I could just pull one from something else. Let's go way up here. And this is not even the way, way up here. This is just the part way up here. As I built up, probably the highest I've ever built in the game, way up there. And I did it so I was at level with this little thing here. I don't know, I just had a moment where I thought, I'll run it all the way to that height. Really unnecessary. By the way, it's unnecessary even to be this high up. I do this high up, so my trains are never going up and down. They never have an elevation they have to deal with, either down or up. They're always flat. They run at full speed, 100%. Never have any problem with slowing down, which is causing my resources to be slowed down. But you could totally do, you know, at the ground level and just build yourself a bunch of trains at the ground level that go through all sorts of stuff and whatnot. I kind of feel like it's pointless. If you could go up this high and just run them all straight, why would you do that? I'm just a logical person, everybody. I'm just that way. Okay, so what are we doing? We're coming up here. We were looking for the resources that we did there. Oh, the unpackaging over here. I think I did it over here by our train track here. The packaging and unpackaging of water to make stuff. So yes, right here. So this is what needs a dimensional depot. Do I have enough? No. So I got to pull a dimensional depot somewhere. Or find me another Mercersphere. But I'll probably just go pull one on something that's not really using thing. Great example would be like Mercerspheres, right? If I don't have any Mercerspheres for it to run in the dimensional depot, there's no point in having a dimensional depot for it. So we're going to run up here and look at these ones up here. Hey, Alex, what's up? Good morning. How you all today? I'm doing good. How you doing today? Sorry, I got all focused there. You know how it is in this stream. I get all involved in what I'm doing. But I do appreciate you coming in. Doing better now. My computer's just like completely went haywire on me there, thanks to Microsoft and NVIDIA and a whole bunch of other crap that just basically got screwed up. So I had to go in and fix all of that, and that's what I spent my last few days doing, even though I just said, hey, everybody, I'm going to go and start streaming earlier, and I'm going to stream every single day. And it was like, no, you're not. Wasn't my fault, everybody. I was trying. It's not for me, lack of trying, that's for sure. In fact, everything I do is not from lack of trying. I work very hard, everybody. I work every day, very hard on everything that I can do. Now, of course, I'm not doing it 24 hours a day because I'm an older guy. I can't do it 24 hours a day, but I do it as much as I can do. And that's all you can ask of anybody. It's just to work at it as hard as you possibly can. Okay, so over here, see what this will allow me to do is take that those packaging to unpackage it and then repackage it again. Now, the smart thing that I should have done was run the water all the way up here, and then I could have ran the water here, and then I don't have to package it or unpackage it. But, you know, we're in the middle of it. Let's just try it and see. No, I like to try new things, kind of thing. All right, and we'll put a nice lifter in there. Run this out of here into the dimensional depot. There we go. So while it's unpackaging the water and using the water here in our current blender to make cooling systems, that's what it's making. How's our cooling systems looking? Good. And then it's going from cooling systems into turbo motors, and our turbo motors are looking good too. So what I can do is take that water, the packaged water, because it's an item now and not a an actual fluid. And then it's going to take it, unpackage it. Then you'll see the water start to flow out here, and the canister is then running in here. Canisters then running back into the dimensional depot. Then I can take those canisters out when I'm down there. So instead of making this whole system where I'm running it directly, it's kind of going through the dimensional depot. I have to manually take it out and then put it in there. It's kind of a manual way of doing that. This needs some more rubber here. That's going to run out there. This needs more over here as well. Why am I not just running the rubber out of both of those? That would have been a more efficient way of doing it. I say we do it the more efficient way. There we go. And I'm just going to use a splitter right here. I was just about to run it out of the box, but I got to get used to not doing that anymore because that's broken. And that's a tragedy, everybody. It's a real tragedy. All right, there we go. That is going to run those out there. And then I'll just go again, go to the dimensional depot, pull all the ones that I have out of there, and let them run back in while I go ahead and let these run here. Okay, that'll get those all back up and running again. I should get my manufacturer going. Now, I am manufacturing a few things that are allowing us to, you know, go on with our unlocking over here. And this is now running because it has water. All right, good. And we have this, again, we have it doubled up. Now, again, I can make 15 of these if I want to. Or I can just make one and let it run for a really, really long time. Especially if you have your output multiplier going. This one right here needs aluminum casings. I'm assuming this one, since it doesn't have anything in it, is the aluminum casings. Those I absolutely am not hurting for. I have a tremendous amount of those. There you go. Make some more of these fused modular frames. Okay, there we go. So we solved that, and we also optimized that a bit. Very nice. And then back to work here. Look at that. All cleaned up nicely. No, look at this thing over here. I think this was for that holiday stuff I was running. I'm not going to make it. Not going to make it. It's okay, I'll come back. Let's go over this way, and we'll use this kind of electrical wall that I built here. Go back up again. Up again. Oh, did I disconnect the power? I disconnected the power from up there. Interesting. Does power work here? Nope. That power doesn't work either. Oh. Yep, all that power is disconnected. How about over here? Yep, disconnected. All right. So we got, now we got to turn this power back on temporarily where we can... I don't think that's connected either. Now, it's just an extra power connector on the side there. Take that out. Alrighty. I'm assuming this power over here is still working. Yes. All right, for the sake of making this easier to take out, we're just going to rerun that power back into the power systems. There we go, and then this should all be powered now. This whole side power. See, all that is connected. So when I take that out, it basically affects everything else. Let's just run that right there. Okay, how are we looking now? Nope. That connector does not go to that other connector, apparently. Does now. Huh, okay, that connector is not connected to our power that we just ran. What's going on with these connectors over here? Yep. Exactly what's going on. Whatever, we're going to end up taking all that out anyway, but we're just trying to get it to work temporarily so we can go up here and we can take out this, yeah, definitely working now. Because you can see it's not saying that I'm getting low on power, and it usually says it right over here, that you don't have any power connection. Okay, let's get up here. We don't have any power up here, but that's okay, because we just want to take all this out. Just using blueprinting? No. That would have been awesome, but whatever. You can go back about 8, by the way, and take these out. Sometimes it's a little difficult to get the last one. I'm just going to go ahead and try to get a bunch of this from over here. Just take out all the belts for now. Rear bolt stands. There we go. All right, now we can just kind of take those out. Try not to take out the one you're standing on. I have done it before. Not very efficient, but you know, just climb right back up here again. If you had to. Alrighty. Try not to accidentally take out something way off in the distance too, because that sucks. All this out. Oh, we got power coming up from down there. I cut this power. Does this whole thing get cut? Sure does. Now let's put this power back in. We should have connected that power from up on top. That would have made this easier, but such is the way it goes. By the way, if you just take out the floor hole, it takes out the stuff up above and below. But now we do what we got to do. All right, we'll take that out, and then we want to go up so we can connect this on the top side, so we can take out all the connections at the bottom and then take all this out. Now I have a bunch of extra stuff. You can see I've got running all over the place because I was setting up the different levels and things of that nature. But we want to go up here and cross-connect this power. See, it has power there. For some reason, I never cross-connected it. Meaning I didn't take it from here and connect it over to here. Like that. Let's go up this way and see if this connects. Yeah, that does have power. Okay, so take out that floor hole. Go down this because we're not using any of this anymore. This is all obsolete. Our trains are running up there instead of down there at the bottom. You do want to take some time. It's really nice. By the way, they're going to allow the ability to take out all this trash too. I can't wait for that. It's going to be awesome. So I should no longer need this connection. If I take this connection out, am I still good? Yes, I am. All right, look at me go. All right, I'll take this all out until the next power connection. And then again, just this way I don't just suddenly drop all the way up. There we go. This is the real efficient way of doing this. Don't take it out until you're all the way to the next power connector. like so. Take out all this stuff underneath here. And this one, what I'm going to do is do myself a favor and just run myself a pole there for later. And then down here. Okay, now we're going to run out this way. And we're going to eliminate all this extra stuff we have out here. Now today is all about doing demolition, so we're cleaning up all the stuff from previous production, from figuring out all of our levels, for all these foundations, whatnot that we got laying around that we were using for as like a template. Oh, we got some ladders out here we're using too. Down below. How far does that ladder go? Man, that ladder goes way down there. I need it, I can always make it again. Oh, that was way up there. All right, good. Try not to hit anything in the background. I do have typically run my foundations up nice and high because, again, we're trying to figure out the level in which we want to run the trains that are up above pretty much everything. The only thing that's not up above is this thing way out here, which is why I ran this out here in the first place, is to figure out the level in which it's going to be above 99% of the stuff, but doesn't necessarily have to be over the top of this because just don't run a train there. Just run it a couple blocks over, right? That's not a you know, super genius level of thought there, everybody. You know, just kind of thinking ahead, you know. If I was really smart, I would have took this out after I figured it out and then worked my way back. But we'll just do what needs to be done. We can take out this corner right here too. There we go. How's our inventory? Inventory looking good. Oop, I don't need to keep that Mercer Sphere on me. I don't like to keep rare items on my character if I can avoid it. Oh, we're getting power from somewhere. There's some power up here somewhere. Means there's power underneath us down there or something. Or I ran it along the foundations, which I seriously doubt I ran it along the foundations up this high. Probably just a power pole underneath us. Yeah, right there. Those power poles I run all over the place. The reason why I do that is because it helps me explore. Grab all the extra loot. Like Mercer Spheres and Summer Sloops and all of that. We might come out here and run a bunch more frames and run a bunch of stuff out here. But best to just kind of clear out the excess. It's kind of like cleaning out your garage, everybody. You go in there and you clean out all the garage of all that crap that you got that you haven't used in forever. And are not going to use. You will never use it, everybody. It will never use it. No matter how much you convince yourself, oh, one day in the future, I'm going to use that thing. You're probably going to do, I'd say, 98% of that stuff you'll never use again. And so you're just storing it. And you could have that space for something else, like actually park your car in there. Or use it as a bonus room. I'd love to use my garage as a weight room for my kids. That would be amazing. But the people who have their crap in there just never clean it. So yeah, I just like abandon all of those cool ideas I have because it relies on other people to, you know, step up. And if they're not going to step up and do it, then again, I'm not going to waste my time even trying to make things better in that regard. It's just not worth my time and energy and, you know, the stress of trying to make something better. The problem is too, some people are like, you try to make something nicer for them. A great example is like I went and tried to set up a whole bunch of wireless stuff for my wife, meaning she could wirelessly charge her phone. She had a thing in her car where she could just put the thing in her car and all of that stuff. And all I heard was complaints the whole time. I don't want you to change it. I like it the way it is, whatever. It's like, no, this is better. I'm telling you, it's better. And then, of course, after a while, then she's like, okay, yeah, you know, it was better. Like I didn't know. Like I didn't know that was better than the other thing. You know, it's like they doubt your abilities. But such is life, everybody. Some people can't handle change. I'm a big fan of change because the problem is if you stay static and keep stuff the same, It'll always be the way it is, and it could be better. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be better, by the way, but it has a potential. There's a hope there. And living in constant hope is where I like to be. The hope that I won't be sick forever. I mean, it would be awesome if they suddenly said, hey, Kismet, here's a pill. Take this pill. You'll never be dizzy again in your whole rest of your life. I'd be like, damn, yeah, I'll take that. Of course, in my luck, it would be the side effect would be death. And say, look, here, we fixed your problems. Boom, now you're dead. But it fixed all of your medical conditions. That is a way to fix it. It's the way you fix it in 7 days to die. You have a bunch of debuffs, everybody. You just die, and bam, there you go. Easy. Fixed. It's like medical conditions are real-life debuffs that you have to deal with. My current debuffs are sleep apnea, a constant dizziness, and really bad insomnia. I had really bad insomnia today, man. It was really bad. Again, because you're thinking about all the things that you want to do and all the things you need to do. And there's nothing I could do about it. I was like, no, if I start on it, I'm just going to be frustrated, so I should just stop. But you're still sitting there thinking about it, which is annoying. But my neurologist said, hey, this is going to be something you live with for the rest of your life. Get up and do as much as you can, and then go from there. And that's what I've done for 10 plus years now. It's not easy, I tell you. Especially when you have a real, screwed up day where you're just fixing technical stuff. When you just want to play some games, everybody. You just want to sit here and stream. I don't want to sit there and screw around with technical stuff all day long. I'm getting sick of doing it. I've done it for so long. I'm sick of answering people's same questions over and over. I don't mind if they have a new question. But how do I fix my phone? How do I fix the Wi-Fi? How do I fix the thing? The same stuff over and over again. How do I upgrade my phone? How do I do all of that? And again, if people are kind to me, I don't mind doing it for people who are kind. But if people are rude and obnoxious to you, don't do nice things for them. I stopped doing nice things for people who are horrible people and who just take that for granted. I'm very much taken hugely for granted, everybody. In the case that I, go in and I fix stuff, and I'm constantly there when people need help. But again, that being taken for granted wears on you after a while, and you're like, why am I doing nice things for the very people who take me for granted? So I don't do nice things for people. I have the 2 rules, everybody. The golden rule: do unto others as you want done to you, which is a fantastic rule, right? And if they don't, and they act like a-holes, don't do nice things for a-holes. And that's my second rule now. But still rock that golden rule, as everybody should. But that second rule is very important. Vitally important. All right, that's all good. Yeah, look at that. We cleaned that all up nicely. Now we're looking good. Look at that sweet railroad run there, that double run that's going on right now. So cool. And then we got a loop back there. We got a loop back over here. Very cool. By the way, if you want to make this even easier on yourself, you just take this and you run it back to this station. Then you have both things going at one station. You don't need an extra station. So again, you can run stuff really far away, and you can just run it to a single station instead of making multiple stations in there. But that's far enough away that I think it's good. Plus, that's uranium over there. So you definitely want the uranium station to be separate from everything else. I haven't even turned that on yet. I can turn that on remotely right now, by the way, and that train will go and collect those resources. But no, thank you. You got to be really ready for that uranium when it's time. All right, let's go down here and see if there's anything else we can clean up. I think we can clean up all these other trains over here. Take out all this low side stuff that I was doing. We can come back and redo most of that later. About over here. Where's our blueprints? Show me all the blueprints. Like that movie, The Aviator. Show me all the blueprints. Show me all the blueprints. Show me all the... Dude starts freaking out. I feel bad for that dude. Anybody who has that kind of affliction. Howard Hughes. Being rich doesn't make your life easy, just so you know. It makes it easier in some ways, but you can still get very, very sick. Just like the case of Steve Jobs, Hugh Howard Hughes, and so on. You have all the money in the world and still die. Tells you to appreciate what you got, everybody. It's there's two ways to be rich: make a lot of money or want less. Good friend of mine told me that, and he wasn't wrong. Want less in life, you know? Not like be less of a person or want less of things necessarily. It's just like, what do you really want? What do you really want in life? That's the hardest thing to figure out. Know what I really want? Not to keep taking all the crap out of my garage and redoing my garage over and over again. I've already done it like, I don't know, 20, 50, 100 times. And again, it's like 8 hours of pulling that stuff out of there. And then you clean it up and then you put it in there and it fills right back up again. It's like an endless loop of trash. And again, it's someone else's, I mean, it's trash to me, but it's somebody else's stuff. And I don't mess with other people's stuff, you know what I mean? Because it's not mine. I told my wife one time, she was trying to repay me for buying dinner or something. I can't remember specifically what it was for. But she gave me like $5, and I took the $5 and I just threw it over my shoulder. And I said, well, it's not my $5, it's your $5. So if you want to throw it on the ground, you go ahead. So she went and picked it up. I said, remember, see, I don't have an attachment to stuff that people have. People have a real attachment to things. And I had that problem in the past. If I have attachment, I keep stuff way too long, like computers and things of that nature. You get an attachment and a nostalgia factor, and then you're attached to that thing, and that thing just stays with you forever. You gotta push past it. You gotta get rid of that stuff so that you can be free, everybody. You want to be free? Get rid of all the extra crap that you don't use. It's an amazing feeling to just get rid of that stuff. It is awesome. I'll pull this out of the station a little bit here so I can dismantle the rest of this train. The best thing I ever did was get rid of a ton of my extra stuff I had everywhere. And really, I learned that when we moved 20 years ago. I had this bed that was like one of those old school water beds. Thing was like thousands of pounds. I forget where I got that bed. I think it was a gift. And it just weighed thousands of pounds. It just like held everything down. It really wasn't worth it, everybody. We went and got a Sleep Number bed, which was 1,000 times better. And had I not got rid of that other bed, I would have never got the new bed. See, that's the thing. See, the next thing will probably be an improvement over the last thing that you had, right? So if you had a toaster last time and it kept burning your toast, maybe this time when you get a toaster, it won't burn your toast, which is not true because I don't know what it is about toasters, why they suck at their job, but most of the time they burn your toast anyway. They're either not toasted enough or toasted too much. Again, another bad product. But again, you never know. The next one you might buy, like great examples of microwave, everybody. That's a real good example. Like if you used to have a microwave and all you could afford is a really cheap microwave and you've got like 900 watts, which means that when you're cooking your food, it's really doing a crappy job of it because you're supposed to have at least 1,100 watt microwave. I have a 1,200 watt microwave because it was cheaper than the 1,100 one. So mine cooks food perfectly every time. I know exactly what the settings are, how long to run it for, and it's usually exactly the same as what it says on the back. So if you're cooking like a TV dinner or something, and you're putting it in there, like I have one that I have, Marie Callender's is a great one that I like. And so you put it in there and it says run it for 3 minutes. You run it for 3 minutes. It's perfect every single time. And that's why wattage makes a difference. So if you used to have a 900 watt microwave and you're keeping it for some crazy reason, get rid of that microwave, everybody. Get rid of it. Of course, if you don't have any money, keep it. But get rid of that microwave and get yourself a wattage that will allow you to cook food properly. Again, it's not that much more. It's like, $50 more. Of course, if you don't have $50, then it's a big difference. But again, the difference between keeping that for 15 years and the cost of storing it, everybody, because there's a cost of your time, which is your most valuable thing, and there's a cost of storing that stuff. It comes at the cost of your space, the space in which you live, where your children live, the space of managing it, all the stress and anxiety that comes from thinking, oh man, I really got to go, train collision, stop. Oh, that was close. And all of that, everybody. It's all of the managing of that stuff that comes at a cost. It comes at a cost of your time and effort and all of that. And you could be not doing that, everybody. You could be not doing it. You could be spending that same time, that same effort, going and making money to buy a new one of those things. And the new one will probably be way better than the old one, just like in computers, everybody. I know I've kept my computers for years and years and years. And the reason why I keep them is because I want them to pay for themselves. That's the AO number one for me. But once I feel like they paid for themselves, like my computers that I've had, pretty much have done the job that they were purchased to do. And so now I no longer need those computers, and I could actually get rid of them, most of them, and I will. I will get rid of them. See, that's the thing, is I will get rid of those and eliminate that. I have a bunch of stuff in my garage right now, or in my shed, like a mower and weed eater and blower and stuff like that, that I'm never going to do again. I'm never going to do that again, at least not where I'm living now. And I will never do that again because the whole time I was doing it, I got nothing but complaints the whole time. And people telling me how I should be doing what I should be doing. Hey, the lawn, the lawn, the lawn, the lawn, the lawn. Like, I don't see the lawn every single day I walk past it, everybody. It's really obnoxious. They don't even know they're doing it, that they're being so, like, overbearing and feel like they need to tell you that what you should be doing all the time. Like, you don't see it. Like, it's completely unnecessary to tell people to mow the lawn who are in charge of doing it. So I don't do it anymore. Screw them. Screw it. I refuse to do it too. I will never do it again because the experience was so bad of doing it. And I'm out there working my ass off, and everybody else is complaining that I'm not doing it fast enough. And they don't even understand, because the whole thing about lawns is you shouldn't mow them all the time. Put a 1 in the chat if you know this, everybody. You shouldn't mow your lawn down really low because it makes it where your lawn doesn't grow that well. So now you have a brown lawn. And this is something I've explained over and over again, just like I've explained air conditioning, central air and heating. Central air and heating, if you have a central air and heating unit like we do, we have a very expensive one out in the backyard, and what it does is this forced air. So what it does is it reclaims the air from inside the house, it cools that air, and then it runs it back through the vents and comes out. Now, if you open up a door and you leave that door open, what it does is it forces all the cold air out of your house into the neighborhood. And so now you're running it just that much more. You're running and costing you more money and more time and more effort that you have to go and earn money to pay for that thing that you should have just kept the door closed. That kind of thing. Leaving lights on, things like that. It makes me feel like my dad every time. But here's the thing, everybody. My dad was right. At the time I didn't understand, but he was totally right. And I give him huge credit for that. Because he knows he's the one paying the bills. He knows that it's costing him all this money for nothing. For no one's getting any use out of it. If you have a bunch of stuff you're not getting use out of, and you paid for that, then you're just wasting your time and effort and money. Because remember, money is time. It costs you your time to earn that money and utilize that money. So again, that's something I give my dad huge credit for. And see, I'm kind of like the same thing. Why waste that money? Because I don't have a lot of money. I got $9 in the bank. I think it's actually $7 this month. So, every month is just barely getting by. So if it was someone else's money, if it was like, my kids had to pay, which we don't make them pay. I'm so nice, everybody. I don't make my kids pay for their insurance. I helped my daughter buy a car. She said she was going to pitch in for it, but she never did. Teenagers are. And so on. And I could have been on her and said, hey, no, you have to pay. You have to go in there and do that. But, she's been doing a great job at college. She's been really, pushing herself and doing amazing stuff as well. So, I want to support that. Want to, have her succeed at what she's doing. So if I can put in a little extra effort and, pay that bill for her, or a lot of extra effort. My wife's putting in a lot of extra effort so she don't have to pay that bill. And see, some kids, they get entitled too. This is something I talk to my kids about all the time. We don't owe you nothing. You owe us everything. And the same thing with your parents, everybody. Remember that they spent $250,000 to $500,000 raising you for 18 years, or your grandparents or your foster parents or whoever it was that had to pay for you for your whole entire existence. Remember, they had to do it. Now, of course, if they're an a-hole about it, then that's different. Like, I don't throw it in my kids' face all the time, though I do ask them to please turn the lights off and please keep the doors closed and so on and so forth. Because of that issue of spending and wasting money that I could be using on their education, on their insurance, on their cell phones. It's not like I'm telling them to do it for me, everybody. I don't buy stuff for myself. Even stuff I buy here on the stream, like if I buy a microphone or if I buy a camera or something like that, that's not for me. That's so here I can keep doing this thing I want to do. But it's not necessarily for me. It's for the stream. So when I buy stuff, I'm very selective in what I buy, and it must return on that investment. If it doesn't, then I don't buy it. And that's one of the things that I look at. Is this going to be a return on my investment when I do this thing, right? Great example is if I go and I buy one of those, things that allow you to adjust the audio on stream, right? So I can put in all my audio inputs and I can adjust all the volumes. Well, that might be cool for someone else who's all into music, recording music or whatever, but I don't really need it. I can go to OBS right over here and do it for free. Do it part of the software. I can just put in all the inputs separately and go ahead and adjust it. Like I can do it right now. I can just go ahead and mute myself like this. But now you can hear me because I can just mute myself right there in the audio mixer, right in there. What I said, by the way, that you couldn't hear is that you can't hear me. I did that. I muted that on purpose. Sometimes not. Sometimes I do it on accident. But you get the idea. Why buy that thing if it doesn't really, it's not a value, if it's not going to pay for itself in value. Not only just in money, everybody, but in value. I find something has to have a value for me to do it. And if it's not going to fulfill a value or be a return on its investment, both in time and effort, just don't buy it. Just don't get it. Sometimes you just want to get it because you want to get it because it's cool. I see people do that all the time. People ask me, hey, Kismet, I'm going to get this thing and use this thing. I say, do you need it? They're like, well, if you say well, the answer is no. The answer is already no, you don't need it. You don't really need it. Now, of course, if your money, you do what you want with it. For me, don't buy it unless it's an absolute something that I need that allows me to push the stream forward or to do something that I couldn't do before that I think is going to be enough of a value here on the stream that I'll do. But I don't really buy anything else, everybody. I bought a lot of stuff. And I try to buy quality items, too, that I don't have to worry about. Oh, by the way, everybody, I forgot to say at the top of the stream, but big love to Elgato, speaking of awesome peeps and who make amazing things. I did have a problem with my foot pedal. My foot pedal did die. And they just contacted me, said, no problem, Kismet. Send it back to us. We'll send you another one. Mwah! Big love to Elgato, everybody. Go show Elgato some love. Buy their stuff. Buy their stuff. They've been a great sponsor of the stream. And overall, awesome company, both in hardware and software, and also, apparently, in customer service. I don't know. I've never needed their customer service before. Never. Not once. Not once. So that tells you another thing. That tells you something else right there. Yeah, so let's go back over here. Look at these cool little mini extractor areas that I built. So it would have a built-in tank. And then, of course, running along the lines. And, of course, these lines have been shifted up to there. So all of this now completely and utterly obsolete. We can take it all out. Ah, such a good feeling to come in and clear out all this stuff you no longer need. Again, you see I'm just trying to... Oh, am I dropping stuff? Oh, dropping the stuff. Okay, we got to get a train going on here. What are we doing? Let's just go to our train set. Put a train down. Hope this thing's still got power. It does. All right, we got to drop off some loot. We'll be back. I know, it's a terrible tragedy. You have to ride the train, everybody. I know, it's such a rough life. Oh, there's another box out there, too. I hate leaving those boxes, everybody. And I do it all the time because I'm just trying to get it done. I'm trying to clear all that stuff out. Look at these cool signals. Oh, see, this is telling you that your line is broken. That your train line is broken now. Okay, we're gonna go right back over here. We're just gonna ghost ride the train. Right there. And drop this off for it to sort some more of it. Sort all that stuff. Sort all that stuff. There we go. So that's so cool. I can just empty my inventory and it goes and takes care of it. I'll be taking all this thing out too. I'm really getting to the point now where I think that when you're using really long lifters like that, it really screws up your gameplay. So I'm going to go back to what I call the flip back technique, where you flip the lifter back and forth as you bring it up. Usually what I do is I create like a wall holes, and I'll connect to the wall hole and then make a bunch of them. And you'll see. You'll see. I'll do it. Alrighty. Too close. Let's just do the curve first. See, I would go in here and make this curve perfect, but I don't really care about it right now because we'll be taking all that out here in a minute. But let's get these boxes. Okay, let me take this out. This is a blueprint. Nope. That would have been nice. Okay, and again, this is where our box ride is up here, so I definitely want to leave that in. That box ride, because I'm going to take that box ride, I'm going to run it up here instead on this train. We'll make another station and stuff for that. But let's keep working on our old oil stuff. This is really fun, everybody. I love it. Hey, Crimson Knight says, good morning, Kismet. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I'm doing better now after I solved all those technical problems for days and days and days. Death is definitely a way to fix those life debuffs. Exactly. Yes, that's now a trademark Kismet saying. Death is the ultimate real life debuff solver. All right. Ooh, a lot of pipes and stuff underneath. Really? More of these boxes? Come on now. Need more boxes over here where we're at. There's one behind me. Where is it? This way? Up or is it down? It's down, right? Way out there. That's wild. Bunch of quick wire. This came out so good, everybody. Oh, look how clean that is. Beautiful. Love it. What's inside here? You can see this one's coming out at 600 meters there, or really 600 fluid-wise. But in here, you can see we've got the oil extractor. It's overclocked. It's at 600 per minute coming out of there into an industrial fuel buffer, which is using as more of a balancer than a buffer, I think. And then, of course, we've got our pump there that's running out that way. And then we can just run out the front here, and you can see it's going with the 3 separate pipes all the way up there, and that's 600 each of those pipes. Now, the rest of this we no longer need, so we can go ahead and just take all this stuff out. And again, I feel like the best way to make a nice, clean build is to remove the stuff you used to get there, right? Like all this stuff under here, I use this to get to the point in which I can then come back and rebuild how I had all of this. A lot of the stuff that I build, I know is going to be a temporary thing, and that I will come back and say, you know what, I could do that better. I could do that better and build it more efficiently. But I do build a lot of stuff temporarily, and that's what you should do, because it then allows you to get past that stage to the next stage and so on. You get the idea. Take out all this power, all this unnecessary buffers. Try not to hit anything in the background, because that would suck, because all of a sudden I would realize, wait a minute, why am I not... Oh, speaking of, why am I not getting enough oil? Wow, another Kismet moment right there, everybody. Why am I not getting all the oil going up that pump there? I just accidentally took that out. Okay. All right. Glad I saw that, because that would have sucked. Let that run. So easy to do, too. So easy to accidentally just screw yourself up. Okay. Let's hope that some of these are blueprinted. None of this. Oh, this is before I used the blueprinter. All right. Well, night and day difference when you're using blueprinting and when you're not. Let's just say... filter just the foundations. Now, take all those out. Again, you want to do this in groups. Do this in groups so that it's real easy to come back and say, oh, well, I got to take out that power connector and I got to take that thing out and so on. Again, I try to also line it up. See how I've got it lined up where the beach is the background and not these, so I don't accidentally hit those. That's really helpful as well. Just line it up in such a way that there's nothing behind it if you can. Not always possible, but if it is, I would definitely go with it. All that out. All right, now we can take the train tracks out. Now the train tracks are allowing us to float around. So we do want to leave those connected to power as we back our way out of here. No blueprints? Oh, man. Okay. No problem. We can take 50 of these out at a time. Again, probably should have my dismantling filter on just in case. Oh, man, it feels so nice to come back and just take all this stuff out, everybody, again, because you made it even better. Again, that's what I'm talking about today. I'm talking about how to make stuff better. Get rid of all the stuff that you don't need, or sell it and get the stuff that you do need, and get less of it. Get less of it. If you can replace, like, you know, your cell phone, which a lot of people take for granted, how many things that your cell phone replaces? When's the last time you bought an old school alarm clock? And you're like, well, Kismet, I got an old school alarm clock. Well, how often do you use it? And if you are using it, why? Why are you not just using your phone? Because it's got an alarm clock built in. So all the people who are making alarm clocks, everybody, of course, if you can also have it for, you know, cosmetic reasons in your house, also. But all the people who are making alarm clocks don't need to make alarm clocks, because guess what? You got an alarm clock right here. You know those little timers that you have, little egg timers that you make? You turn it to like 10 minutes when you're cooking something. Guess what? I have 100 timers going inside this now. And I use the timer all the time. In fact, I got to take a break in 8 minutes and 42 seconds. And so on. So again, and then, you know, you can just have 100 other things. Flashlight, ruler, compass, etc., etc., etc. How valuable that is. So if it costs me, say, $1,000 for that phone, does it replace $1,000 worth of things? And it absolutely does. It absolutely is a huge value in what you do. But some people are like, I can't, it costs a lot of money. But, you know, it does do a lot of things. So the value of it is very, very high. In fact, probably one of the highest value products you could buy. Of anything. If you go buy a watch, well, hey, that might be awesome. It tells you the time, and maybe you got a thing that has like the stopwatch on it, but you get a digital watch and it does 1,000 other things. And of course, it's way worth more because it has more functions and more value overall. Now, I use mine for one purpose. I don't even use it for telling the time. I use it actually for one purpose, which is the ultimate value for me. It keeps me from falling. So whenever I go up and down stairs, or if I'm running or walking, I always have that on, and it has saved me many, many times. It is saying, hey, you're becoming unstable, because I don't know when I'm falling. That's a really scary thing, everybody. If you've ever experienced that, I hope you haven't. But if you've ever experienced having that feeling of falling, all the time. So you don't really know when you're falling. So I've fallen many times out of seemingly nowhere, but it was all of a sudden I was like, am I falling? And then I've already fallen. I've already fallen down. By the time I realize I'm falling, I'm already there, because I always am dizzy. So I always feel like I'm falling. So there is no in between. Either I'm falling or I'm not falling. So the watch will detect when I become unstable. I don't know how it does it, but it's pretty amazing. And tell me, Kismet, you're about to fall. And I was like, oh, crap. And I'll sit down. And it was right. It's been right every single time without fail. So big credit to Apple on that one. Again, or whoever programmed it. Brilliant, brilliant use of technology there, especially for people who have disabilities. So big love to them. But again, I'm always talking about value, everybody. Return on your investment, right? Now, I spent, I don't know, $30 on this game. How many hours have I played it for? 3, going on 4,000 hours? Holy mackerel. Talk about return on your investment, everybody. You know the one that really massively got a return on my investment? 7 Days to Die. 3,000 hours in 7 Days to Die. And I think I paid $10 for it. originally. $10, 3,000 hours of fun, and still going, by the way. That timer of fun is still running, because when they come out with an update, I'm gonna be playing it again without a doubt, absolutely without a doubt. When they go and say, "Hey, Kismet, guess what? We got our storyline in now," I'll be like, "All right, let's go, let's play." And I'll get the team together, and we'll probably be taking Saturday nights back over. Sorry, all my Throne and Liberty peeps. We'll move it to Friday for Throne and Liberty. But the second 7 Days Die comes back out with an update. That's a big update, by the way, not just a hey, we fixed these bugs kind of thing. But when they come out with a decently big size update that's worth my crew's time, then we'll do it. Again, I don't do complete playthroughs again for small updates, usually, because again, it's not worth my team's time, and I consider my peeps' time a valuable thing. Let's get over here. There we go. And by the way, when I'm deconstructing stuff, you notice I just talk. I just, just talk about things that I think about. Oh no, not the ads. Bezos curses you, Bezos. I should make a thing for that. Curse you, Bezos. You guys could do in the chat, like exclamation ads. Comes up, curse you, Bezos. I think that'd be funny. Of course, they can't see me because they're watching ads right now. But again, everybody, they got to stay in business. I got to stay in business. So I do appreciate everybody who goes out and gets that Twitch Turbo where you don't have to watch any ads. Highly recommend Twitch Turbo, everybody, because not only are you supporting me, but you're supporting literally 9 million streamers, or how many ever streamers there are on Twitch now. Every single one of them. It's kind of like getting Amazon Prime, everybody. I can't tell you how much over the years I have saved in shipping costs alone from Amazon Prime. When you have a family, I can go to the store, I can drive there, I can go over there and get a whole bunch of stuff, or I can just have it shipped to my house, where it'll just go to the person who needs it anyway. Like my daughter says, "Oh, I need this dress for school," or whatever. I've ordered a lot of that, and Halloween costumes and, all of that stuff over the years. And then it just arrives at the house, and bam, I don't have to pay for gas. I don't have to go hunt it down. I have to go to the store and wander the mall for 5 hours, which is a huge use of my time. Now, I like hanging around my family. That's the fun part. But again, if they could just get the thing they needed, and then they can go and have more time to, do their homework and do all of that stuff, or go spend time with their friends instead of hanging out with their daddy at the mall. Which, at their age, everybody, they don't want to hang around, and I don't blame them. They don't want to hang around with the old man at the mall. They want to spend time with their friends. You know what? They got to build their social structure up anyway. Your kids need time to build their social structure, find friends, maybe lifetime friends. You never know. I can tell you that 99.9% of all the people I've met in my lifetime, I never will see again. Never again. And the whole entire rest of my life. It's pretty wild to think of, everybody. How many people that you've met in your lifetime, and then how many people of those people would you see again? Which is not a lot. Not a lot. I don't go to high school reunions because all those people were a-holes. At least most of them, except for the few friends that I know. And the few friends that I know, I talk to them anyway. So I don't need to go to a reunion to talk to them, the people that I do like. And I don't care if, go there and say, look how successful I am and whatnot. That's what a lot of people do when they go to those things. They want to prove how successful they are. And most of the time, the people are lying because they feel like losers, and that's a bummer. And they go to those things and they're like, look at me, I've got my Mercedes and my fancy car and all of that. You mean the one that you rented? Because I can see the rental agreement on it. It says Almo on the side that you rented it, or you rented it from wherever. It's really obvious, everybody. It's really obvious when people are trying to impress people by having either success or fake success, even worse. It's like trying to fake being good at a video game, everybody. That's pretty down there in the chain of dumb things to pretend. Don't pretend to be rich. Don't pretend to be anything that you're not. You know why? Because you're already awesome the way that you are. You don't have to do that to impress other people. Screw them. If they don't like you for who you are, then they don't deserve to be your friend. That's the way that goes. They should like you for who you are, whether you are the poorest person or the richest person. And the problem is, sometimes, even if you are rich, you're still a horrible person. Yeah, and you can't get that back. Sadly. Kind of like some of these big companies that basically ripped off the little guy, stole their ideas, you know, said, like Windows is a great example. They go in and they say, hey, we just want to go and tinker with your operating system, just kind of fool around with it. So allegedly, this is what they did. And so they went in and they told this guy, hey, we're just going to fool around with it. Well, what they did is they took it and they sold it to Microsoft. And then they made millions on it. And the person that they bought it from made $10,000. And they made millions. Millions. It basically ripped that dude off. But it's just business. It's just business if we rip you off. We steal your idea, your life's work. It's just business. Allegedly, that's what happened, everybody. I don't know for sure. I wasn't there. But that's how the story goes. Again, some of these companies are big because they screwed over someone else. Most of them are. At some point, you have to make a choice. When you become very wealthy, everybody, you have to make some moral choices that are pretty gray. These gray choices where, like, you're firing people, you're, you know, stealing from other people, you're stealing their ideas or literally stealing from them, and so on and so forth. And a lot of these big companies, they do that kind of stuff. Like, great example, Apple's been listening. Apple's been listening whenever you say you have Siri do something, and it just lingers, and it's not, it says, oh, well, no, it shuts off right away. No, it doesn't. It's been proven now that they have been listening to whatever you say after the thing that you actually had a command, and they've been recording that and then giving that to the telemarketers, because now they got to pay. And now the weird thing is when they go and pay for it, does that mean they get to do it? Now that they paid everybody off? Now they get to continue to listen and record your personal whatever you're saying on your phone? That's the gray area right there. Because now they'll just keep doing it because they just said, oh, our bad. Here you go. Here's some money. We'll just keep doing it. Shouldn't they stop the thing that they got busted for? What do you guys think in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat. Yes, welcome back, Sidecraft. Sorry about them ads. You know, Bezos has got to get his dollar. You know how it goes, and Twitch has got to stay in business. Again, everybody, you know, and I got to stay in business here too, because this does cost money. You know, you got power and you got internet and you got all that stuff. You know, you can look at my subs up there, everybody, and just times that times 2.5, and you know exactly how much I'm making here on stream. It's not rocket science. Right there, 77 times 2.5. You can do the math on your calculator. It's a couple $100. And I put that couple $100 right back into the stream. Every donation, everything back in the stream, unless it's going directly to a certain project. Then I hold that money until that project is ready. I never spend that money, everybody. That money is for project money. And same thing with every dollar I've ever made doing this. Every single dollar I put back into the stream. And a whole lot of my money as well, everybody, and my wife's money that she's earned, we put into it to keep it going. Because again, when you're trying to grow something, especially when you have your own business, you're trying to grow it. You're trying to make it bigger and bigger so you can do more. I'd love to do more, but I'd love to have sponsors like Origin come in here and say, Kismet, here's 5 PCs. Give it away to your community. I'll be like, all right. And I'd give it away to you guys first before I even took one for myself, you know. I paid for mine. I paid for mine out of my pocket, and I'm still going to be paying on it for like the next 20 years, too. Yeah, I raised some funds for it, but then the rest of it I had to put on a credit card, which I'll pay on for, who knows, as long as I'm alive, probably. Which, who knows how many more years that is. It's kind of a weird... Why did that end up weird like that? I think it elevated. See how that looked weird? Yeah, that went on top of that other foundation there. Okay. I don't like it when it's weird. All right, this is our primary road here, so we're going to leave this here. Look at these over here, buddy. These are just tier Mark 1s, and actually I've not used this since I used it since it was a Mark 1. And then I upgraded to a Mark 2, but still haven't used it. And then eventually I'll upgrade to a Mark 3, and these are pure nodes. These are pure nodes. This is one of the best spots, if not the best spot. I can pick all these up now. I no longer need to have those there. One of the best spots in the game, absolutely. My favorite spot, right over here, if you want to see it overall on the map, you start over here in the forest area. You start on forest, and then you literally run to the edge, and then you run along this edge, and you run to this kind of beach area right here. There we go, the beach area over there. And then you run along here, and you'll see this spot right here, which you can see I've massively cleared all the trees and stuff out. And then this is where all these pure nodes are just sitting there all by each other. And I really could be doing massive sums of everything. But the point of there's no point in doing a lot of everything if you don't have enough power. And that's kind of what we're doing. We're working on our nuclear power. But before we get all involved in that, let's clean everything up. Let's take out all the excess stuff, which we did. And now we basically have the resources that we need. Now back here we have a resources running through, which is our coal for our coal power. What did we need over here again? We needed plastic, so we would need some oil for that. And we've been packaging a bunch of stuff here, and we can go through, speaking of packaging, and get these canisters. Get all those out of there. Those in there. Oh, package up some more of that water, and then run that water into the dimensional depot. Whoa, it's got a lot of water in there. Run that water in that dimensional depot. That's the whole purpose of this right here. Then if I want to make more plastic containers, I can, but I can just grab some of this plastic. The cool thing about those containers is the fact that you can package and unpackage them and reuse the containers over and over again. Which means that you only have to make so many containers before you don't need any more containers. That's really cool, I think. Unless you're running them into the awesome sink. If you're running it into the awesome sink, well, then those containers are gone. So keep that in mind. That gets rid of the container and the thing in the container as well. All right, that's looking sharp, looking clean. Okay, so we cleaned that up. Now, we'd like to get to our nuclear power, but I kind of feel like this whole part back here that we did at the very beginning needs a bunch of love here. I kind of feel like we can lift this whole area up. Just eliminate all of this stuff over here. Yes, eventually. That's bringing that sulfur up. Huh. This power is no longer connected because I can't float. It's telling me that there's a connection loss right here. There we go. You see I've got these stacked from the early part of the game. And then also you can see I'm using these things to explore and wander around and get a bunch of stuff. I can't wait for that update, everybody. Go in there and deconstruct all that stuff. So I stopped looking at it. That's a great way of knowing, have you already been to that thing? Yeah, because I took it out. That's why. That's going to be a great change. And then I'm going to go to every single one of those and take every single one of those out. You know that I am. Absolutely. All right, so we're going to run all the way to the end here. We're going to try to rework how we have this. Actually, I should have looked at this line back here. Why run it at the bottom? Why not run it at the next level up? We already have a train track running there. So yeah, so we already have our train track running out there, and we could use that train for picking up these resources. And basically just eliminate all of this track run here. Like I have the thing, the radar tower on top of that building. That's cool. I forgot I did that. All right, now some of these are being used for power, so like my sulfur and stuff like that, so you don't really want to disturb that. A lot of this stuff is being taken out of here and actually being used for my power. So before I shift all of that, I need to get all of this. So take all of this and run it back to here and then run it up into a station. I could run that silver up, run that over. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we should go up there to the top. What we got in here? Bunch of stuff. And it's starting to... Wow, okay. There's a lot of stuff in there. What can we put away? This. It's probably got all of that, yep. I probably have enough sulfur. Let's just get the rest of this. Eliminate that. Okay. And while we're here, let's grab some more of these barrels. Okay. How we looking here? Nice and full. Looks good. Again, look at, I can look right at the box from on top. I can look and see how these are doing. These are all overclocked. That's 300. This is 300. These two are being merged into a single 600 line. Same thing over here. These are being merged. Do they have a backlog? No, a little bit. A little bit there too. This is 300. That's 300. Maxed out. What? These are Mark IIs. Oh. We got something we can do while we're here. Yeah. Let's just upgrade these babies. Where are we at? Mark IIIs. Oh. Oh. Now what happens when you upgrade them though, it takes out the stuff. So now I can upgrade it. And I would just type this in, 780 right there. Just type that in, 780, because that's the fastest my belt is. And you can see it's only going to go 600 anyway, because it's only going to double. But now we just doubled that. So instead of it being 300, it's now 600 going on that line. And then this one over here is going to be going at 600 as well. Now, again, the whole point of this is to eventually make this where it's going to the train. And then the train can then collect. Each one will have its own train thing. So instead of running one or two 600 lines, I'm going to be running each one of them as 600 lines. So I have 4 600 lines running eventually. So that's awesome. All right, so we got our Mark III there. Yeah, it's a good thing to do while we're down here. And I could always do it later too, but go ahead and upgrade those. And max those out at 600, or actually I could just drag it. I always overclock my my resources, everybody. It's totally worth any power consumption that you might use. Also, I have an absolute ton of those in there, by the way, those miners. You see I have 200 of those in there. I just made a whole bunch of them, threw them in there, and just let them run in there from the Dimensional Depot. I can have 250 of them in there. And then you never have to worry about making another one of those when you're out and about, especially when you're swapping out your previous size ones. It's a great use case of that. Now, again, they're running at 600 now, but the belt can only do 780. So it's running at 1200, and both belts can only do things. So eventually, this all will get eliminated. That's what we're working on today. To work toward our nuclear power and basically to maximize all production of everything. So we got that solved. Now we got to run back the other way. Now again, there is a belt that will allow you actually to run at 1200. But I find that eventually all this stuff should go away anyway. This is a more effective way of running your resources down a belt because a belt does not use power. And you can just have it consistently running all the time. Slide jump. And you can just have it running over and over again for a very long time. And you never will have a problem with the train stopping or the trains aren't doing inputs and outputs fast enough or anything like that. This eliminates that problem if you just run the belt. Now, the reason why I ran the belt is because in the time in which I was running the belt, I didn't have trains. And so now all I need to do is just take this up, and away. You see I have both coal and sulfur running over here because that's running up here and is being used for my power production. But we need to eliminate the need for all of that line running and basically eliminate the need for this whole in part here. as well. We're going to eliminate the need for all of that running out there. Just turn that into a train run. Let's see, is our train here? No. Where's our train at? Oh, look at that train's running over there. It's running, but it's not doing anything right now. My uranium train. Not doing anything. All right, let's get on. We'll make our own trade. Let's go. I have all these switch systems too. If you missed that in a previous stream, you can go back. I think it was the last stream or the stream before that. All of my streams are in episode numbers, by the way. So if you look at the E number on this one, you can go back and look for the number that was the previous one or the one before. I try to keep those episode numbers perfect. Sometimes I screw up, but, you know, I try to do the best I can do. All right, so we're going to run our train over here. Now, we have a uranium train and also, I believe this one out here is a coal train as well. And we're going to have these trains. We're going to add more trains, but not so many that it slows down production, but more trains that are going to help us get all of our coal and stuff down below. And it's right down there. That's where we were. Okay, awesome. I got to take that. Come back here, little train. I call that ghost riding, where you just let her go. You don't even bother to hit the brake. Just let it slow down on its own. Okay, so we got to look for a nice spot to bring all this coal up from there. And then I can see my sulfur from over here. And it might be just smarter for me just to leave that coal line, just upgrade my coal and eventually upgrade all the lines. And then just bring that straight up in here. And we can divert this. Or we can just bring the coal to us, which is the smarter of the two options, I think, is to take this out and put in our 5 wide, press the right button, 5 wide train foundation. Like that. Yeah, it's really cool on the blueprinting because you can very easily pull out blueprints like that. Yeah, so if you go to make something, everybody, if you hit Q, it clears that that thing. I knew there was a way to do it. I've done it many times, but once I forget. All right, so we're going to add a train station right here. And how many inputs do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to have a pretty big size train here. I'd say go forward just a little bit. Yeah. See, that's why I built this the way I built it, is so that I can come in and modify it wherever I need to do it. So we're going to have 5 train cars there. Now, that train that's running the uranium is just going to run the uranium. The one that's just running the coal is just going to run the coal. And I could have it stop, but it has a sole purpose of keeping my power on. This other coal over here is supplementing that over there. But if I'm using a pure node like I am down here, that pure node will provide as much coal as it needs to keep that going. But I do want to bring this up here. Okay, so now what I'm going to need to do is cut these out of here, which is going to cause my train to stop. So you don't want to do this for too long. That is for sure. And then I'm going to cut our power. So let's get in here. Get our train station. We're going to have this train station going on the backwards direction. Yes, because it's not going to pick it up going this way. It's going to pick it up on the way back. Guess it doesn't really matter. But I would say more on the backwards direction than the forward direction. It's just more for my logistics than the train. The train can pick it up coming or going, because the train's going to have to go through a lot of this to pick this up. But I could have the train divert. Pick it up here and then divert and then just run it back instead of running it through all the rest of that stuff. Which I can have it go to the next station and turn around. So it's already got a built-in turnaround. So actually better to run it this way. Because there's a turnaround on that next station. I won't have to build a turnaround on this station. So let's try that. Again, I'd say try stuff. See what works itself out. Okay, so that looks good. And then we are going to put in our... that's fluid. We need to put in freight. Set that to number 4. Okay, and then we got coal, 600 coal, 600 coal. Again, look how much we're going to be upgrading this, everybody. It's going to be crazy. Come on, snap in there. Ugh. I get it to rotate. Rotate around the other side. There we go. That rotation can be real frustrating. All right, 3. That's going to be 4. Basically doubling that up. And then 1 for sulfur. I'll probably put the sulfur in the front and the coal in the back. And then on the other end, I'll need to have another station that unloads it on that end. And these other trains aren't even going to bother with this station. They'll just go right through it. So we can get those trains back up and running real easy just by simply doing this. And then going out here and adding a little bit of this right here. I don't like it to run really close to my station. Just a personal preference. I could make it run real close, right along this edge. But I don't want to. There we go. And then this is going to divert this way. Stay to there. Now, I would not put the curved one in first, everybody. I would make a straight one first. Like this. And I usually like to put it to the edge of my station, because then when you're coming out of the station, you can cross that over to there, and it gets put a nice curve in there. Same thing here. I'll just kind of start a curve and get a general idea of where I want it to be. And then I'll put the full curve in at one time. Like that. That's pretty close to my station. I don't like it. So that's definitely getting fixed. And so we'll back it up by, say, 2 here. I don't want it to be really close to my station. I want to have a little bit of room there. There we go. Now we got the coming and going, and then when we connect this, those trains will automatically click back on and go do what they need to do. Because now the station is in there. So like this uranium one's going to come through, and it'll just go right through this station. This station right here we're going to call coal, 4x coal, and sulfur. Pickup. No, actually, we're not going to call it pickup because it can't put the P in there. How about? Yeah, just we can just call it that. We know it's pickup. We'll put the other one as drop off. Or actually, we could do this: coal / sulfur. Pickup. Yeah, even better. All right, there we go. And again, you saw the train just go by like this station didn't mean anything because it doesn't mean anything to any train other than the train in which I set it to. Okay, now we have a ton of loot on me that we didn't drop off when we were back there. Well, let's go take care of that, because in a minute I'm just going to get full of resources here when I go to do this. And you can see I have a bunch of block signals that help train signaling and transferring different tracks and stuff. And you can really make really complex things. There's giant clover leaves of incoming and outgoing. It's really cool because I can switch the track right now and go underneath and actually end up going in the other direction if I wanted to. All I have to do is hit A or D to switch the track directions. Very, very cool. Yes, you can ask a streaming question. Go for it. Oh, sorry. Yes, I was I was watching chat. My bad. My bad. That's my bad. Slam right into my own train. That's okay. You just say re-rail the train. It'll put it back. It'll go back to work. So what you get for stopping. Get out there and get it done, train. What are you supposed to be doing? Timetable. Turn on self-driving. There we go. My bad. Crashing in a train. Dual PC setup. Yes, you can see all of my setup stuff, including everything I use here in my studio. Right there. You can just follow that link right there. Go to kismet.gg. I can just show you here on stream too. Right here. Yes, I go way above and beyond for all of you guys. So if you want to see the PC specs, you just click on PC specs up there. And it'll show you all of the machines that I use. And you're like, well, Kismet, I want to know like what kind of microphone and how you set up all your machines and stuff that you use. Bam, right there. There you go. You can even see my setup right there with my 6 monitors and all my stuff I have there. And it shows you every single thing. How many streamers do that? Near zero. Near zero are going to take that much extra time to answer that question. I get that question all the time. And I don't mind answering it, but it's much easier if you can just leisurely take your time and look through it and say, okay, what's Kismet got? How's he got his setup? And so on. So to show you my whole setup in there and everything that I'm using in there as well. Now, my Mega PC, I really don't use that as much. I use that to copy stuff and render stuff now because I have the Giga PC now, the Origin PC that I use for gaming. So that one actually, maybe one of these days I might sell it. We'll see. We might sell it and maybe use it toward one of these projects or giveaways or something. Who knows? Maybe to try to pay off the other PC. How about that? Even better idea. Okay, we'll keep that going. That's running just fine. We came back here to drop off this loot so we'd sort. That's what we did. That's why we're here. Where's that line that's going up right there? Should have made it where I could do it on this level too. I still can. This mouse is another thing I'm going to fix. I don't know why I'm torturing myself by not fixing it. Problem with not fixing stuff for a really long time, everybody's like just absolutely like torturing yourself with unnecessarily broken stuff. I try to fix stuff right away if I can. I think that's lost power down there. What I need to do is get one of those little power things and run them to my current power so I can back chain. Come on. Ah, come on. There we go. Back chain that power to my actual full power up here. Did you see it showed some power down here? Probably in the middle of this thing here. Yeah, right about here. Where are you hiding? Which one is it? Oh, it's coming from the train tracks. Ah, duh. Like, where is that coming from? I thought there might be a little connector under there, but I didn't run a connector under there. It's just the train tracks themselves. All right, let's put that coloring back in here. There we go. Okay. Running power. So let's get this and see if we can find a little power connector. Ah, there it is right there. There's a power connector down here somewhere. There we go. Now we can go up and down this thing utilizing that power. Actually, we make this even nicer by... Where's the one down below? Oh, it's way down there. Just doing this. Doing that. I'm taking this wire out of here so I don't have to look at it. All right, there we go. So I want to connect these two together. So we want to go here. And it that way. Because it has all these little power connectors, I'm using my hover pack that allows me to hover just go up and down the wall because I have the power there. The hover pack actually goes faster than the smaller vehicle. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it, but it absolutely does. I've actually had the smaller vehicle running. Again, you can run that an infinite distance, but I'm going to eventually take those out because I think they're affecting my overall ability to play the game. So it's like glitching it out or something. Probably a reason why they put that limit in there in the first place, so that you don't have these kind of big lags that can happen from these. At least it feels like it's from those. Okay, there we go. So now we can do that in both levels, the level down below and the level up above. Basically, we're just dropping off loot for it to sort it. That's what we're trying to do. Okay. I can't put a merger there. So I have to separate it. Yes. What you'd want to do is put a merger. All right, we're gonna have to redo all of that. Put this out. Move that up a little bit. What I'm trying to do is add the ability to merge this in as it's coming up. Put that up higher. Have our merger here. Our floor hole. That turns out this way. And then merges up into here. And then our floor hole up here. And then this comes out of this. This is going the wrong direction. Going up to there. See, I figured that all in my head before I did it, everybody. Or that transition between here and up to there. Now, what that also allows me to do is go ahead and add a little bit of room over here to put a box here. I love these kind of in-between kind of caches of boxes where you can just go ahead and put that in there. And so now I'm not only merging from below, but I'm also merging it at this level. So if I go in and just put all this stuff in there, it'll just, you know, start to sort that out and start to run that up. But we also need to put this back in again. Get this going. I missed my break. Nope. I'm so bad about turning it off and then I forget to actually go and do the break. Let's get this working first and then have you guys play some words on stream and then I'll be back. Do some more. We're gonna keep going. Keep going and going and going. All right, so that gets that working. Very nice. Now we have multiple levels of stuff we can just run up there. And we're only going to leave this here while we're taking the stuff out. And then once we take all this stuff out and rearrange all this, this is obsolete. There's nothing I need to keep it there for. I can just take it out if I want to. I like to make sure it's turned in such a way that I can actually see the stuff on the belt. Like that. All right, so no matter what level I put it on, it will run it up to the top like it's doing right now. Oh, you can't even see it. It is running, though. I can see it's coming out of there. See, that's a redraw issue that happens when you do these ones that are really long. It's a bummer. That's a bummer, but we know it's working because it's coming out of the box. Okay, we got to put more stuff in the box. In fact, we should probably make another box on top of that box. We could then just run down if this one is full. I just know that that one's going to get full in 2 seconds. Now this one, tell you, so this game just tries to troll you most of the time. There we go. That's running down in there. It's running in there. It's going to sort all that stuff for me. GG's. Okay. We got that done. Now, back to what we were doing before here. I think what I'll do is just get on this train and ride this train while I'm AFK. Maybe when I come back. Maybe when I come back, it will be in the right spot for me to work on that other side. Okay. Sounds good. Let's go ahead and bring up some words on stream. There we go. Now, again, you guys can de-scramble the words. That's why I bring this up while I'm taking a break. Give you guys something fun to do in a way of earning kids caps here in the stream. Now, again, if you guys work together, watch out for that lock that you might see there. If you get one right, it will lock you. If it does lock you, all you have to do is wait for the little bar to go across until it hits the lock. Then you can do another word, and you can do like 5 words per game. But remember that only one person cannot do it all, so it needs your help. So everybody working together. And if I see you working together, I'm going to shower you with a bunch of kids caps for future giveaways and other stuff like that. Oh, also, everybody, if you haven't gone out and retweeted again, that last retweet got messed up because I had to stop the stream and start it again. While I'm on break here as well, you can go ahead and click on that and go up there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button, earn kids caps that way as well. Now, remember, I give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff here in the stream. So highly recommend that you go and check that out. Oh, there's the coal node right there. Look at it, it's picking it all up. Grab that coal. You can't see it, but I can. All right, everybody, I'm going to let you guys do that, and I'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Let's do it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Does that say souvenir? There's no V in there. All right, everybody, come on. Let's work this. We're going to try to work this this puzzle right here. Get you guys a bunch of kids counts. I'm going to try to help you out. That's it. If you guys get all of these words right here, I'm going to give you 5,000 caps. Let's go. Furious. Oh. You just watched a miracle happen right there. Kismet got a big word. Let's go, everybody. Come on. Sour. S-O-U-R. Let's see. Just throw the words in there if you know them. All right, I'll throw it in there. Let's see. Frost? No, there's no T. Man, I can't think of any other words. Come on, chat. Rise up. Let's go. Mister, you're making this. Mr. On you do all the work. We got sour. F-O. 4. Ah, wow, I got another word. Don't make me do it all, everybody. We need one more word. Come on, one more word, chat. You can think of one. Wrist, sore. Sour, we already did. Power, I don't even know if that's a word. Hero. Row. I'm just making up stuff. Rufu. Ah, just needed one more word. So close. Oh, well, we tried. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Maybe you guys can't hear me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Feel free to throw in the chat. Let me know that everything is working. I see you making that mission on. You do all the work. But I'll give you guys some kids caps anyway. Again, has everybody fallen off the earth in the chat? Make sure that you do put a 1 in there so I do know that everything's working, because Microsoft done screwed me over this week. Big time. Big time. Oh, there's a train coming through. All right, let's take this on out of there. Back to some Satisfactory. Okay, so I jumped off the train right about the spot in which we were doing it. There's really nobody in the chat. Okay, now you guys are making me nervous. Is there nobody awake in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat, somebody. Come on, we got like 40 people in the chat right now. Not one person can hear me? There we go. Tug did it. All right, Tug's the hero of the chat. There you go. 1,000 more kids caps for you all for future giveaways. Thank you, Tug. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our input set up right here. So we're going to bring this from down below, and we're going to put them into all of these. Like so. There we go. Inputs. Those are all going the wrong way. Just noticed it. Wrong way. Oh. This one down here, too. There we go. Thank you. That's Mr. On You. I appreciate you as well. Thanks for coming in and letting me know everything's working. Because, again, my stream's always going off the rails, everybody. So I always have to fix stuff. Constantly. It's really annoying, as a matter of fact. It's really annoying to have to fix it all the time, but you do what you got to do. Okay, so we want to bring that resource up here and then run it to all of these right over here. So we're going to go ahead and turn this like this. We're just going to preset all this up to run where it needs to run. And we have 5 things. Totally ran the wrong direction. Even though I had it already set to the correct direction. All right, there we go. Now we've got 3 connections over here. Now these 3, I think at the end, we'll do those first. Just to make this nice and easy, we'll go ahead and do a conveyor wall like this. And that allows us to then split it 3 ways. So we can try anyway. Click this, there we go, and into there. Oh, I gotta set this straight, my bad. One time, you don't want to set on straight right there when you're doing that, because you want this to go that way. This one to go this way. without interfere with each other and going that way. All right, so that's all going to come in, go right there. Very nice. Now, even if I'm only going to do a double input, I always put the triple one there because why not? You might as well. And we'll just run this one on the side in. And then the one in the middle. Over to there. All right, now the one on the middle one here is going to be our sulfur one. And the rest of these are going to be our coal. And so we want to run it out kind of where it's already at. So we can go ahead and just run a line out like this. Drop. General idea, a little bit further, I think. Now what we want to do is line up those down there with the one that's lined up to the world grid, which is this one. That looks pretty good. I say we go with that. Let's go ahead and pull out the power. Side, our power's on this side. And I like to tuck the power underneath. So nice and elegant and clean when it's tucked under like that. Oh, small problem. I need to run this out here too. Just gonna run that straight right to there. Cover that back up. Run that across to there. Gonna block my wires. Nope. And just keep running this along the outside edge just to kind of tuck it away so you don't have wires everywhere and all these poles that you don't really need to be up in your business, but you do want to have the power so I can run this down. I kind of feel like maybe we need it out even further. I don't think that's going to make it. A little extra never hurts. Let's go. Better too much than not enough. Yes, that's better. Okay. So we'll run our power over to here. And then we're going to do what we usually do, and that's just run a wall down. It makes it much easier if you just run a wall down. Like this, and it acts as a way up and down. We'll take this one and just tuck it around the corner here. And you want to put these every so often so you don't just suddenly drop out of the sky. This is also going to act as our framing for running our lines. Now, we're not going to do floor holes. We're going to go ahead and do what I call switchbacks. Oops, I forgot to do the power. It's my bad. Well, I can at least do the walls. On the way down. That's very tricky to do. All right, I'm pressing spacebar, by the way, to slow me down. All right. I forgot to do the very thing I was talking about doing. All right, there we go. Now, each of these lines are going to be split into separate lines because they're now Mark IIIs, and they are going at 600 versus 300. So we're going to go ahead and think about how we're going to run all these lines at the same time. Now, one of the main things that I like to do to organize my switchbacks, or my lifters in this case, is to go ahead and use a triple lifter. So we're going to go ahead and our triple wall conveyor. So we're going to take all this out now. We no longer need any of these combining because they will be all separate. And then we're just going to run this one to the first one. Nice and easy. No longer need the splitter. And just to make this nice and clean, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and run this along this edge here just to get it a little bit of a start. And then we'll run it to here. Okay, so again, those are running on their own line. So we no longer need this line. In fact, this line's going to end up going in the opposite direction because we're going to divert all of these lines. Now, this could affect our primary power, but that's okay because our primary power does have a backlog. We don't have to worry about it as much. All right, take all this out and redo this. There we go. Still at 600. 600 there, very nice. And we're going to go ahead and just use what we pre-existing have here to run that along. Go here. And then stay to there. And then we're going to make this real easy by bringing this one over and just making it on top of that one. Then we'll have some fun with our stacker poles. And I like to go up a bit off the bottom, so it's not right at the bottom one. I like to be about 2 up. So bring this over. Up just a little bit, so when it comes down, they'll both end up over there. All right, now I don't see any resources on this, so that's making me a little nervous. Yes, that is telling me that it's not connected. There we go. Looking good. Okay, now we want to take this and see how far we can run this. So, about right there. So that's good, and we'll go ahead do this. Now I can put a bunch of foundations down here and just use those floor or wall hole things, conveyor poles, but I'm just going to do that. That works for me. Okay, now we have too many than we actually have room for. So I'm going to actually make another one of these and stick it over here. Now, actually, I think the inside one actually needs to be the one that we need here. And we did this straight. Ooh, I like that a lot. But not quite what I'm looking for. Let's go something more like this. Then we will take this, kind of bring it out a little bit. And then, why we do mark ones? Oh, mark ones. And that's going the wrong direction. So take this out. Bring that to that. And then straighten that out just a little bit. Could probably just get away with that directly. Now it's going to touch that edge. All right, good enough. So the reason why I'm doing that is later on I'm going to bring the sulfur and I'm going to bring it and end it up right here. Now this needs to come down here and end up going in the opposite direction. So I'm going to just go ahead and put these down here. Like this. Oh, actually, not that one. These two right there. And that one's sulfur. And so these three, this here, those two there. Okay, yes. And this one, come on. Into there. Okay, those three are taken up, and then these two are going to run separately. Okay, these are going the wrong direction. And I feel like the game is just like constantly trying to troll you, where you have to go in and fix the direction of this stuff all the time. It always seems to be the opposite direction of where you actually want to run it. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Okay, that into that one. This one. And the other one. Maybe straighten it out a little bit. Not really. Don't like it. Widen it out first. And we'll have it go in so it's not clipping through there. Okay, good enough. Those are all good, all good, all good. Okay, now we need our sulfur. No longer needs to go that way. Oh, and we could be bringing our quartz too. And we're just going to use this. Actually, we could double stack these at this point. Sulfur on the bottom side. Let's readjust this. I put all the coal on this side. And then put the quartz and the... It's going the wrong way. The quartz and the sulfur on this end part. So we have all the coal kind of together, and the quartz and the sulfur together there. And the goal is to have them all starting the same direction, so you can just switch them back and forth and back and forth. And that's why I'm switching their direction there. And again, we can just bring this over here instead of running that clear all the way there. Basically replacing all of that. Just going to go to quartz. Let's run this out just a bit. Take that out. Let's run this out so they're not flipping. Right there. Okay. Now we got a lot of resources running there. Very nice. Okay, we can eliminate all of that. All those line runs now can be eliminated. Yes. Let's just take all that out. So that reminds us to remove all of that. And again, we don't need any of that. Foundations, anything. We can take it all out. Don't need any of it. One thing we do need, though, is we need to pull the power from our primary power down here so that it eventually ends up in the chain of power down here. We do have some power connectors over here that we can use. Actually, I have one right here. We can just go ahead and look at where we have that. I think we have it on this side. We'll just put that right on the edge. Go ahead and run that power back up so that we're getting power from up above and no longer need the power poles as well. Because this will come directly from the train station up here, which comes directly from our primary power. I feel like they were on the other side. Yes, they're on the other side. They're on the same side, but they're actually on the outside. Let's just connect that there. All right, so now we have the power coming down from the train station down here and tying into all of our central power. And so when we take all this out, then the power won't get cut off. It'll still, all of this should still run. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up in the end. Okay, now we're going to do a little trick here where we take a... Oop, I switched it to one of those thingies. I don't know why I did that, but I certainly don't need to. All right, there we go. And we'll just run this at maximum length. Now, what you can do is you can count this if you want. Like, okay, this is, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, which is kind of an odd number. So 13 of these up, and then you can just count that over and over. Or the easy thing is just to run one. Just to run one at maximum distance, and then you know exactly where to do it, right? I think that's way easier than counting each and every one of those. And so what you do is you just do that, and then you take another one like this, and do it again. Now, eventually we'll do it, you know, one on one side, one on the other, back and forth, back and forth. But for right now, we will do this. Again, why did this not go? Number 4. I don't know what number 5 was now. All right, well, we'll put number 5 as our 3 conveyor wall hole. There we go. Now, I would not leave these here, everybody. They're just there for reference. So I can put in the walls that we need. And then we'll come back later and we'll do all of the, all that other work. Turn the zooming off. All that other work later. We just want to get these all aligned first. That's what I call the switchback. That's how we did in the old days before you used floor holes. And these work very well. And they always have. Which is great. At least they always have for me. Instead of making that really long connection, which you can do, you can make it an infinite distance by using the floor holes. But the problem is I find the floor holes cause my redraw to suck. And I don't like my redraw to suck. I'm willing to go ahead and just put in all of these to not have it be weird. Not have it be weird. Okay, and then eventually it's all going to end up here at the top. And we'll see if this works out. Sometimes it works out poorly, where you want it to come up and end up so it's going that way, and then it doesn't. It ends up going the opposite way. Find out. Yeah, we take all these out on the way down. Okay. Now, the other thing that we know is exactly how to do these also. Oops. Do those also, and we can turn our zooping back on, and then we can just zoop to the spot in which we want to stop. And again. Now, by the way, I don't have to actually do all the walls. So instead of doing all the walls there, here's what you do. You do the exact opposite of what I'm doing there, where instead of making all these extra walls for no reason, you just go ahead and you make the connectors. Much more efficient way of doing it with your the less objects that you're creating. And it's attached to that wall, so it's totally legit. I feel anyway. Another cool thing about it is that you can see the resources going up there and if they're running or not. And you can see where you made a mistake. If you did. And you ultimately will at some point. Okay. Now, we'll start from the bottom and away we go. So we'll click on the first one, and it should snap, by the way. Usually a lot of times it'll snap into that thing. But it's also at max distance, so it should automatically snap in there. So that makes that nice and easy. This is even more easy because there's no other stuff for it to snap to, only that one thing. And then we should see all the resources coming up. Yep, looks good all the way down. Very nice. And then just back and forth, back and forth. This is super old school here. This is how we did it before floor holes back in the day. And I actually feel like going back to it because the floor hole trick, again, really slows me down. And then also I can't see the resources going up and down there. But it is nice to use the floor hole to turn the conveyor around the other way so you can see it running and see if it's actually going up the thing. But if you leave it open like this, you can see it anyway, right? You can see it right here. Again, this is so easy because, again, all I have to do is click it and then just go to max distance. And we'll know if we screwed it up. Believe me, we'll know straight away because those resources will not be going along the thing. Now, doing this takes a lot of redraw stuff too, but at least I can see it in every step of the way as opposed to the other way where I can't. At least not when you're on the server anyway. I've not tried it in a solo game in a while. We'll find out. Again, we'll see if this works out too. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you got to make up for it. We can always add another little switch back in there if we have to. I think it's we're going to have to add another switch back there. Okay, that is not what I want you to do. There we go. Keep bringing them resources up. Oh, out of aluminum sheets. Give it a second. There we go. Burning up those aluminum sheets. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. We're going to probably end up needing to go get some more. Happen to be some aluminum sheets down here. I know right where to get it. Save ourselves some of the trouble by just taking some of this out. Sure we're not dropping anything. Nope. Get some of these aluminum sheets back. while we're waiting for it to run it in the dimensional depot. Now, one of the things I do here is just hit G and all these conveyor belts. Oh, these ones are not Mark 5s. These are Mark 4s. Ah. All right. Still some old school ones in there. Yeah, just taking the belts out to get myself some stuff I can reuse. And also to give it a minute to do it. So it is there. This is awesome when you do this. You can also enclose this whole entire thing so you don't have to look at it with walls on both sides. But this is how we used to do lifters back in the day. Now what we're going to do is bend this to our will. And we're going to switch it back in such a way where it ends up switching back the way we want it to switch back at the very end. So I'm going to add another one right there. Then this one I have to kind of more fine tune because it's not at maximum distance. It's actually better to do it the way I'm doing it on the right than on the left because there's no other walls or things that are in the way. Better just to have it to only have one thing to snap to. That's much better. Other two look too high. There we go. Now we know we did it right if we go and we look at all the belts and there's stuff on all the belts. Yep, did it right because all the resources made it to the end part, which is where we want it to be. Then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to just go ahead 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then put another one there. And this part's really easy where you're just running it this way. Now we brought a massive amount of resources. Now we can blueprint a lot of this, by the way. But you can only do it 5 high, and this is 13 high. So 13 high is way better than 5 high because it uses less resources. While blueprinting may be faster, less resources, I think, is better. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And then one on the side here. Now you know why I put all the power on the side of this foundation, so I can kind of hang out the edge here. Whoa. What was that weirdness? No. I'll do that one first. Should all be nice and straight. Get that going over there. Okay, how are we doing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, okay, that just lucked out. Okay, got those 3 there. We got this here. What we need to do is actually change this. We need to add another one back here, and I'm so glad I left space for that. And we'll re-add our tracks. We need one more because we added our ports to that as well. Sure, that's going in the right direction. There we go. Okay, now we want to rearrange how we're doing this. We're actually going to change our mind on this. Move this one to the middle here. Take all these out. Now you know why I use 3, because ultimately I usually end up using the 3 anyway. And then, actually just turn it that way. Done that right in there. Okay. Looks good, looks good. Yeah, over here. And that one should be sulfur. That one should be quartz, and all the rest of this should be coal. Okay, now we're going to divert these. Hopefully they can reach. Yes. And again, going from 300 per node to 600 per node. And instead of just having 2 nodes of 600, we have 4 nodes of 600. That's a huge amount of resources there, but it's a massive upgrade. And now it's also going to be all by train. So even though this took a bunch to do this whole lifter thing, I'm going to be taking a bunch of stuff out so that it will line up perfectly like that. All right, now we should see in each of these start to fill up with something. This one's not filling up with something. That tells me something's not working right here. Nope. What's going on? Lifter might be going the wrong direction. Redoing both. Run it in. Yeah, this one's running, but that one's not running. What do? We put it in an expert. What's going on? Maybe it's the floor hole. When in doubt, take your floor hole out. And redo it. Oh boy, here we go. Down the rabbit hole. Let's see. So freight platform, it's got stuff going in there. This is our output. This is our input. Both of those are not working. All right, well, let's go over here and run this and see how we do over here. Those are not moving. See, they're not moving, which tells me that there's something wrong with these other ones. Loading. Don't tell me, I'll figure it out. I just added this last one. All right, freight platforms. Why are you screwing me over here? Take them all out. Take all the lifters out. When in doubt, take it out. I can see it's in there. Now it's working. Yeah, freight platform itself. All right, there we go. Wasn't the floor hole for once. It was the actual train station. All right, so there we go. So all of these should be moving. That's what we want to see. That both sides are moving all of the resources at the same time, right? You want to see them moving down the belt. If they're not moving down the belt, then they're not running in. And that's what you want to see. And that looks awesome, by the way. Looks very, very cool. And one thing, too, is I can just glance over here and see if it's actually working. Which is awesome. That is a massive amount of resources. Okay, we're going to make it even more of a massive amount of resource. Because we're going to go down here and do some upgrades. Holding down the space bar, by the way, slow my descent. Until I get close to one of those. Let's check what kind of belts we've got. Our current fastest ones, Mark 5s. Over here we have a Mark II, which, what kind of node is this? This is a normal node. Yeah, because it's only going 300. But we're going to make it way faster. Boom. And then we're going to max it. And then it's going to go at 600. Now we just went from 300 to 600, so we just doubled that production up as well. Now, there's a backlog already in here, but this is really going to spin up. And now that's as fast as that's ever going to be. It's never going to be any faster than that because you don't have any higher miners. It's not going to ever extract faster than that on a normal node. Now, pure node can go faster, but that's not a pure node, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's go over here and check in on our quartz. And it looks like we have, what else we got going? What does the gaps? There's gaps in my quartz, and when I see gaps like that, that's telling me that it's not running at a full 780, which most likely this would be a normal node. Oh, it is a pure node. Are we just running a real slow one? Oh yeah, Mark II. Yeah, we're going at 600 already, but why not just really push it? And then we'll put all three of these in here, because eventually we're going to run this at 1200. Look at that. 1200 per minute, everybody. But there's no reason to run at 1200 right now. We're just running at 780, which is the maximum belt speed. This way it doesn't burn up extra power. It doesn't need to, but it's going to run that out at its absolute fastest rate that it possibly can, thus filling our train faster. Eventually we'll also take that straight up into our higher level there. But for now, we could actually ride the belt. Whee! What's up, Fred? With my buddy Fred. Fred's always looking after me. Unless he's not. Unless he's standing in my base, being a pain in the butt. Whee! Oh, down, going even faster. Whee! Again, sliding, holding down C for crouch, which is also slide. And so you can slide along here really fast. Slide underneath here, too. Whee! Okay. We fixed that. Now again, look at our sulfur going really fast. And then we should see our stuff coming down pretty quickly. These are all level 5 belts. Alrighty. And we're going to have this drop off in a raw distribution center where this is all going to be distributed. When we get that going, I can see this one's not running over here. This one's probably filled up the thing. Maybe we should make a hypertube right through the middle of that. Kind of feel like making a hypertube. Let's go. Let's see, nice little wall support. Can we sneak one in the middle? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. Let's use this. Turn our zoop on. Run that out. Do a thing. Oh, we've been playing for 4 hours. Did I not set my timer? We sure have. Hey, sir, you set a timer for 10 minutes? Man, did that really go by that quickly? Holy mackerel. That went by really fast, everybody. Really fast. All right. I'm trying to take a break every couple hours. Actually, I'll make it 30 minutes. Hey, sir, you set a timer for 30 minutes? Break. There we go. All right, we'll set this up, say something like that. I always make different sets down here, different quick key sets for like hypertubes, trains, things of that nature, pipes. So I can just switch to that and then set this all up easy like that. We'll have an entrance. Tap into some of this power. I can see some power running across there. Let's run this. Ugh, I hate how this power line is. But let's just do it like that. And we'll do it like this. I really don't like how they put that power, where they put the power connector. Not a big fan. On the thing here, they put it on the top. So if you try to run it down, it goes through the middle of the thing. If they put it on the side, it'd be way easier because then it wouldn't go through all of that. Let's see, what are we doing here? This is running through here, and if I take this off, but then chain that to here, and then chain this, to the A power. over there. Okay. A power means it's primary power. B is basically where you can turn the switches on and off. All right, I like that. That's good. That's really nice, as a matter of fact. And now we can just run our hypertube. We'll just run it. I should probably run this as double, by the way. Hypertubes go really far. Actually, let's just fix this one down here. It can run, normally belts run and lifters run about 6, and then lifters going vertically like this go 13. And then this goes about 12. So you can go every other one like this. It just saves you less connectors there that you have to do, and also a lot easier to run. And then in the future, if we need to go up and down here, we can just go to the train station, down the hypertube or up the hypertube, either way. I also find I'm making a lot less hypertubes now, because I don't need them as much. And they also take power. And I don't like it when they drain my power, because draining my power sucks. Alrighty. Make that nice and straight. When you think about hypertubes, everybody, where do you ultimately want to end up? That's what you want to think about. I ultimately want to end up right here, where I can just, if I need to, I can run out here and run along this hypertube. Like so. Where's our power? Over here. Run that along there, and then we'll test it out. Works good. This is going to be really fun going down. Whoa! Look out. We can also look at our resources while we're going down. That's flipping back and forth. Bam! Oh, I actually damaged myself. Came out too fast. Came out too fast, and I hit that pole. It's going to do that every single time, by the way, so highly recommend putting in some sort of wall. Protect yourself next time. And up we go. Up is really fun too. And again, you can glance at your resources on your way up and down to see if they're actually functioning. And I really like putting the hypertube in the center because then it's like maximizing the use of your space. You know, you put your power on the side, hypertube in the center, dual 3 runs. That's a lot. Yeah, you like that? Where I just smacked myself in the head there coming down? Happens all the time. You know, I don't get in trouble. I'm damaging fix-it property right now. All right. Oh, this is nice. This is good stuff right here. Now, I'm on a dedicated train that just is for this. Again, you can have different trains going to different stations. Even though those trains pass through the stations, they don't necessarily have to stop at that particular station. So this one's going to come through, pick all this stuff up. But we do need our block signals so that if there's a train behind it waiting on it, we don't want it to run into it. So we're going to go ahead and put this back. Now, what I'm going to do is actually put more than a single engine on this, so I need to think that through. So the engine's going to sit right here. Now, if you have 2 engines, you'd have to, if you have 2 engines on the front, you'd have to move this back by 1, or I could move the front part forward by 1. You know, I rarely ever do that, so you know what? I think I'm going to do that in this playthrough. Let's go ahead and take out our tracks here. And I think what we're going to do is move this forward. Yeah, we'll move that forward. Let's go ahead and take this one out, and we're going to go ahead and just put a blank station here. Blank platform. And then that's going to represent our second train here. We need a little bit more tracks over here. Though I can just hologram it, but we'll just run that out just a little bit. And then we'll put our station back in. I should have probably copied the name of the station, but oh well. And take this out so we can even our distance. Kind of more like that. So these parts of the track are much longer. Ah, I hate it when it does that. right when I click, that's when it decides that it wants to put it on the top of the track instead of on the track. And then same thing here. We're going to bring this all the way down to the end of the station. Always a good spot. And then this is going to be way too close. So we can just back this up. Again, there's a mathematical formula to how far back you need to do and all of that. Just do it till it does it. That also works too. But I just happen to know about them. It's about 3 on each side. So total of 6 back usually. Is you can get a nice, really nice curve where the train does not slow down, goes at 100% of the speed. Okay, so this is going to basically have 2 train engines. Now, the reason why you have 2 train engines or more is because the number of cars that you're going to be pulling, right? In this case, it's going to be pulling a bunch of cars, 6 cars. So for every 4 cars, you need 1 engine. In this case, we're going to need 2 engines because it'll do the 4, and then the other one will do the other 2 that we need. So that's why I left a little space here in the front. Now, I need to make up for that on the other end when I'm bringing this train back to do that as well. But we do need to put our block signals in. So first thing we need to do is go back here and say, where do we want our block signal? Now we can put it right here. I'm not a big fan of putting it right on the station. A lot of people do. A lot of people put it right there on the station because that's all you really need. But I like a little bit of gap there. That just makes me feel special. And the same thing here. Again, you do it how you like it. But you can put it right at the entrance and exit of the station because the train's only going to be as long as the station. And I don't want to make the trains behind it have to wait or run into my train. I don't want to make it wait all the way back over there. I want it to be able to, once this train starts to go, it's going to go in and it's going to turn around and go back the other direction. It's not going to use any of these other stations. Its sole purpose is to collect these resources. So I'm going to go ahead and put a train right here. Now this allows me to have enough track also to put another train here while that other train is going to be returning. It allows me to take a minute here and build out my train because now it's not going to go on this particular thing, on this part of the track. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. That should be good enough. Double check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 2 engines on the front. Looks good. Okay, now what we need to do is have this train come all the way back. You see my other train is stopped now at the block signal. I need this train to basically just run back and forth and basically do nothing right now. Now, if I run it to that other station over there, it's not going to do anything because there's nothing for it to pick up or drop off. So the best thing for me to do just to get this train out of the way is to have it actually do a little bit of its job, but it's not actually going to do the other end because I don't have a station for it to drop it off to. So right now, it's just going to pick this up, run around in circles, and just basically be out of the way while I am building the other station, which is a good thing because then you can get the train cars filled up. Okay, so this train is our 4X. We're going to call it the 4X coal sulfur train. There we go. All right, we're going to edit this timetable. So what it's going to do, it's going to pick up. Let's save those changes. Turn that out. We forgot to name the station. Let's rename the station. 4X coal sulfur pickup. Because I took the station out, I got to put it back in, so I got to rename it again. There we go. This way it shows up correctly when I'm telling it what station to go to. So edit timetable, 4X coal station. All right, so that's where it's going to start. Now, what I'm going to do is have it go to Yuri drop-off, even though it doesn't really need to right now. I'll change it to the other station later. But it does need to move out of the way. And I do need to come in here and pick up some of these resources so that I can put more in. And what it's going to do is just run around. Now, if you've never seen a long train in this game, it is pretty cool. And you can make them really long. And the longer the train, this is why you see in real life, everybody, really long trains. And the reason why that's really good is because it is more efficient to run more stuff at the same time than it is to run one train for each and every item. That is very inefficient. Also, time-wise, of picking up the resources, it just picked up 6 times the resources at the same time. So sometimes it's better to put all of your resources basically in one station and grab all of it at the same time because of this. See, it's doing it all simultaneously, not go to the next station and then do it, and the next station go and do it. And that's why I brought the sulfur and the quartz over here, so I could do it all in one efficient thing. Now, if it is perfect, what it's going to do is go right through that station and turn itself around and go back to the other station without going forward. Let's see what it does. And that's when you know you've mastered trains. Then the other train now can go through, and it's going to go and pretend like it's picking up uranium, because I don't want it to pick it up yet. I'll turn that uranium on when I'm ready. I can turn it on remotely once I get my nuclear power going. And then our other one is going to come through as well. There it goes. And it's going over there to the coal station. It's going to pick up that coal. Now, I have backlog of resources, so when I'm fooling around with stuff, it's just not going to go off. Plus, I have backup power as well. So in case my power starts to go off and it's starting to hurt for coal or whatever it is, I always have that backup to let it run. But you're going to see that now it's going to run over there. And it's going to end up in that uranium station, hopefully out of the way of the tracks. Yes, it is. Okay, good. I can see it from here. That it's out of the way of the tracks. I'm just kind of waiting for a train to come back so I can hop a train. And then it's just going to chill there for a minute because it's going to act like it's loading and unloading, but it doesn't. Because I put the second car there, there's no loading and unloading because there's no station for it to load and unload because it would need a third station back. So it's literally just going to sit there. Sit there for a while. Oh, I missed the train. Sit there for a while and hopefully move on eventually. Yes, it did. Okay, yes, that's what we want to see. Because otherwise it's going to be in the way of my uranium train, and my uranium train is going to be in the way of my other train. So you just want to, I'm just setting up to temporarily just kind of move out of the way and keep it going while I'm waiting for all this other stuff. All right, here we go. We're going to play chicken with the train. Meow. There we go. These trains are really fun, everybody. You can do it from simple push-pull trains to entire gigantic train networks. And we're getting there. We're going to make one of the most complex train networks I've ever done. All right, which train is this? This train is the uranium train. All right, I'm out. So that's the one that's going to go over there. I don't need to go over there. I'm going this way. I could have looked and see what the name of the train was, but that's okay. I'll just float my way over. And I could put my little car down, but actually floating in your hover thing is actually faster because I've actually made the car automated where it runs back and forth, and I got next to it and tried to race it, and I outraced the thing. So that means you're going about 100 miles an hour with this little floaty thing. It doesn't tell you you're doing that, but I've tested it, and I can tell you. It works awesomely. All right. You can see we got those coming up. We need to fix all of that eventually, too. Now, what do we want to do? Decommission. We should have done it from that side. We should have done it from that side. We should have stayed over there. All right, well, whatever. We can always make our own train. Look at these cool trains running all over. See, even if we're on here with our own train, it will also, all the block signals will work. Watch this train as it goes off to the side. And goes underneath. And comes up and under. That's cool. I always feel like going underneath is a much better one than going over. Because it's kind of out of the way. It's easier to make a downward train angle and then just bring it back up nice and easy than it is to do up, flat, and then down. That's just me. Full brakes. We'll get just beyond the signal here too, so we're not blocking any trains behind us. And then very importantly, take out your temporary train. There we go. Alrighty. Ooh, look at that Sam ore we could be snagging down there. I see you down there, Sam ore. I'll be back for you. I don't see you down there. Sam ore there. Sam ore over here too, where we're working. We're going to go get our box right too, and our Caterium and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, there's a Caterium node right here, which I never use, which is really close to where I'm at. It's funny, I ran way down here to get the Caterium when I didn't need to. Actually, way down right there. When I could have got it right there. But I didn't know until you put the little radar stations down and it shows you where all the nodes are. Did not know, did not think of it. But we definitely doing it this time. All right, we're going to go ahead and run out here and decommission all this other stuff that we had done before, which is going to reduce the number of objects, which should increase our frames per second. That's the ultimate thing in this game, everybody. You're always thinking about your frames per second. Okay, this is backlogging to this. This power is hitting here. This power is hitting there and going there. This power should now be disconnected. And we should just cross-connect all of those just to make sure those are all tied together. Does this still have power? Yes, it does. Yes, yes, yes. Now, what that just did is swap the power. Swap the power from, instead of running down here, it's now running from up there. So it's running from up there, it's running down to all of this. So we just switched all that power. And then we also have priority switches and all this stuff, so we can control it later on. If we do want to turn any of this stuff on and off. So yes, awesome. Okay, now all this hard work we did to make this, time to take it out. Which is always fun. Because now that's obsolete. Obsolete. But it worked great to get it started. Sure did. We ran that coal out there and then we had perpetual power. And that's what you want to get to that next stage. But again, don't keep it for sentimental reasons. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's better to just get rid of it. Get rid of it, take it out of there. And all this now being diverted via train to the other side. And we do need to have it offloading it on the other side so that we can use it in our production. Which we will do because our coal plant will eventually go off. It no longer has any coal. And we'll just take all this stuff out here. Very nice. Look at us cleaning this up. This is one of my favorite places, by the way, to run a thing because it runs it right through there. And it'd be fun to run a train through there. And I was thinking about doing it, but I was like, yeah, I don't care about it that much. I would probably leave our power poles. Just take a lot of this out first. Or we could fall down. Like this. Into the water. I thought I had it there, but apparently not. Cut my power line between there. All right. We got it. Just like going up vertically, you only want to cut the power line when you're next to the next power line. Well, that's what I was trying to do. I could have used my limiter, though. I can go and use my limiter here to make sure I don't get the power lines. Problem with the limiter is that it's going to get only that type of belt. In this case, we have Mark 4s at the bottom and Mark 5s at the top. And then we can take out all of our conveyor poles. I don't know if that's faster or slower. Feels slower. Whatever gets it done. I'll just back chain all of this. Take that out. I think that's what we'll do, is just do this. Just hit everything that we can on the way. Take that out, and we still got that power pole. We get everything? Yes. Hello, little animal shooting at me down there. I see you down there. I see you trying to shoot me. I'm not doing anything. I'm just taking out all this stuff. You don't need to shoot me, dude. Alright, don't miss anything or you'll be going back out there in a minute. Nice. Alright, we're crushing it. I feel like this side's better because it's easier to see the power poles. Now we're going to do them in groups of 2. Just like this. And again. Getting the foundations, getting all the stuff. See, if you're just taking out individual stuff, well, then the limiter is great. But trying to take it all out, then that's different. My light on. It's getting dark. This is going nice and fast. I like it. Okay, very nice. How's our inventory looking? Woo, mama. Lots of stuff. All right, let's take a minute. Drop this stuff off. Blocking me. Obsolete. All of it. Obsolete. All right, let's go over here and drop all this random loot off. Again, we're going to deal with all this loot later, but we can have it auto-sort the bulk of it. Because, again, we could reuse these resources later on. Just go to the first one. Drop it in there. Drop that in there. Anything in here? No Mercer spheres or anything. You can see that's running that out, and it's going to run that up to my sorter. I want to temporarily run some power lines down the side here. Let's make it where I can float over there next time. Okay, now we got to think about how we're doing our power. We're running our power down the middle of the road here. Oh, this power is super janky. This is all janky stuff. I don't like it. It's gotta go. All right, let's take out some of these foundations so we can see where our power connectors are. And we're just gonna go ahead, run that there for now. We're not actually using any of these extractors right now, which I know is awesome. Okay, back over here, finish this up. Wow, we're right here. That was quick. And we're eliminating all of this. Don't need this anymore. Don't need all of this. Going up. And eliminating all of that excess we had there before. And all this now obsolete. Don't need that connector anymore. Actually, probably get that with blueprint. Get that with blueprints. These here. Manually take that out. Because we did most of that stuff manually, so that's out. But here I can just take this out via blueprint. What I really just want to do is take out the line. Like that. And then take out the blueprints of all of this. Yeah. That there. Don't need that anymore. All of this can be cleaned up as well. That is not good looking. All right, there we go. And then, again, we're going to cut all this back that we did before. And right there, and go to this and go back out. All right, come on. Trying to hide the... See, sometimes the redraw gets all funky. Act like I'm going to make something. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we backed that up where we needed it to go. No longer need this run. Because this is all going to be run a different way. And again, our coal power has gone off. That's just the way it goes. All that out of there. Okay. And we'll fix all that later. Not like I even need that coal power, but I gotta actually just take that coal power out. I only have it there as an example of what you can do with your coal power, and that's as much coal power as I usually make. I've made 12,000 power worth of coal power before, 140 of them plus in a previous playthrough, which you can go back and watch on YouTube. By the way, I hit a new milestone on YouTube for those who missed it on Twitter, 4,500 videos on YouTube. You're welcome. Now remember, some of those videos are 16 hours long, everybody. Keep that in mind. 16, 12, 20 hours long. I'm certainly no slouch up in here. That's for sure. Crushing it on them videos. All right, let's make this in here in case we do want to use this. Whatever reason, but we'll just go ahead and shrink it down a little bit to fit right there. There we go. Now it's kind of squared off nicely. Again, look at these pure nodes we're going to get to. We're going to get to those. Okay. So we got all that going. And we want to bring all these pure nodes together. We want to take all that out eventually too. We don't really need any of the stuff from over there. We don't need that coal anymore. We don't need any of those resources anymore because we can go and grab those resources separate now. Let's go over here and look at this Caterium. Actually, let's run just so we can keep our power. Let's get our power connector here running around the side. Let's get our power connector out of here. Just run it back into that power there. Cover that back up so I don't end up falling down in there. All right, we can take all these out now. Okay, look at this messy, messy, messy over here. And our main goal today, everybody, is to decommission a lot of this stuff that we use to get where we are now, but no longer need. And that's what we're doing. Are these any of these blueprinted? Nope. That would have been awesome, but it's not. All that out. All this out. Don't need any of that. Or any of that. We leave anything? Yep, right there, conveyor pole. Okay. Don't need any of this or any of that out there, but we'll go ahead and ride the hypertube. And, actually, no, we'll just go out here and check this. Check this Caterium ore. Just gonna ping it. Oh, that way. Again, I don't think I've ever used this Caterium ore. It's like 1,000 times closer to my base. It's just basically hanging. Oh, I see it right there. Yeah, right there. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, right there. I could have got it from there. So you know where I'm getting the Caterium ore? Way over there. Way over there. I'm bringing that Caterium ore all the way when I could have got it right there. What kind of node is that? Pure node. So I could have just did this and then ran it from there. But I was also getting the coal from over there. Because that's usually where, when I'm playing the forest, I'll play over there. And I usually, wherever it puts me, that's where I start. I feel like that's one of my favorite ways of playing, just like you play the different areas and wherever, because it drops you in different areas, even within the sub areas. So in forest, sometimes it'll drop you here, over here, over here, over there. And wherever it drops me, that's where I like to play. Especially in 1.0, instead of, you know, oh, well, I know where all the nodes are, I'm going to go to the place that's the easiest to do. No, I played it through and actually only needed about 50 to 60,000 power, and I finished the entire game. Yeah, that's called being super efficient. That's the ultimate in efficiency right there. Okay, you know what I'm going to do just to save myself some time here? We're going to modify this hypertube. Right here, if we can get this mouse to cooperate. There we go. We're going to go ahead and go right here. And then we're going to go back here. Let's go. Let's take a little ride. We went down there and got a bunch of resources down there. Pretty fun. I've seen a person build a gigantic hydro plant right there. Really cool thing. Saw it on Satisfactory's dev stream. They built a big hydro plant right in the front of the waterfall. Brilliant idea. Very, very cool. I don't have that much time, but sure, you guys go ahead. You do you. I do my thing over here. Again, look how far away. Look, that Caterium is right over there, and our Caterium way the heck over here. Where if you look on the map, everybody, again, it's right over here by this little island here, which is normally where I grab my coal and my Caterium. Oops. No. You can see I can turn direction, just hold the opposite direction. I'll let you out of there. Actually wanted to go over here. There we go. Okay. Don't need it. Out, out, out. All this out. No longer need any of this. Oh, we killed a mob over here and didn't even know it. Hypertube will keep, because we're going to need to go up that hypertube, or should we just backtrack our way to the other hypertube? We have power running. I'm just going to take that out for now. This whole hypertube and everything can be taken out. This can be taken out. Yeah, all this can be decommissioned. All right. I call it decommissioning, where you just take it out. Basically, you're dissolving it. Bye-bye. Dissolving it, go bye-bye. And we're making some big strides today. From computer not working to big strides. Microsoft done screwed me over again. NVIDIA screwed me over too, which is a pretty rare, I think. They put in a stealth NVIDIA driver. So if you have a problem with Satisfactory and you're trying to play and it won't let you play because it keeps crashing all the time, that's what mine was doing. Make sure to follow that those things, the instructions I put on my Discord. So again, if you do launch Discord, or if you do launch Satisfactory and it crashes via Steam, you can follow that link to the Discord. I put all the problem-solving tricks on there for you. Okay, all that. I'm gonna take this out. Take out all the stopper. This is a wall stopper, so I don't fly off the side when I come out the hypertube. We're gonna leave both those hypertubes there for now. And we've got the power crossing over. We do. And do I need this power here? Probably for right now. I really want to go to the end and remove it backwards. But I did take that out because, again, no need to have it redrawn in frames if I don't need it to. Take these out already, too. And again, this was grabbing coal and also bringing our SAM ore through that whole one on the lower side there, which we also need to take out. Let's go over here. Again, this is our coal extraction here. Are we bringing down the power from there? No, we're bringing the power from there, and that's connected up there. So all of this can be taken out as well. Take all of that out. And all of this. I don't know what the heck that's doing, but whatever. Take all that out. All these line runs up to there. We'll probably have to come back here, and we'll take it all out from the end. Let's go this way and work on this other extraction that we're taking out. Again, the less pieces you have in the world, it really does help your frame rate. The more detailed and the more thousands of pieces that you make, the more difficult the game has in running. So I'm always thinking about that kind of optimization as well. Not only the optimization of my factories, but also the optimization of my frames per second. You can see back here we have a SAM ore that's coming out of here. We're just going to dip on down here. And again, now we can remove all of this. Some sort of ladder or something in there. I can't see squat. Because when you're in a hypertube, it turns your light off. Because it says, hey, how can I be super annoying? I know, I'll turn your light off when you're in a hypertube. I'm sure that would be super annoying to have to turn it back on every single time. Just in case. Going by the ladder in case I lose power. I got power right there. Power right there. Okay, so again, don't need that one anymore. We've got one on the other side that we can utilize. Do want to leave the power, though, just so you can navigate around. Typically, why I'll leave all that power. Is this box full of this? No. Good. Okay, take all this out. Check the old inventory so we're not dropping boxes. We can certainly just take the SAM ore and throw it away. Sulfur, throw it away. Copper, Caterium. Got plenty of all of that, and I'll just keep all the rest of it because I don't feel like throwing it away. Okay, hypertube and power lines. Power line we could take out. Belts that we could take out. Leave all these other power lines. We're going to take out these hypertubes now. And we'll build a train that actually comes over here. And we'll tap all the resources. Our goal is to tap all the resources in the game. But realistically, what we're going to end up doing is tapping most of them in the game. Because you can't hit a max point where you have too many objects. If you have too many objects, then boom, you've maxed the game, can't do any more. Oops. Yeah, these lines are broken. I'll just keep them, because who knows what they connect to way out there, so I don't know if that's just for exploration or if that actually connects to something, so I'm just going to leave it. Most likely just for exploration. Okay, so we got these two things kind of running parallel right now. We've got this over here. On this side. Supposed to take a break. All right, we'll go another 20 minutes. Hey, sorry, set a timer for 20 minutes. Break. That's what happens when you play this game, everybody. That's why I'm in trouble with my doctor, because I don't take enough breaks. Hey, what's up, little guy? I'll save you. Come with me. I'll turn you into a power thingy. Maybe that's not saving him, but that's what I'm going to call it. All right. Hypertube out. All this hypertube unnecessary. Why am I doing this weird thing with this power? Why do I have it going out that way? I could just have it going directly. One less power pole. I'm going to leave this in. And just try to get hypertube out of there. All these hypertubes are useless. I'd rather use my train. I mean, they're useless now. Again, I can just fly up there with the power. My hover pack. I don't need the hypertube necessarily get up and down there, because I can also build and connect all the power and so on and so forth. I can just float my way up like this. And we want to take all this out, but we also want to take all this out here. So let's go take this one out, because this is the one more annoying of the two. And we can also hypertube back on the other side. So we want to go ahead and take all this out. Oh, wait. Here's what we want to do. We want to do this. Keep dreaming, guys. Keep dreaming. Those dreams alive. Do this. Then run to the next one. I'm going to run out of power. See, that one's the one that's powering me. I'm going to run out of power, and then what I'm going to need to do is be on the belt when I run out of power. See, like that. And then try to catch me if you can, guys, but I'm out of here. Be nice if it ran the power along with the belts themselves, but it doesn't. Again, you can see I just running this willy-nilly along the thing here. Train tracks do, though. Train tracks run power along with the tracks. And that's what makes train tracks awesome, among other things. Sure, we're getting all the... I was smart here. I ran the power along the conveyor belts. Fred over here pointing the way. Fred's like, you got this, Kismet. Get rid of all that stuff you don't need. What's up, little buddy? How you doing? Are you doing okay? You look sad. You look sad, little buddy. You'll be okay. You're a good boy. All right, off he goes. Oh, just. Come on, dude. Come on, bring it. Right here. Come on. I'm right here. Come on, come get me. Come on. Come on. Bring it. Sucker! Ha ha! Fell for the oldest trick in the book. Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll walk it off. In fact, in a minute or so, he'll actually end up back up here again. Yeah. Oh, stop doing that. Sometimes it starts to float away. Like the C key that brings you up will just like lock on and you start floating off into the distance. Like that thing in Willy Wonka when they drink that stuff. Start floating away. Get that vibe all the time in here. Something else trying to get me. Hey, I'm trying to clean up the forest. Cut me a break here. What I'm doing is just taking this part out because it's easier to get the conveyor pole that's underneath there if you just do it in sections like this. So I can just go hold down control, hit this and that. Finding that to be way easier and faster way of taking this out. See, look, there I go. Floating away. Stop it. So you try to bring up your inventory or you try to click a button that does something else. You know, like you're going to build something or something and that'll stop that Willy Wonka effect. That is cleaned up. Nice. Just reintroduce some power here. All right, that all has power again. Just to hold on to that power. Okay, let's go ahead and decommission all of this. Clean up all of our old production. Now I could run a train along here, which I was kind of thinking of doing, but I was thinking, why run the train down here when I can just run it up there at the top and then there'll be no obstructions. I can also run that Caterium up, and the great thing to do is to gather all the nodes that are nearby and just kind of run them to a central station and then run it from there. Much easier than trying to run a station for each and every node, because that just takes more effort, more time, more resources. Better to just run a conveyor line to do that. Very cool. Cool day on planet ABBABBBBBB. Whatever the name of this planet's called. It's something like that. And I hope you guys enjoying this stream. It wasn't easy to make it happen, Captain. If you are enjoying the stream, consider donating to the Vault Van Life project here. Everybody, I'll put it in the chat for you. Oh, it's already in there, right there. Feel free to follow that link. Any donation of $15 or more will get you as a Vault founder. For Vault 45, my big goal is to build out a van and then take that van and use it for traveling. And the reason why I need a van like that is because I can't travel very far, but I could travel for like 2 hours, take a break, lay down, travel for another 2 hours, and so on. With my medical conditions, I think I could do that. And so that's my next big goal. And again, all donations and bits are going toward that. Alrighty. Let's take all this out. What are we going to do with this power? Might as well just take this power out now. And it's going to take all the power out down there, but oh well. Alrighty, let's take all this out. And we got to be careful because once we take it out, it's going to make us drop like a rock. Like that. Thought there might be a few power connectors I would need to get. Very nice. Put my light back on because every time you go in a hypertube, it turns your light off for no reason. I don't know why. Might be some tactical reason, but for me, it feels like no reason. And I get make sure I get everything back that way before I move on to the next thing. This is much easier because this is only a little bit of stuff and not as complex as the stuff we were taking out earlier. This is also a lot of repetition here as well. It's the same stuff over and over. Would have been nice if we blueprinted that. I don't think we did. I don't think we're at that stage when we did all of this. Yeah, and this got us to where we are, and that's awesome. But we certainly don't need to keep it. Just a waste of overall resources. Make sure I don't back into that one. Waste of resources. All these resources just sitting over here. Going to be doing nothing. No reason to keep it if we don't need it. Okay, what do we got here? We're going to take this all out first. Check for any power poles. Back over this way. Take all this out. Little scary every time you fall like that. Especially someone like me who has vertigo, so I'm always in the constant state of falling, even when I'm sitting down. Which is scary. Or really, middle channel ear imbalance is the actual name of it, and has a big long blah 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 name that I don't care to remember or to know or really to experience if I could help it. But vertigo, everybody knows what that is. You get dizzy. You get dizzy. Usually when you're when it is when you go up heights and stuff. I was on a plane once to TwitchCon, by the way, and some guy, he had a daughter who had an injured leg, and I understand why he was doing it, so that if I get up and have to go to the bathroom all the time, I wouldn't disrupt her, right? Because she's sitting in the aisle seat and I'm at the window, and so he wanted to switch with me, where I would have the aisle seat, which is not good for somebody who has a constant vertigo when things are going by them. Not good. I know I've sat in the aisle seat while having this issue, and I can tell you it is a huge torture. I just kept my eyes closed the whole time. Yeah, an entire flight with my eyes closed. It sucked. So the guy's like, hey, could you switch to me? My daughter, I want to sit over here with my daughter, or whatever. And I said, no, I can't. I have a constant vertigo, a dizziness. And he's like, well, that's not how vertigo works. And I'm thinking to myself, are you telling me how my sickness works? Put a 1 in the chat if you would have said the same thing, everybody, and said, no, I'm not doing that. But don't worry, I don't get up on the plane anyway. I stay in my seat. I'm not going anywhere. She'll be just fine right over there. And she was just fine because I didn't get up. I watched a movie, and then all of a sudden it was time to land, because I also have really bad vertigo when I'm in planes. So I have to distract myself by watching a movie or doing something other than watching the plane fly. And especially talking with people makes me dizzy. Talking with people and trying to listen to their conversation while I'm flying and the plane's going up and down and turbulence and all of that. Oh my God. That's really bad. So I just put on a movie. Hopefully, I try to, even if it's a movie I've already seen that I really like, I'll watch that movie just because I know I'll be immersed in it, and I won't have to think about all the things that are potentially going to go wrong while I'm on this flight. Uh-oh. There we are, dropping stuff. It sucks when you drop stuff, because now you gotta go back and pick up the stuff you dropped. Make more stuff that you didn't want to make in the first place. We are getting all these resources back, and we can repurpose them. How are we doing? Yeah, we're kind of getting there. And what are we doing here? We're going to get this, and that. All right, what should we do? We should probably take the rest of this out, and then pause for a moment. Drag this down. Rebuild this. That's too far for us to reach in a single bound. I gotta make more stuff so I can take more stuff out. So every time you have to build something, it's something that you're gonna have to come back and take out later, so. I'll just do this, and then what I can do is take all these resources, again, go back to my base, drop it off, it'll automatically sort it, put it in all those boxes, and then whenever I need it, it'll run it in the dimensional depot. So really an excellent way of doing this is to use that dimensional depot. Even if it's going at its slowest rate, it's still going. And it's going while you're busy doing something else. And if you can have it doing stuff for you while you're doing something else, like when I'm talking to you right now, you know I'm uploading videos and backing up stuff and doing all that stuff. I'm a huge fan of multitasking. It's how I'm able to do all the things I'm able to do. If I was not doing multiple things at the same time, I would never be able to get all this stuff done. It is very important to multitask, I think. Okie dokie. Let's go over here to the box, drop this in, decommission more stuff. I'll be primed and ready for nuclear power next time. Might get a little bit in this time. We'll see. My light back on. Oh, wait. Give me this and this. I like to just manually put those in the dimensional depot. That's just me. Same thing here with this. Manually put that in there. Anything else I can just manually put in there? No, the rest of it will take care of it. Okay, so the rest of that, going to go up, all the way up there to the top, sort all that stuff in that higher level. That higher level is just storage. And then I brought it down to a lower level, which is my train level. And I put that up really high, one, because I wanted to put it right by where the space elevator was. But also just to get it up out of the way. So it's totally out of the way. I'm not going to build anything up there, not way up there like that. Makes it real convenient. It's just like a storage spot where it just will store all that stuff. Now, I can take it all and move it down, but that would be a lot of work and effort to move all those resources down, resort all the resources, do all of that. When it's completely unnecessary, I just leave it there until at such a point I run out of all those resources or I relocate them all, which is what I'll do in the end. As I'm building new stuff, I will eventually replace all of that with its own storage that can be used. Cool waterfalls. What if there's anything underneath those waterfalls? Just dawned on me. We might have to go see if there's anything behind those waterfalls. Now that's death down there, everybody. That is a death-a-rooney if you jump down in that fog. Like at certain parts of the game, like right here, this whole black part of the game, that's how you fall to your death. Down there. This is the edge of the world. So if you fall down there, GG's. You long gone. All right, we'll take all this out now so I don't accidentally end up back in a hypertube again when I don't want to. There we go. And now we got a nice clean inventory. We can get back to taking this out. Just going to do it section by section because that's way easier. Especially getting those stackers at the end. Would have been much easier if I just used the wall holes, but we didn't have those at the time, I don't think, or I just didn't think of it. Could have got them very early in the game and used them, but apparently doesn't matter now. Now they all getting taken out. Making sure I'm not leaving anything behind, just floating up in the middle of nowhere. I'll still find stuff floating in the middle of nowhere. You think you got it all, but then later on you'll be like, hey, how'd that thing get there? The reason why I'm doing section by section is easier to select too. I just select everything at one time instead of using the limiter and doing all that. I really feel like the limiter, what it really needs to do is everything but foundations, right? I want to select it the other way. Instead of selecting the thing I want to take out, I want to take the thing I don't want to take out and do that. That's what they really need to add to this game. They added that, that would be amazing. And I know a lot of people sent that in because I'm one of the people that sent it in. A lot of people sent that suggestion in, which is an excellent suggestion. I hear the waterfalls. Yeah, right there. Oh, look at this cool little waterfall. Goes into a little pond and goes, this make a great little center spot of your base. This little pond inside your base. Okay, I think I have a ladder or something out here, right? We should probably bring the power forward. Temporarily. End up taking those back out again here in a minute, but I need some floaty power. Floaty power is this kind of power, where I can float around. Not going up. It has a mind of its own. Go down. Okay. Looks good. There's a little section of the ladder down there. Alright, got it all? Going up. This really gives me vertigo right there, but when I'm just hanging off the side. That does make me dizzy. Alright. Yeah, we can take all this out and see if there's any residual ladder. Alright, there's my break warning yet again. Take all this out just to make this easier. All this side area. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. And this is a perfect spot. Take a little break, enjoy the waterfalls. While we bring up some words on stream for you guys to play, let's go ahead and work together in the chat. Everybody solve them puzzles, earn yourself some kids caps, maybe even win some giveaways in the future by using those kids caps. We're going to go ahead and start this up. And of course, I'll be back in just a bit. I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'm supposed to walk around so my circulation is not going to cause my feet to become black like they are now. All right, everybody, work together. Be back in a bit. All right, let's do this, everybody. Come on, let's get you guys a bunch of kids caps. Let's work together. Holy mackerel, look at this one. All right, we get every single word. I'm going to give you guys 5,000 caps right now toward future giveaways, so let's do it. I'm going to try to help you as well. I'm going to try to help you earn those kids caps, though. I don't know how much help I'm going to be. I'm terrible at these games, but I'm going to try anyway. Trying is what's it's at. Rook, like from, nope, that is not how you spell rook. Ames got it right when I tried to type it. I typed the wrong thing. Book, did you already get that? No, book. All right, there we go. Door, did we already get door? Yes. What else? What about nor? Is nor a word? Let's try it. Why is my home key so bad? What the heck? Nor. What the heck? My chat is messed up. That's what's going on. What's going on, chat? What's going on my chat? There we go. What else we got? Bono. Is that a word? We'll try that. Bono. Try it again. Rook already did. Knob. Oh, you already got knob. You already got it. So by the time I think of you guys already done it, that's how come you guys are so smart. We need 2 B's for the word Rob. Come on, we got this. Rise up. We got door, we got knob. Yes, we do. We got both of them. Born. Remember, these are B words, everybody. These ones here at the beginning are B words. It can't be anything else because they're alphabetical. So we got some more B-O-R. Bore. Yes, there we go. Got one for you. Come on, we got this. Come on, a few more. Let's go. Nor. Ready to do nor? No. I don't know. K-N-O-R-D. I don't know. Random letters now. Corn. All right, we still got her done, though, everybody. Still got her done. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kids caps anyway for working together. I love to see it when you guys are working together in the chat. Nice job. Nice job. We're ready to get back to it. Back to some Satisfactory. Bam. Again, that's just something fun I let you guys do while I am walking around, stretching out my legs, because, again, I do sit a little too much. I sat the equivalent of last year, everybody, 2,222 hours. That is an average of 6 hours a day for 365 days. That is how much I streamed last year, and we're probably going to crush it even more this year, but let's not get into trouble by not taking breaks. So we got to be smart about our breaks, working on the health as well. I suggest you come and join me, everybody. Start eating better, start feeling better. Start doing better in this thing called life. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's what I'm doing. I've down 13 more pounds. Back down to my 50 pounds down from where I was at when I started this whole crazy adventure 10 years ago. Yes. Out there crushing it now, everybody. Again, it ain't easy. Yeah, you know, they tell you in all these infomercials and all this stuff they're trying to sell you. If they say it's easy, they're just trying to sell you something. It ain't easy. It takes discipline. It takes willpower. And most importantly, it takes the will to not want to be overweight anymore, which, you know, ain't nobody forced you to eat them cheeseburgers and that ice cream. Ain't nobody forced me to do it, but I did it anyway. And, you know what? You got to reach a point in your life where you're like, you know what? It ain't worth it. It ain't worth being overweight. It ain't worth feeling ill all the time for those things. And see, once you reach a certain level, you just go, hey, you know what? That's it. That's as much as I can handle, as much as I can take. I don't want that stuff no more. I'm that way with soda. I'm that way with all that other stuff. And I can have as much as I want. It's the not wanting it anymore is the hard part. You got to get to the point where you're like, man, it's totally not worth eating all that bad stuff and then feeling bad all the time for 3 seconds of, oh, man, that tastes good. And then you're, you know, like me, 100 pounds overweight I was. Holy mackerel. That's a lot of weight, everybody. A lot of extra weight you're carrying around. It's like a albatross on your back, or really on your front and, you know, on your back too. On your backside. Yes, it turns out not to be worth it, everybody. I can tell you as somebody who has foolishly flaunted the health game and failed to recognize it early enough to where I should have not been doing that all the time. But now it's like a matter of life and death, everybody. It's not just like, hey, you know what I mean, I'll be just fine kind of thing. It's like if I don't take care of it, that's it. It's game over. So and again, I've had people who are way younger than me, people I've known when I was young, who died much earlier from being overweight. And see, the doctor, he won't tell you. He won't say, hey, you're overweight. That's why you need to stop doing that and, you know, gain your health back. That's why you're sick all the time. Doctors don't want to do that. You know why? Because they want to sell you the temporary solution. They want you to have this pill or do this thing or do that. They don't want to tell you, hey, the reason why you can't sleep is just because you're so fat. I mean, if people would be just honest, you know, like they used to be, doctors used to actually care whether you lived or died, because guess what? They were actually part of your community and not some, you know, person who's super rich living in some super rich part of the neighborhood that you can't even afford to live in. You know what I mean? They used to be just like the average Joe, but now they are, you know, rich doctors, and the rest of us can't even afford those places. And they don't care whether you live or not. They're just an assembly line of people coming in and out of there. Look at that, everybody. We got that done. Now, there are some good doctors in the world, everybody. I'm not putting them all down. I have a few good doctors, but the rest of them, they didn't care. They don't care if I live or die. And that's the thing. You got to find the people that care whether you live or die. And screw everybody else. Wow, look at all that water in there. That's a lot of water in there we could be using. Let's go use it up. Going up. Look at that. Mwah! Cleaned it up. Looks good. Oh, man. It's not only is it fun to build it, but it's also fun to clean it up when you're done using it. I don't know. I've always enjoyed doing that. I've always enjoyed cleaning up all the stuff and making it nice. I used to irritate my brother all the time when I would say, well, that plate looks really good, because I'd wash the dishes he would dry when he showed up. Most of the time he wouldn't show up, so I'd have to wash the dishes and dry the dishes. But when he did show up, he would complain and say, you know what, just wash the dishes. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That looks good, man. It came out great. And, you know, he'd always be like that because he didn't want to wash the dishes. He didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to do anything where he had to actually work. I didn't mind doing it. I did it all the time. I did it since I was little, and I didn't mind it at all. And I wash my own dishes. I make my own food. I wash my own clothes. I do my own stuff. Because my wife is already doing the stuff for my daughters, so she don't need to do it for me. Plus, there's an independence in doing it yourself, everybody. A strength in doing your own clothes and doing your own dishes and doing your own stuff. There's a strength that you regain when you turn that over to someone else. My wife's done that for many years. When she wasn't working, she would do all of that stuff. She'd wash the dishes and clothes and all of that. But she's working now, and she don't need to do my stuff for me. I'm going to do my stuff. And plus, again, it gives me a reason to walk around and to be active and to do something in my day, except for just playing games all the time. And I actually play games for work. I rarely ever play games off stream anymore. I rarely ever do because I integrated something I love to do into my actual work thing. Do I make money doing it? No, I make none. I put it all back into it because I'm trying to build it up. But I have that ability because I don't want stuff. I don't need stuff, everybody. I don't need other stuff. I just need to not die. And that's been my goal for a very long time, for over a decade now, going on 11 years now. Is purely not to die, is to just make another day, to get another day every day. As many days as I can get, another day, another day, another day. That's what I do. And again, if I push myself too far, then I stop. If I have technical problems, hey, I got technical problems, everybody. I'm going to have to solve that first, because I couldn't even launch Satisfactory. I wouldn't launch. It just kept crashing over and over and over and over and over again. And I tried to uninstall it. I tried to verify the files, you know, go down the whole checklist of things. And then finally I found it on this forum post on Satisfactory where you take your NGX folder out of your NVIDIA. So NVIDIA did an update, driver update that screwed up my ability to play Satisfactory. It wasn't my fault. So I took that folder, I threw it away. Then I relaunched it and relaunched Satisfactory again. It remade that folder in the NVIDIA folder, and then bam, I could launch it again. That's all I needed to do. But why did I have to do that? See, it took up my time, days of my time, to try to solve that problem, and a whole bunch of other problems as well. You know, it just all comes from nowhere, everybody. I don't do anything. This is what I do at the end of the stream. I let the video convert I turn my computers off. It's time to stream. I turn my computers on. That's it. That's their only use, is really for the stream. That's it. I don't use them like I'm just sitting around, playing games off stream, because, again, I spend so much time on stream that I really get that gamer fix in. You know what I mean? It's not like not like I'm having withdrawals when I'm off stream, I got plenty of gamer time in, that's for sure. All right, what I really need is more health time, which is what I'm working on now. More time walking on the treadmill, being more active, doing my own stuff, managing myself, and then hopefully when that bar gets over there to that way, we can go and we can do some traveling, and we can do some videos about going to different places, video game locations, maybe into various different studios, travel to Bethesda studios, travel to Blizzard studio, travel to all these other studios. Take a tour of that, take you guys along with me virtually to all of those things. I think that's my one big wish, my one big dream, everybody. And if you want to make that happen, all you have to do, just drop $1 or 1,000 bits to get you started. If you do drop $15, you will get your name on the wall as a Vault founder. Someone who went above and beyond, got it going. So we came up here for what? We're dropping off this loot. That's why I came up here. I was trying to think, why am I up here? What am I doing? That's a common thing that happens to me all the time. Everybody, I walk around. Where's my glasses? Where's my thing? Where did I put my stuff? That's what happens when you get older. You're just like, you have so many things going on that you're just like, I can't remember the thing I was just doing. Which is really scary, as a matter of fact. Pretty scary. All right, I think we got that done. We can take that off the list. Let's take that off the to-do list over here. Clean up after all the leftover production. Done. Yay! All right, now number 1 is set up some basic nuke power, and number 2 is get nuke power online. Awesome. All right, now see, it's hard to tell sometimes when you come into the game how long something's going to take, but look at my trains out there. Very cool. Look at all my trains doing their thing. That is super cool. Train coming in there, dropping off that. I forgot that train comes in there and drop that off. Do all that. Oh, I was also going to do the water. That was the other thing I was going to do. Should have just brought all that water up from down below. That's an even smarter idea. You know what? I'm just going to go down there and grab it. Faster way. Because it'll run it back in the Dimensional Depot, but then I have to wait for it to run in and then pull it out, where I can just grab it all right there. Plus, I have some in the Dimensional Depot as well. Going up. Man, our coal power is looking good. Our coal power is totally offline right now. Hopefully, all of our other stuff is still functioning at a good level. But even if all my fuel goes down in ability, it doesn't matter, because I'm not using really barely any of that 30,000 power I have going. Plus, I have 30,000 power in backup power as well. So it's not even close, everybody. Look at that. Oh, actually, wait a minute. No, hold on. Oh, it's using our backup power. Yeah, see, so glad I had that backup power. Yeah, all of the power is shut off. At least down here. Let's go see. Let's go check it out. We got coal, we got sulfur. What's going on? All of our power shut down. What's going on? Fuel. So we're not getting fuel. Not getting fuel there. Coal and sulfur's coming in. Crude oil is stopped. Why is our crude oil stopped? No oil there, no oil there. Did we kick off our coal power? We might have, or our oil power. While we were over there taking a bunch of stuff out, we might have accidentally hit our oil power. But again, you can see that I have 30,000 backed up in power, so in case I do discover like that, which is something I always check before, especially before I log off the server. You always want to check that. Now, this is probably the most backup power I've ever done. And I should have done it way earlier, because again, I have massive sums of resources, but not using them doesn't do me any good. Oh, here comes the other trait. Let's see if he stops if I come through. Oh, he's going under. He's going the other way. He's going the other way. All right, so we must have hit out a power line or something over here. We need to go over here and figure out why it is not bringing in the oil. And we've got plenty of coal and sulfur, which I thought it might have been because we've been messing with that. But we really haven't been playing with the oil other than taking out the oil in the lower side. And that lower side might have took out a power pole. That power pole then is no longer running to our oil. And that would be the first thing I would look at over here. Now, the other thing I would look at is to see if there is actual oil in these containers, right? Because you're trying to backtrack it. You can see there's no oil in there because it's not open. So there's no oil in here. All of our oil is completely off. All right, let's go over here, hit our hyper tube. Why do we take... We should have put our hyper tube back a little further. I have an awkward spot to put that. Oh, because we had floor holes and our floor holes were acting weird. That's right. That's why we took that out. All right, let's go down here and see what's up. That's got power. But it's not flowing oil in there. What's going on? It's operational, but no power. See, look, it's not even showing the rest of that. It's not even showing the battery power. So it's definitely a connection that's been severed. And we need to reconnect all of these. Right when I click. These have power. I can see that there's power there. So let's tie this into that pole. That's exactly what happened. See, when I took that stuff out that was right here, that was actually bridging the power between there because I had this whole part at the top. So when I took that out, boom, all of my oil went off. And now what we want to see is the oil starting to separate. And then over here on all three of these, we want to see that oil start to work up again. But again, this is why you have backup power. And that backup power can run for another 30 minutes. Luckily, I discovered it before it ran out, but 30 minutes of backup power. And then I also have another 30 minutes of backup power that I can turn on, which is an offline backup power, which I use. So there goes our oil again. All right, well, that's good. We flushed out all that other oil. And now our oil is back online. And we can see it going up this way. Let's go see way up here if it's reaching the tanks now. Now, one of the problems with fluids, especially when you run out of it, is that it takes time for the pipes to fill. And when those, it's kind of like when you're waiting for an extractor to spin up and it hasn't started extracting yet, it's spinning the little thing and it's getting started up. Pipes are the same way. Pipes have to fill and then be completely full to work really well. So that's what you want. You want your pipes to really fill up. Your fluid buffers, you want them to backlog. Actually, on both sides, both levels, you want it to start to backlog. We want to look at where's our pumps at down here. Let's go see what the head lift is on these. Not even close. It's 30. Turn our light on. 30. And 31. Okay, so that head lift is good. So that's going to lift up into the top one. The top one's then going to go down into there. It's also going to split down. So again, you're pumping it up toward the top. It's going to split down into the bottom one as well. Now this one's not going to fill until this one's actually filled up a bit first. And let's see if we're getting this to fill in there. We are. Okay, now we're getting that going. And we'll check how our power's looking. Where's our power pole? That's why I put a power pole here, is to see. Okay, so right now our power is back down to 550. power. And again, we've got about 14 minutes before our discharge rate here gets there. Now, look, I'm only consuming about 2,000 right now. And that's awesome, because what I can do is I can turn off over here, wherever we have our, where do we have our thing at? Oh, I think it's down below. We can go to our priority power switch and work with that as well. In fact, I should probably put one right here so I can just check it. I have to run down there every time. I put it right there, and then I run a primary connection to the A connection right there. And then I can check my priority switches. Okay, see, and again, what it should do is start to turn off the items that it can't use, right? Like I have biomass production off, offline battery power backup off, and again, I could turn that on. I would turn that on right before I ran out of my other battery power, and then to keep that going. Now, all of these things are on, and so those should all be running, but I'm using very minimal amount of power anyway, so all I have to do is get a little bit of power running, and it should be good. Now, it's okay if the power switch is off, everybody. This thing doesn't actually have an output, so it's okay if that's off. Don't worry about that. But what you want to see is this. You want to see this, and you want to see that your... and I had a lot of backlog, so I also had a backlog of fuel and backlog of turbo fuel, so that lasted me a lot longer as well while I was reconfiguring all of my stuff. And that's why when you hear that, you know that something's up. Oil check switch, what we'll call that. And again, we've got 14 minutes to get that back up in line. And what will happen is that my stuff will start making fuel again. And then it will make that fuel, it'll start making turbo fuel. And then it'll make that turbo fuel, it'll start doing power. And then that power will then all of a sudden spike like this. And then that power will allow it to charge back up the batteries, hopefully within the next 12 minutes. We'll see. Now, I wouldn't let it run closer than 5 minutes, everybody. If it was about to go off in 5 minutes, then I would go ahead and take that up. It says, look, time until empty. Oh, wait, no, it's 12 hours. Sorry, my bad, not 12. I'm saying that wrong. It was 11. It's 11 hours or 10 hours and 31 minutes. Sorry, I'm saying that wrong. I meant to say that it was hours, not minutes. But yeah, that's 12 hours until that goes off. So this has got a long time in which it can then get back up to speed and get going. And if I see it loading, and you can see that the back of these are empty, that should have been a dead giveaway when I looked over at my trains, and I could see the back of that was totally empty. That's not good. You want to see it where it's actually full and it's trying to put more in there and it's backlogged. Because what it does, by the way, while it is picking that stuff up, it's backlogging more crude oil over here. Plus, it's also backlogging crude oil down there. So it has all these steps in which it can backlog a massive amount in case I run out. And then I can just re-queue that back up again. And off it goes. And let's see how much it has in there. About 500. All right, that'll get that going. Again, we should start to see some fuel start to kick in. And again, that's like 10 hours of that running, everybody. And again, what's going to happen also is that it's going to start consuming more, though. So that number will go down because as it starts the fuel generators back up, the fuel generators take power. And so, again, it's going to be up to about 5,000 ultimately. But again, I got 10 hours of power plus another 10 hours on top of this 10 hours, or really 12 hours, that I could run. I could just flip that other one on. It would run with no coal power or no fuel power, just off the batteries. And that's a good thing. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of love right there. Now up to 1,100 capacity. And then immediately drops off. Because again, it's got to get up to speed, everybody. It's got to get up to speed. It's got to start to fill those pipes again. It takes time, just like if you're doing a manifold. It takes time for it to overflow. It takes time for it to get that going. But we can see it starting to climb. And once it gets above the orange line there, then it will start to charge the battery back up again. So it'll start to dip above it, and it'll start to charge that battery, and then it'll be back and forth, and then eventually it'll get up higher and higher, and then it'll be that solid gray line like we had before. And that's what we really want to see. We want to see that solid gray line all the way at the top, way above our max cons, way above everything else. So up, and there it goes. Look at that, already above the orange line. And you can see now our batteries are in charge mode. So it's going to take about 2 hours to charge those back up again. Oh, we're very close. And back down again. And again, it'll take time. Again, it's like a sine wave, everybody. It does that little up and down, and then eventually it'll be rock solid. If we've done everything right, which we have, we already know because it was working before. It was my bad. I took out that power line, and that caused it to drop off. But again, we'll just keep hitting higher and higher plateaus. The more of that that power. That's what this whole thing's all about. These are basically power, running the power. And then, of course, my power booster is going to boost more power. The more power you produce, the more the power booster boosts, right? So right now it's boosting 500. Now it's doing 550, 575. Again, the higher that amount of power you're producing, the more extra boost it gets. So then it makes it even higher and higher and higher. And then, of course, more things that we can turn on, more power that we can use for our production. And again, I can just let this go now. This is fine now. It'll get it going. Glad to see you worked out your PC problem. How are you doing this morning? I'm doing much better, Smoot. Much better. Microsoft sucks at their job. I'm just saying. Oh, there you go. You've been watching my 7 Days to Die playthrough. Yes, the solo playthrough was super fun. Makes me want to play it again, by the way. I hope you're having a good time watching that, and then also rocking your 7 Days to Die. I suggest try out that Kismet kill box. You'll be the ultimate in the wasteland. Works great for me every time. I try to iterate on it, though, try to do different things each and every time. But I appreciate everybody watching. Now, again, wherever you're at, hit that follow button or subscribe button if you're on YouTube, which is basically the follow button. Show the stream some love there totally for free. All right, look at this. All right, now we're back up to about 7K. We're kind of peaking up there, back up at about 9 to 10,000. So basically double what we're using in power, and it's charging our batteries about 35, 25 minutes. We'll see, because, it goes up and down, and once it starts to solidify out. Now, once this gets back up to full speed, this is 30,000 power I'm producing, and I really don't have any factories. I have 0 factories. Why do I have 0 factories? Because what I did is over the holiday, I just let it run. So I set up all these factories, I let it run, doesn't matter how fast it's running, it's going to run 24/7. So if I have it running at 5 per minute, everybody, 5 per minute times a week worth of minutes is a lot of stuff it's going to produce. So that's what we did. We did 10 boxes deep of all these different types of resources. Also had an automatic run into the dimensional depot, and that really helped a lot. We're getting back up there. Oh, yeah. All I have to do is watch that graph, everybody. And even if I had everything running right now, every single thing that I have down, it would be 12,000 megawatts. And we're going to produce 3 times that here in just a bit. It'll get there. It's going to definitely take some time. So again, if it's not working right away, just let it run. Also, good idea to turn stuff off that you're not using. Anything that's like a factory-based thing, I would just turn that off. If it's iron plates, turn them iron plates off, rods off. You don't need them in the moment. I would turn whatever you don't need off. And that's what's so great about the circuit priority here, right? This one is the highest priority. This one, this section here, lowest priority, right? And so if I turn this stuff on, this stuff, I can just say, turn all that stuff off. Like right here, these right here, these are my check switches, which is just me going there and seeing if that actual power is working. That's what I'm looking at right now. This little check switch. Yeah, there's that 10K. And again, we just got to fill that up. All right, now's a good time to ride the train back. Let's just stand on the train. Get that oil. Get it all going on. Now, one of the things that I like to do is actually, like, you know, do it to the exact number, the 100% efficient. But on power, I like to make it a little lower. So you have an extra overhead that is extra that you can use to get yourself back up to speed if you should have to turn your power off. It just gets you back up to speed faster than doing it at 100%, which takes longer to get back up to full speed. I'm also using summer sloops to double up on some of my production. So that'll help me get there faster as well. Look at the other one going that way. Very cool. And there's a weird thing that's going on with the outputs and whatnot that we had to accommodate for. We had to do double outputs and double inputs. I don't know what's up with that, but whatever. It shouldn't work that way. It should work like it's going in at 600, it's coming out at 600. Of course, there's travel time in your throughput. And what we want to do is we want to see this throughput get to a point where it's in the 500-600 range. And then, of course, we're doubling up on some of it, so it's going to produce more eventually. And this is the sole use of this particular oil, is for it to produce power. What's our throughput right now? 316. So, yeah, it's got to get up to speed. And there we go. Our fuel plant's firing up. Very nice. And we had more than enough. We had our fuel tanks completely full. We had extra turbo fuel. We had extra everything. Look at all these cranking away. Look at these turbo fuels. Nice. Look at our factories coming online. Very cool. Kind of a weird smoke coming off of that one. And let's see. Yes, it's just definitely starving for that turbo fuel. Oh, we'll give it some time. We'll go over here and run a little bit of the factory over on this side. Okay, we're going to take this water and unpackage that water and run it in here and then flow it into there and have this do its thing. Make a bunch of cooling systems. What are we missing over here? Radio control unit. I'm on it. That's over here. That's modular frame. Those are radio control units. Oh, maybe I think I was just offlining it. Radio control units. Right there in the dimensional depot. We'll take it out of the dimensional depot, put it in that box, and that'll get this turbo motors back up and running. Yeah, give me them turbo motors. Okay, and we got our cooling system back up, so we can go ahead and run some cooling systems. Not like we already don't have a backlog, but again, more turbo motors there. And what are we waiting on over here? Aluminum casings. Again, it's nice to have it automatically run into the dimensional depot, so I don't have to run all the way up there to grab it. And of course, even better if it was just right here, and we had it all in line, it could just make it all itself. Which is what I will do eventually with all the factories. I'll just go ahead and manually do that. Also, you can see that's backlogging all the empty canisters. It's running the empty canisters in the dimensional depot. But we can also just take the empty canisters like this and run the empty canisters down to where we were packaging the water. Or packaging the water before. Oh, come on, stop landing on the foundations, guy. There we go. Free falling. Free falling. Oh, free fall toward the power. There we go. And then drop those in there, and they'll go right back to packaging that water again. And then we can take this out of here. Go in the dimensional depot. Oops, no, not dimensional depot. Water. There we go. Take all the water out of there. And as it packages more water, what it will do, because it should be bringing in those empty cans. Oh, I kicked off the power. That was my bad. I kicked off the power. There we go. So it'll go in and package all the rest of that water, and then when we come back again, we'll have a bunch of water sitting right there. Our coal power is looking sad over there. It's looking sad. It doesn't have any stuff. Oh, well, you're welcome, man. Yeah, I played it a whole lot. It's actually my #1 played game on Steam, is 7 Days to Die. I just passed Fallout 4, and I played 12 playthroughs of Fallout 4, so it tells you how much I've played 7 Days to Die. A lot. I especially like playing with my team. I can't wait for them to come out with another update. Once they do, we're going to play a whole nother playthrough with the team. Hopefully we get some storyline. We figure out who Duke is and his whole storyline, maybe some bandits or whatever. That would be awesome. But of course, we'll do a whole nother build. We're going to do a what we call a nomad build on that one, where we basically go from one base to another base to another base as we go through each and every zone. And that'll be super fun. Need some heat sinks over here. Where are my heat sinks running in at? And it looks like we need rubber and heat sinks. Yes. Yeah, and this just makes it so much easier. I can just grab it out of here. Heat sinks. Okay, rubber at the bottom one, because I can see it splitting and going to that one too. Heat sinks at the top. There we go. Got plenty of nitrogen gas, because we're running the nitrogen gas directly. All sorts of awesome. Keep making those. Again, this is like the only production that I have. Just this high-end stuff so we can unlock new stuff. And here comes that nitrogen gas. Right over there. Flying back over this way. Let's go ahead and check out what we got to do next. I mean, we've got our phase 4 to finish, but again, not in any giant hurry for that. Really want to get my nuclear power going over there. Let's see if there's anything else we need to do. Look at us go. Look at that. We actually got tier 8 done. I totally forgot. Yeah, we actually got particle enrichment going too. Very cool. We could actually do plutonium power if we want to do plutonium fuel rod. But let's go ahead and work on our nuclear power here. All right, I'm actually going to bring the nuclear power a lot closer to my base than I normally do. I don't like having the uranium close to my base. Also, when you're going by the uranium on a train, it'll radiate you. It'll constantly radiate you. But we're going to have our nuclear power way over here, away from my primary base over there. But at least it's close enough where I can manage it and do whatever I need to do with it. But the uranium needs to be processed and output, so we're going to output it on this side. And if you wanted to know, everybody, I actually have a spreadsheet that tells you all the things that that you need for that power right over here. All the things and all the numbers, and then also how to split them up when it says you need like 2 of something, right? Like I need 2 smelters. And so what is the number I need to put in the smelter? 12. For it to be the perfect input and perfect output. Now I can also produce extra if I wanted to. But one of those things that I need that's in the beginning of everything that we're doing here is Caterium right here. So we're going to go ahead and think about, okay, where do we want to run our Caterium and how do we want to process it? Now we also need to look through here and say, hey, what in here, and I'll move this over and I'll move me over so I'm not in the way. There we go. What do we need to look out for that's going to be irradiated, right? So that stuff that's going to be irradiated will not be any of this stuff. This is all copper sheets, AI limiters, stators, and whatnot, and control rods. Over here, we've got our steel ignite, steel beams, concrete, encased industrial beams. Those would be fine. And then, of course, when we get here, when we're actually making the uranium ore and uranium cells, those are the things that really are going to be on that left side over there. All the rest of this stuff can be managed anywhere. It doesn't really matter. And also, we want to have our nuclear plants also processed over there. But all of these processes are like you need that thing to do this thing, to do that thing, to do this thing, to make this thing, to do that thing, and so on and so forth. Actually, all of these ones up here go together that make an AI limiter. And then all of the ones that are here that go and make stators. And then you make the stators and the AI limiters into electromagnetic control rods. And of course, normally you would have that already going and doing stuff. But in this particular playthrough, it's going to be dedicated to the nuclear power. So each node will have its own dedicated thing. So what we need to do is we need to bring deuterium magnets here, copper, we need coal, we need all of those things. And we have the ability to already bring those things over here and utilize those things here in our location. Now, one of the things that we can do is to use our other train that we made. And you'll see it. It's a nice long train. It'll be back over here in a minute. And we could run that long train here. But this actually is for uranium. So we actually want it to be separate. So we want to go here in the front, and we want to extend this front part here and go ahead and basically press the right buttons. There we go. Basically extend this out and build another train station that is just for our other long train here, like this. And it'll have its own dedicated station. And then we'll also have a dedicated line that comes off. And put it there for now. And so these are going to be two separate stations so that one thing does not have to wait for the other. And what do we need? We need, it's six of these. So we're going to go ahead and get an idea of this. Actually, we do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about 5. Extend this way out here. There we go. Let's do it again. So, actually, probably want to push this forward just a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Then these two are going to be the train. This two is going to be the train station right here. Let's see if I get it right. And we'll hit H just so we can see the train direction, and then we can also nudge it kind of centered there and make sure that it is lined up with our current incoming train, and it is. Incoming train line. Oh, I've been playing for 6 hours. And having a really good time, as a matter of fact. Okay, then we need an empty platform for our second train engine, because we have 2 train engines on this particular train. And then we're just going to go ahead, and in this case, we're going to run these out to that side, and that side, and that side. There's 3. And that's 4, 5. And if we did it right, it should end up right here. Nice. Double check those trains. So, engine, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, very nice. Now, while we're at it, let's go ahead and set them to unload. Unload all these goodies. Right over here. Unload all of these raw resources. Right here. Very nice. Now, look how easy this is, everybody. Very easy once you understand the basics. Okay, and then we're going to have this go right into its own train station. Again, you can split tracks and do all sorts of stuff. Just make sure you cut it right where you want to cut it. The easiest way to cut it is to use your block signals. Your block signal is a great way of just cutting that train line, and then you can spiral off that train line. Works really good. Night Sea Fish, thanks for hanging out. I've been using the stun baton. Yes, it's really awesome how you just like, you go make them go flying. Yeah, the stun baton, super fun. Okay, and then I like to leave at least like a 2 gap here for the turnaround that we're going to add. So let's go in, add this to the edge, make it a turnaround. You can see I've already blueprinted this. And then we'll just H there, nudge that into position. Now the foundations don't line up, but that's okay. The only thing we care about is that it lines up this way. And then we'll go ahead and just remove the foundations just to make this nicer. Oops, not those. Take those out or leave those in. Depending on how you look at it. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and go blueprint mode, middle mouse button. We'll get our 5 foundations. Nope. like this. Yikes. Okay. Hit H just to make sure. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then we have our turnaround. And then this is going to run back. Let's just have it run. All right, with what we've already got. Oh, actually, we could use our three. We could use our 3 foundations, which are going to be tagged for trains, which means they're going to be already pre-colored to red, which is the color I use for trains. That's a few too many there, so we'll just do the rest of these manually. Just to keep... What the... What the heck happened there? Offset. Trolling me. Darn game. This game is a big troll, I tell you. But, gotta be good enough to recognize when things are going wrong. Alright, now, where's our power pole? On the other side, no doubt. Over here, yes, let's go ahead and do this. And this power down, so we're running it underneath the foundations. And we'll deal with that later. Right now, we want to get that train to come in here. And this is going to be our 4 times coal, sulfur, drop off. Just put it together. Okay, now we want to find our sulfur train, and we want to edit its timetable to take out the Uri and add the coal drop off. Save changes. And now it'll automatically reroute itself to not stop over there and end up over here. Now, the other train is never going to come over here. So it doesn't matter. That train will never enter this part of the track. And thus, why I built 2 train stations in sequence like that. And I'm doing a whole bunch of different stuff, but I can't consolidate all of this. But some of this stuff I'm doing just so you can see the combination of what I'm doing. So, again, if there's one coming in this way, I don't want this guy crashing into that one. So I'm going to go ahead and put one there. And the train's never going to come this way, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to put one there anyway. So this whole part of the track is its own separate part of the track. And that train never comes this way. But the big train is about to come in and drop off a crazy ton of loot and then go pick up a whole bunch more and bring it back. And now what we're going to do over here is start to build somewhat what we did up here, right? This big storage area that we're going to utilize. Now we're going to fill in all of this, and then we're going to use our blueprints to make a ton of foundations here. But since we're doing a bit here, we'll just fill these in manually. I believe these been blueprinted. Yes, this is blueprinted here. This is not blueprinted there. Let's take that out. And we'll just use our blueprints. And then if you turn your snap mode on for your blueprints. Oh, I hear dropping off that loot. And now we're going to make a nice, look how nice that is, everybody. Blueprints are like the first thing you want to make. Or foundations are the first blueprint you want to make. Look at this, everybody. Look at that. Boom. Now, the cool thing is, as I'm doing that, everybody, as you can see, my numbers are going up for the amount of concrete and plates I have. Because up there, it has 9 boxes deep of concrete and plates, and it's automatically running that back in the dimensional depot, so I don't have to run up there and get it. I mean, if you just think about how much time you save overall in the running back and forth to get resources all the time, it's hundreds of hours, depending on how long you play the game. It really is an exponential amount. If you just take the time to put that stuff in there, I highly recommend putting that in there. And it seems like this has a weird gap. Why does this have a weird... Oh, I might have to take all this out. I think this has a weird gap versus this other blueprinting. which is actually, yeah, I might have put a gap there. Hold on, we got to take all this out first. Let's fix this gap. Yeah, see, I see there's a gap there. So, where's my blueprint? Foundations here. All the way back to here. Where's that end? Oh, it's right here. This one's the one that's offset. Yeah, that one's offset from my other things that are coming off of this. Let's fix that. Yeah, I don't like the way that is, so I'm definitely going to fix it. This refresh thing is really obnoxious. I can't see it selecting. There we go. Okay, all of that's got to go. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do this instead. Okay, cool thing about putting it in as blueprints, super easy to take back out. I remember all this is going to now drop into your inventory, so make sure you got a good amount of inventory there, which I do. Oops. Into blueprint mode. All right, stop that. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why the refresh is so weird. It's very odd. You can also act like you're taking it out and then put it back in. So I was using this blueprint for those. And I really want to use these foundations along the edge of this. Again, we can always redo all those blueprints. It's not going to affect anything, by the way. If I let that run, I'm going to take that one out too. If this runs up in the air, you can just have stuff floating in the middle of the air if you want to. I don't like it, but you can. Now, one of the great tricks is this, everybody, where you float underneath the thing. Now, of course, you got to have trust the fact that you're not going to fall to your death, which also can totally happen. All right, let's take all these out. Those I didn't blueprint. So annoying. Just have to guess that it's actually working. All right, I don't want to live with this bad foundation setup here. I'll fix that. So all my other stuff where I'm going to be putting the factory side will be nice and lined up. Okay, now what I can do is go in and switch to my 5 here. Just line that up like that. My blueprint snapping on. No, it's going to do that. Turn that off. H, nudge that into place. Can only nudge about the distance of a foundation, so... Oh, really? Right when I clicked it, that's when you decided... Oh, it actually was right. No. Thought it did the old, right when I clicked it, it moved thing. Apparently, no. That's good. All right, there we go. That matches up nicely. Very nice. Okay. Those are all good. Let's go ahead and get out of blueprint mode if we can. And soup herself another line there. I find it's not worth it to zoop like 5 in a row. Just easier to do 10 in a row with the zooping. Again, blueprinting is good for some things, and then other things, I just do it manually. Much faster. Yes, 6 hours and 3 minutes in. So actually not that long because I was having so much technical problems. I did start pretty late. So this one is not a really long stream, though I have done really long streams before. A lot this year especially. Because I'm crushing it, everybody. Again, we're going, I told you, we're going hardcore, all in, getting it going. Okay. Nice. Okay, we got all that done. Our trains are looking good. Is this getting filled up? It sure is. Okay, now, what we need to do is we need to store our raw resources so they're not maxing out in there. So each of these train stations will have its own raw storage that it needs. Now, it just so happens that I have some blueprints that go along with storage. And we have our 10 storages, 6x10 storages with the sort. And then 5x5 belts with 6x10 storages. Now, I don't necessarily need the sort function in here as well, and we're going to need more materials physically on my character. But as you can see, we have a lot of these boxes. And in this case, these are 7 boxes instead of just 6. But that's okay. Now, what we need to do is we also need to have these inputs on the back, and we can just kind of look at which way do we want this to go. Because we need to look at our inputs and outputs of the thing. Normally, I put the inputs and outputs down below. So I'll run them underneath. And really what we want to do is we want to go this way into this box. And then we can distribute, we can backlog and distribute all of these resources wherever we need them to go. And that's what we really want to do, is have a nice storage. But the easiest thing to do is to go over here, clear the current list that we have, and then go back to this blueprint and say, okay, we want the storage. We want this one. We might want to build in some sort. We might need that later. So we'll go 10 storages with our sort function built in. We'll take a look at that one too. Okay, that one's not too bad. Again, if we do it this way, we basically, the reason why we have the sort one, which leaves this open part here in the back where it can then sort resources as it's coming through. I actually think I don't need that, actually, because I don't need it to sort. I just need it to go directly into those without the sorting. Yes. Directly into those inputs. That sounds good to me. Yeah, no, we need the non-sorting one. Let's go to that, clear that. Again, sometimes I make these and I totally forget. Dang, I keep forgetting. It just dawned on me again, too. I keep forgetting to post these for my Patreon peeps. I was going to do that, but instead of doing that, everybody's solving technical problems. Sucks. Okay, now we need to go get some resources because it does not have enough resources for us to build this. And we'll take all that stuff out for now. So let's run down here and manually grab some storage resources that we're going to need. We can see that we need some aluminum sheets, some steel pipes, and some steel beams. And we've got some room. We've got plenty of room in the old inventory. Away we go. You can see I have a hyper tube that actually goes under the base, which I think is super cool because you can look down, check it out, or you can just watch here. I even have a little view tower where you can walk underneath the railroad. This is going to take me right here, and I can go down or I can go up. I always like to just leave hypertubes like that where I can just choose in the moment. You can also set up hypertube functions where you just turn the input on or off through your priority switch, and it will take you wherever you want to go. You can set all those up. They also were teasing the ability to have the hypertubes actually go different directions built into the game. So you don't have to make your, you know, bunch of different holes to go the thing. You can just run a thing and then put a junction down and junction your hypertubes. In theory, that's kind of what they teased, but we'll see what we really get when it comes out. I never say for sure because you never really know until you know, you know. All right, we'll grab a whole bunch of this because we're probably going to make a bunch more stuff. And then over here, again, I made this over the holiday, but I have not made any of these resources in a while now. Let's go with 2,800. Just to kind of double that up a bit. And then, where is our... Should be close to wherever this is, over here. And 2,800 there as well. The reason why I'm getting 2,800 is doubling whatever I already have. Double there, way more than double and all that stuff. Nice. Now again, when I use it up, it's going to run more into the dimensional depot right over here automatically. And you can see I have a whole bunch of them on every single resource pretty much. That runs it in, even the ones that I'm kind of offline. I call these mostly offline production or temporary production, where I just put it wherever the storage is and make those things. But right now, we want to go down here. Man, this is looking good down here. Looking sharp. And you're like, well, Kismet, you should make it all fancy with fancy windows and things and whatever. I'm like, that's not efficient. Efficiency first. The mandate of Fix-It Corporate Headquarters, and I'm your official Fix-It Corporate Headquarters trainer, so I don't want to get lightning from space from being inefficient, but you can run the risk if you want. I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to tell that you've been very inefficient to the inefficiency elimination process department. All right. I'm all about that efficiency, everybody. Get that efficiency going on. And then we build fancy stuff toward the end. That's when we get to fancy. Okay, this is awesome. So we're going to go and take this, and we'll give it a, let's say 4 out. And I think we're just going to side it with this over here, because we're going to build a whole bunch of stuff over here that has to do with the process. And then what we're going to do is... do the uranium on the other side. Now, eventually, we don't want to be right here because we're going to get irradiated even though the uranium's on that side. You still don't want to be right here. And eventually, I'll have my nuclear power sitting over here as well. But I do have, you do have things you can make in the game so you can handle that radiation. It'll counter those little filters that'll counter that radiation. But let's see how this works out. Okay, and let's go ahead and put this down. We're going to hit H. And I can't remember if these have foundations on them or not. I don't think it does. I can't remember. Let's run it off the side over here and see if it... What we'll do is we'll do this. We'll hit H. And then we'll go under and look. I think I did it without foundations. Look at me go. Yay me. All right. Sometimes I do it with foundations, sometimes I don't. If I'm trying to line stuff up, best way to do it is to have foundations in there where you can adjust it or some way of aligning what you're doing. But if you don't need it, no reason to put it in there because you can then just use whatever foundations are already there. Like in this case, a whole bunch of blueprinted foundations. All right, I think I'm just going to favor this side over here because it'll make it a little easier in the long run. Watch it build all that for me, everybody. It's so cool. It's cool every time. Remember, I played this game 40, 50 times through, and I put every one of those foundations down. Every one, thousands of them. And then built every single factory from scratch with no blueprinting, no zooping, no none of that. All one piece at a time. And that's why us old school Satisfactory players know what we're doing. This is a rerun? No, I'd never do reruns. Though I have been asked to do reruns before, I would make a big sign that says reruns in there so that you're not confused whether I'm actually live. I feel like that I've done it myself where I went to raid people and then not realize that it was a rerun. So I'm not a big fan of doing that. Though I do understand the need for it, or people want to watch reruns. But they can also just go watch my VODs too. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should run reruns when I'm not doing this? You let me know. When I'm not live. I think I've tried the feature like a couple times, and that was it when it first came out, like eons ago. But other than that, I haven't thought about it in a really long time. But I do get requests from time to time. Hey, Kismet, when you're not streaming, why not just run a rerun? And I'm like, yeah, I guess I could. But then again, that's more time of me thinking about running reruns instead of doing other things. That's how it goes. Sulfur is our first thing that we're going to do. So we're going to select icon. Now, again, this is very different, everybody. Normally, you don't really backlog your raw resources, but I think you should. And then this is quartz. This is not, no. Quartz. Where are you, my little quartz? There you are. And then this is coal. It's much easier just to search for it, everybody. It is so much easier. Even easier than that is to get it in there and then just copy and paste it into the other ones over here. Come on. Oh, this game, I tell you, sometimes it's just trolling me. Okay, so we should have 4 coal, a quartz, and this. Actually, I kind of want this to have such a background where I can't see what the heck it is. Much better in black. It's a little too bright, but it's bright now, but in the nighttime it'll be even darker. So best to leave it at 1. You know what I'm going to redo? Oh, nope. Exactly the opposite of what I wanted to do. Sulfur. I was trying to copy it and I pasted it instead. And then black. Black. Okay. Copy, copy, copy. Paste. Could have just done 1 coal and just copied that. Just dawned on me. Well, whatever. Kind of actually a really good idea, because now I know which ones I've modified and which ones I haven't modified. Just by that background. Okay, very nice. Now, all we gotta do is get them from over here into there. So that's what we're going to do. So we can bring them up from down below. I think that's probably the easiest thing, so I don't have to look at them. Now, floor holes or anything in the floor or whatever are notorious for sometimes tripping you up, but I like them. I wish they would work perfectly every time. I'm sure they're working toward that. But most of the time, they do work pretty well. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a go and see how it goes. And the worst that comes to worst, I can just run it straight if I wanted to. Okay, and then over here, we're going to get this first one. Oop, over here. Their output. And we only need 1 line of output for right now. Well, that's what we're going to do. 1 for each one. And then make sure that it is going the right direction. Wrong button. There. Oh, wrong thing. Default. Reversed. All right, easy. Again, the cool thing about the hover pack is I can just go down here and then line these up. Now, I highly recommend, if you are doing something like this, to do these 1 at a time. Now, I would probably put all of these in together and hope that they would actually go the same direction every time I put it up here. There we go. Keep rotating them every time. Okay, so there we... Oh, you. Get over there. Like that. And then I would do them 1 at a time, just to make sure that you don't misconnect these. I'm going to do that one. Find this next one. Actually turn it this way, just to make it go straight like that. Very nice. This one that way. This one I'm just gonna have. Nope. Don't like that. Have it go like that. No. What are you doing? Turn that function off. There we go. No, bad. Bad satisfactory. No. All right, then this one here. I can tell you this one I'm going to turn so it's not crowding that other belt. That's exactly what it's going to do if I don't turn it. It doesn't matter what this looks like down here, everybody. Ain't nobody see this down here except for me and you right in this moment. Other than that, that's why we have these, what's known as sandwich levels. It just doesn't quite reach that one. That's okay. I'll just do this. And do that. All right. Now, when we look up here, we should see stuff running. Why is it running so incredibly slowly? I love all these belts. I love all these lifters. What is going on? Ah! Why you do me like that? I hit the button and I accidentally turned them into level 1 lifters. Let's just fix that problem. That's why you look at the belts, everybody. Dead giveaway that there's something slowing that down. All right, now we should see some super fast belts here. There we go. Sometimes that's what happens. You tap the button. That's much faster. Okay. Now, what's going to happen, you're going to see it happen right here, everybody. When that train pulls in to drop off more loot, this is going to kick off. This is going to stop running. See? Like that. Oh, and I have this reversed. I just realized. See how it stops? So you got that stop moment in the thing. This is why you want to backlog a bunch of this so that you can basically have a buffer in between the time in which the train stops and is picking up stuff or dropping off stuff. In this case, in the second it's done dropping it off, we'll know because it starts again. But I just realized I had it reversed because it's a different direction on the other side. So this one is actually the sulfur over here. We'll just copy paste it. And this one is actually the quartz. Right there. And then we can copy this one into there. And then we can double check it by going and looking in the box. I don't see anything in the box. Huh. Acting like it's running up there. Oh, it's running to the front box. It's running over here, but it's still filling up the box up here in the front. Yes, there we go. And this one's cold because what it does, it goes up 5 boxes, it goes across, and then it comes back down to make it more convenient for me if I need to come over here and grab stuff out of there. And it's really obvious what each thing is now because, again, we have this output. Now, another thing that I can do is put a dimensional depot on each one of these, and so they'll be running in to the dimensional depot if I need that. But don't really feel like I need that, so we'll be fine. So let's go in and change these labels. And we're just going to put that in and then say sulfur. And I can also run this back down again in there and basically run it somewhere else. Again, this is just like a temporary stop for it all to just kind of fill up. And backlog a bunch of coal so I can use that coal elsewhere. There we go. And eventually I'll put the thing on there and I'll put how fast it's running, like, you know, so many per minute is the input of those. Okay, so those are all working perfectly. Very nice. You got plenty of coal in there. Again, you want to give it time to empty out the train station. If you don't give it time to empty out the train station is just going to fill up and then it doesn't have the ability to run that stuff through. So right now it's about 180 items per minute that it's doing as a throughput. But you can see it's already back again, ready to bring more resources in. That's going to fill up all 10 of those boxes. It's going to fill the whole thing out. There's going to be an absolute massive amount of backlog. And that's what you want it to be doing right now. While you're building the rest of your factory, you want that to just be backlogging, because you might as well, because there ain't nothing else for it to do right now. Okay, so now we need to start with thinking about our quick wire, our Caterium, which we also need. We also need other things like iron and stuff like that. So let's go look at our list again of things that we need right over here. So we need some copper ore. That's our basic input, our Caterium ore, copper ore. Down here we need coal, which we already have. Right here, coal again, limestone, sulfur, which we already have, uranium, which we already have set up, and we just need to flip that on, more limestone, and that's pretty much it. So what we can do is just make ourselves what I call the short list, where you go say Caterium ore, and I'm just going to put it off to the side here. I need Caterium ore, I need copper ore, I need coal, which is really not, it doesn't call it, I don't think it calls it coal ore, but you get the idea. I think it would be called coal ore. Coal ore, limestone ore. Where is our iron ore? Right here. Yes, I was going to say, wait a minute. We're going to need iron ore to go along with that coal ore. Matter of fact, we could probably swap these around a little bit. There we go. And we need limestone ore. What was the other thing we needed? Sulfur ore. Right here. And then we need uranium ore. Right over there. All right, so now we got a little quick list. Now the first thing I would do is change the color to, say, an orange, so you know you're still working on it. Now, what do we already have? We already have sulfur, so that's green. What else do we already have? We already have uranium, so that's green. That's already done. Coal ore, more than enough coal ore, that is for sure. Right there. So now we only have 4 things left we need to do. Caterium ore, copper ore, iron ore, and limestone ore. Now, one of the things, since I already have sulfur, and I also have quartz for other things as well, I'm going to go ahead and put the iron ore with the coal. So that would be that last one that I have right over here. This one is actually going to be iron ore right here. So I'm just going to make myself a note. That's where that's going to be. Now what I want to do is go ahead and put down another thing that we're going to go ahead and bring up from down below. Now we have most of this ore already down below, and they are already pure nodes, and so they're just sitting right over there for us to use. So what we can do is we can tie all of these together, run them up, and then of course run them over here. But the smarter thing to do is to put this over there by where the nodes are. Right, so the ones that are over there, that would be awesome. Now, if I put the iron ore here, which I can do, and run it over here, I can put it actually in both places if I want to. So I can make it go through that one, and then come over here, go through this one, and then go into the rest of the factory. The whole point is to organize your raw ore so you can then run it to wherever it needs to go, and all of the different processes that are going to be right here, right? Making our stators and making all those things that eventually will lead to uranium. And then eventually, after we do the uranium fuel rods, we'll do plutonium fuel rods as well, which is why we have all that space out there. And you notice that it's very good distance between where my hub is and where I am working, where my primary power is for right now. Definitely want to leave a nice good gap. Now again, I can build toward my base if I'm doing stators and AI and all of that, and anything that's uranium is going to be building on the other side of these train tracks and running in that direction, where I don't have to worry about it irradiating me the whole entire time. So the smart thing to do is, again, to go over here with all these other resources and run them over here as the next kind of stage of our base over this way. And we definitely want to leave our blueprinter in. And this is our primary road here. You can see that it has a blueprinter there. But we're just going to go in and we are going to make ourselves some foundations. And we're going to get started bringing up those resources. Now, again, we need to think about where we're going to put this, how we're going to have it stored. and then where we're going to run it from here. Now, it's going to be running that way. So the smart thing to do is do pretty much what I did there, where I'm kind of running it out this way, and then I'm going to run it to wherever it needs to go. In this case, instead of turning it toward the road so I can run up and use it, it's actually going to be turned away from the road. So I can bring it up from the back and I can run it in that direction. So all of the outputs are already aiming in the direction I need to go. I don't have to turn all the outputs every time because that sucks. You don't want to have to do that. Okay, now what I also want to do, I forgot to do it over there, is I want to go ahead and tag all of this area in blue. And you're like, oh, Kismet, why are you tagging it in blue? Well, blue means storage in my particular base. I just made that up. It doesn't have to be blue. It can be whatever you want it to be. But in my case, it's going to be blue. Now, again, this one, it doesn't need a sorter. Remember, these are all dedicated lines that are for that specific thing. So we're going to go ahead and turn it this way. And this particular one, we're going to put right at the end here, right up against that extra edge. And there we go. All right, and then I need to put my spreadsheet back over here so I can see which ones I'm doing. Okie dokie. Now, we'll do the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and bring up our iron, deuterium, all of that stuff. I would say this one is probably going to be iron. And I have a lot of iron, so I could actually dedicate each and every box to various iron. I forget how many iron nodes I have here. I think it's 4 or 3. It's 3 pure nodes. Yes, 1, 2, and 3. And then we have a copper node, and we have a limestone node, and we're already using the sulfur node. Over here we have more limestone, another pure limestone node. We have those dismantled crates, which drive me crazy. And then here's our deuterium over here. So our deuterium will most likely just run over here via a train, but all the rest of these don't need to be trained. They're right here. Why not just take them all, run them all together, and then run them up the side like we did in the previous stuff. So we can just go ahead and look and see how close we are. We're pretty close to those nodes over there. So pretty close to those nodes. Again, we'll just combine them, run them, bring them up where we want them to go. So let's go ahead and start with one of our, what I call the lift walls. Right over here. Oh, nope, that's not what I want to do. Just take this one out. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and we're going to make ourselves a nice basic wall. We're going to run it down like that. Now, eventually, I could siphon that off of there and run the lift wall on this side. But right now, that is running up there and doing my power. So we're going to go ahead. Oops, speaking of power, I forgot to do the power. But that's okay. What if I'm really tricky? I could grab that, bring that over here, hit this right here before I fall too far. That was pretty tricky. Pretty tricky. Tricky. Why do you have to keep turning my light off? Stop turning my light off. I don't like it. I don't want you to do it. Stop doing it. All right, we're going to go up here. It does that every time you go in the hypertuber, but I don't know why. I don't know why they thought that was something that everybody needed. I can tell you I don't need that. I could totally do without it. All right, let's run this wire over here. Now that's going to run under there, and then that's actually what's going to provide this power. Now we can go back down. And I can take this wire out. And I'll be just fine. Now the cool thing is my limestone is somewhat over this way. It's actually right there. So I'm just going to bring this down. Let's say about right there. And then we're going to show some love to nature. You ready? Here comes some love to nature, everybody. Hey, nature! Eat this! There you go. Fixit does not approve of nature if it's in your way of your construction. That's its official stance. I'm just going to clear that away so in case there's any mobs in there. Okay, now we're going down. We're going to hit right here on this edge, so it can't go all the way down there. We could move that forward. But we got all of our train station stuff there. I think it's not going to be that big of an issue. We can just go here. Like so. Bring our power down. Definitely want to chain your power along here while you're working. Come back and take it out later if you're doing some other type of power, like train power or whatever. But I'd say right about there. And then combine all of that and bring it in here. I think that's going to be good. All right, now we'll just take a foundation. Run that foundation up above. And we're just going to have kind of 2 levels of this. Bring that all the way down. This just gives me the power to hover around to build. And then also it's back chaining all the power back down here to this lower side. It's going to be dedicated to this stuff here. Where's our limestone? Actually, I think we could probably just back this up. Probably right here would be good. We'll see how it works out. Totally not what I wanted to do, but whatever, guy. Trying to go down. There we go. Oh, that's going to be perfect. Oh, beautiful. Love it. All right, we don't need all this. Let's change our mind on all of that. And again, if I can reduce the amount of resources I'm using, I'm always for that. And then I always like to put one there and then have like a transition. This makes it easier to manage. All the way down. Down again. Down to here. Okay, very nice. Okay. How's that lining up? Let's look. Not bad. Might be able to get to our copper through there. We'll see how the foundations work out. Let's see how they work out. Again, I'm just trying to work out and keep this above. Oh, it's going to go right into that one. Probably just bring that one. Turn that one to the side. Let's see what it looks like when I turn it to the side. No, don't like it. I'm very particular at this part of the game where I try to run stuff in such a way where it's not clipping through other stuff. Take all this out. Dismantle all of that. In case I need that power somewhere way off in the distance, we'll put that back in. Mark III extractor now. Oh, mama. That's going to be a lot of that. Oh, much better. Look at that. Beautiful. You're like, Kismet, why are you going way back here? Oh, you'll see when we go around the corner here. Sexy, sexy. Oh, ha ha. Yeah, love it. All right, very nice. All right, that turned out good. Okay. Yeah, I have an instinct for such things, everybody. And we'll upgrade all these miner extractors as well. I'll show you how to perfectly align all those miners and then cross from one different grid to another grid. And show you how to do all of that in just a moment. That turned out awesome. All right, I like that much better. Now, I'm going to need multiple wall areas anyway, so that turned out much better. Now, also, what I want to do is get this to run. How's that going to run? It's going to clip through that. Let's just run it here to this one. If you don't think I'm on the world grid, everybody, watch this. So that actually does line up over there. And you're like, well, Kismet, it doesn't perfectly line up. No, it does line up here. All I'd have to do is bring it up a little bit to match up to that height. And it actually does line up perfectly, as you can see. Oops, went a little far under there. Got a little crazy there. So again, if I wanted to line that up, I could very easily just bring my primary road out. Just get an idea of where I want to be. Go in. Remember, I started this from on high. I started that from up there. Remember, I brought the walls down, across, down again, all the way over here, here, and it still matches up to the world grid. And that's why I always start my primary base as part of the world grid, and then it lines up against all the other stuff. And of course, that stuff that was up there was built from the stuff down here, so that stuff's all in grid as well. So good stuff. All right, let's take all this out here, and we'll just line those all up nicely. And our goal is to go ahead and grab all this stuff and put this down here and have it all combined. This is how many nodes? This is 3, 4, 5 nodes. Maybe eventually 6 nodes. Get that other limestone. I'm trying to see what these dismantle things are. Let's see if we can hunt down these little dismantle things. They're most likely going to be in the water just to be annoying. No? Up above? There somewhere. See, it doesn't really tell you whether it's up or down. That's also an annoying thing about these dismantle crate things. Sometimes I just use my dismantle mode to see if I roll over them. I'm just looking to see if it's hiding a node under it. Take all that out. Yeah, I bet you it's up there. Or it'd be down in the water, but no real water. Can't remember anything that I actually dismantled down here. Get rid of this thing out of my face. I'm just going to thoroughly check down here first. More nature. Get it. Get that nature. Teach it who's boss. All right. Yeah, I like that. I like that. All right. Taking it through. Something down there I want to get rid of, that conveyor pole. Always looking for little things that I'm leaving behind to get that going. It's going to all be taken out now. Oh, we get all of these. Their inventory looking good. Yeah, and I put a lot of these down at the very beginning of the game because they're extracting way faster than the actual extractor can do, and they're really cheap to make. And so, man, you can just be extracting crazy tons of resources. Oh, the other thing I was going to do is go look at that other location. That's what I was going to do. I put these in here just to remind me where these nodes are, but so I can see them from really far away. And there's another one right over here. Let's run this power line over here so I can float over here. This was a pure node. Yeah, holy mackerel. Okay, that's a lot of limestone. All right, well, let's do it. What? Fuse modular frames. What a bummer. Go look for those boxes up there while we're doing this. We got to get more fused modular frames because for some reason I don't have them running in the dimensional depot. I don't know why. I should go over there and make one. Let's do that while we're at it too. I think I have an extra one. We got to get our coal back down there too, which is one of the things that we will do. We'll run it from over there and we'll run it down to that coal, and most likely we'll run it down using the pre-existing thing right here, this hypertube wall. Should run it straight down, running that coal power will start right back up again. That's not a lot of power. That's like 500 power or something like that, which is really not necessary. Speaking of power, let's take a moment and see how our power is doing now. Oh, we're making 33,000 power, and it's perfectly flat again. And all of our power has recharged. So while I was doing that, I knew it would do it because we've already done it before, and I knew I have a little extra so that it can get up to speed and then stay at full power the whole entire time. And so once I got that power connection back in there, it's also going to backlog fuel, backlog turbo fuel, backlog oil over time. So I do have that extra time in which if my power does go off, I have that extra time to go, okay, I got to fix the thing, right? And again, I have like 12 hours I could fix it. And that's why you make a lot of battery power. But that's the most battery power I've ever made over here. And I should have did it in every other playthrough. Again, what I did is I made a blueprint and I put it down and then I stacked the other one on top and the other one and the other one and the other one until you have a whole bunch of them. I think this is like 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 4 of them stacked high. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4 of those stacked high, and each one has like 28 batteries. So again, this is not like real life, everybody. That would cost you millions and millions of dollars. And in real life, you're not going to put that much battery power in. But in a game, if you've got the resources, go for it. Put in a lot of backup battery power. Why not? All right, I got to go out here and see if I can find where I foolishly, I think this is when I was screwing around with all of this and trying to get this to work. So these dismantle crates are probably in here somewhere. Are you hiding, you annoying crates, you? Underneath? Wow, that's not even... That's not, oh, because I disconnected all that. I was having a problem with this not running at full speed, so I disconnected all this. Yeah, I don't need these pumps on. I'm not pumping anything. Yeah, because I was using floor holes, and those floor holes didn't seem like they were working. If I was a dismantled crate, where would I be? Like a mystery. Should be one of the things you should be able to do is click on them and then highlight them. That's another thing. That'd also make a great mod. All you modders out there. That would be good. I'm giving you all sorts of ideas. Don't see it down below. It's got to be under one of these tanks or something that I can't get to. Or in the tank. It says it's right here. Right there. I can't see it. God, these things are so annoying. I need a feature that says remove all dismantled crates. Another great mod. And I'm sure every time I say, hey, this would make a great mod, I bet you someone's already thought of it and already done it. Modders are real smart. And this one is right about here. Standing on it. And I bet you it's one of these tanks. Took it out when I was fixing these tanks. Ah, really gonna make me take that out, aren't you? You sure are. Yep, there it is. Hosing me over. Go in and re-put that back in. So basically what that did is I just lost that oil. But oh well. I don't have that stupid box in my way. Reconnect this and hope this doesn't get screwed up. Okay. I can see this one. See, this box is like right there. All right, take it out. Yep. It's hard for me to see or to select. But no, I'm not going to be irritated by that crate. You in there. You out of there. All right, yay! Oh no, there's another one. When did I just take out? Can I just select it? Can't I just select it out of there? Please, just let me select the thing. Fine. Where is it? Oh, it's not there. Fine, this one up here. It's like finding, you know, buried treasure. Irritating. Irritating. I'm gonna have to redo my stuff because you can't select those things inside there. Again, that was a bunch of oil just got wasted. I don't like wasting resources. Especially for something goofy like those boxes. But I got it set up in such a way it's really easy for me to take in and out. That's why I have the pipe, the pumps there. I can just take that middle part out. Okay, did we finally fix those? Yay, okay. Any more anywhere? Have we gotten all of the crates? Oh god, there's one way out there. But I think some of these are bugged, by the way. I actually can't dismantle those crates. They don't show up. They're like under the ground or something weird. But all right, let's make sure that this is going through there. Yes, all good. Good, good. Oh, very good. And very good. All right, very nice. Solve that problem. All right, let's actually get back to work. What we're trying to do over here. Get all these nodes up here. I think there was something else I was supposed to do up there, but that's okay. I'm gonna go back to this. Okie dokie. Let's get over here and let's do some node extraction. Get this going. Hey, good morning. What's up? Friend of mine used to play this game, but I never tried it. This game is a 12 out of 10. This game is interesting to watch. Love the content. Keep it up, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for being in the stream. Yes, this is a 12 out of 10. This is a genre defining game, like Witcher 3, TIE Fighter. You know, I can list on 1,000 of them, everybody. All the ones that define that genre. And for factory builders and building games in general, this is the one that rules them all. Now, of course, it comes from a bunch of other games like Factorio and other games like that. But their ability to elevate that whole genre is amazing. They just absolutely have crushed every single update. And they also were voted the Golden Joystick factory #1 factory game, so they won first place. So big love to them because they absolutely deserve it, everybody. It's absolutely fantastic game. All right, now I'm going to show you my magic, everybody. I'm going to show you a trick that nobody else does other than me, and if you see someone else doing it, they ripped it off from me. Here we go. One of the things that I see people do all the time, they go in, they say, Kismet, I'm going to just go ahead and line this to my foundation. So what you do is you go in there, you take a barrier, you hold down control, you do this, then you take your foundation, and you do all this useless crap, because now you did 2 steps. And then you do this, and you got that lined up, right? Looks great. No, it sucks. Look how it's split between this foundation and the other foundation. That way sucks. Don't do that. Here's what you do. You do it in 1 move. Do it in 1 move, not 3 moves. 3 moves suck. That's more effort. That's more time you got to do. Here's what you do. Get the metal beam, hold down control, aim it at the thing. Now this side, on this side, where my big head's in the way, let me move over. This side right here needs to turn that way, right? So we're going to aim at the front of it, and then push the mouse wheel forward so it turns from the left and swinging that way like you just saw it do. Now I'm going to left click and then turn to the side like this. Now left clicking means that I'm going to now stretch it out, right? So you go right before the thing like this when it turns yellow. Then for extractors, you count 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it, you're done. You're like, no way, Kismet. Oh yeah, oh way. And then you take a foundation and look at how beautiful that sucker lines up. Not halfway into the other foundation. That sucks. What you want to do is you want to have it lined up so you can enclose this in, make it nice, make it into a really nice location right here. I'm going to go ahead and run that back just like that. It looks awesome. We're going to have it come out on this side in this direction. Now, we don't need this anymore. All we need is a foundation here to align to. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to take that out. Now we're looking sharp. So we'll go ahead and take our blueprint that I did over here for extractors. Now we've got oil extractors and then resource extractors. Oil extractors, by the way, you go 5 out instead of just 4. You're welcome again. So now what we're going to do is we're going to turn this where the arrow is facing out this direction. And we're going to look, we're going to hit H first, and we're going to look and say, where does the extractor go? The extractor goes right here. So if we align this now with the foundations that we already have, we're going to see that that should line up. Now we can see that's up just a little bit. We don't want that to happen. We want it to actually snap. So we got to make sure that we're aiming over here to the back of it. Here we go. Then hit H, nudge that into position. Oh, we can get our cursor going the right way. There we go. Now it's at the same level as the other one. They're not offset, perfectly lined up. Click that. And now that blueprint that I made, now, by the way, if you are one of my patrons, supporters, you'll get all of these blueprints for free. That's right, as a bonus for being an awesome patron. Now we can go ahead and take our sweet Mark III extractor, and we can put that in right there and extract it. Now, here's the thing. This particular extractor actually spins around and goes the opposite direction, right? It actually spins around, goes the opposite direction, and that's okay. That's because it's going to have its own built-in storage. And then I can also go in and connect the power. I can go in here and I've got a priority switch already built in, and I can name that priority switch based on which node this is, and so on. What I really want to do is eventually have it come out of the back of here and make its way back the other way, if I can get to the right thing. Like this. Now I can't turn it around the other way. The only problem is that I'm really close on this side. So we might want to think about that. Now also might want to think about bringing this a little closer. Oh, well, look at this. Somebody's got to get rowdy. And we're going to get rowdy right back. Where's my thing? All right, here we go. 15 to get her done. Get wrecked. Stay out my base. Go find somewhere else to fly around, guy. And you're like, oh, well, Kismet, you got to redo the whole thing. Not at all. All I have to do is go ahead and take a foundation and flip it around the other way. Now, I can just take the whole thing out because it's a blueprint. Boom, all gone. Take this out like this. And then what we'll want to do is if we want it to come out the other side is to go and just basically do what we just did. But again, it's really close up to the side of the wall. So when I turn it, you can see that it's a bit into the wall. So what I would really do is turn it sideways, this way. Now, whenever you change the orientation of your extractor and you want to use your extractor's orientation, basically, then what you want to do is basically look out for any obstructions or anything that it's going to go into. So if I do it this way, what it's going to do is extract here, and then I'll have the storage over here, and it'll be right into the side of the rock. Now, I can't just do it. It'd be fine if I did do it. But I want to find the optimum direction for all of this to run. And it would be great to go that way because then the output would go this way. So let's go ahead and try it that way, see how we like it. You can watch me line this again. I'm going to go much faster this time. I already showed you how to do it. I'm going to get that metal beam. I'm going to hold down that control key. I'm going to rotate that around. I'm going to left click, go down here. And then 1, 2, oh, let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. Easy, in one move. That's it. That's all you need to do. Don't do that, all that other crap that other people are doing. That sucks. Takes longer. Looks worse. All right, with the stupid highlighting crap. Oh, I hate this highlighting thing. God, I hope they take that out of the game or allow me to disable the damn thing. Because it is annoying as hell. It's as annoying as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. Put this down, do something. Jeez. That thing's always in my way, everybody. I want it to just not be there. I want to turn that feature off. It's annoying, annoying, and more annoying. All right, so here I got to run this around the back. Again, to line that up, I usually use 2 foundations. Take all the rest of the stuff out. Don't need it. And then we're going to see if we can squeeze this blueprint in here. Oh, headphones are dying. Turn this around the other way. I want the arrow to be facing that direction. Line that up down there. Hit that H. Oof. Ooh, that's pretty good. Little bit of clipping there. We'll just say that we went in there with a jackhammer and we knocked it out of there. It'll all work out just fine, everybody. It'll all work out. I hate clipping it if I don't have to, but sometimes, you know, you're doing your thing. You got to do your thing, if you know what I mean. Right over here. Okay, we turn that around. We then connect the power down here. We connect this over here. There's some things for me to do. Every time I get that going, that's going to run underneath there, then come out on that other side. And that's looking good. Okay, now we got our power over here. And we want to go ahead and take what's known as our A power, or our input power. And we want to run that to there. Now, we don't want to run it like this, because that blows all these little lines like this. We want to have a nice direct line straight down here to have its own individual line. And then now we've got a nice straight line. I can also run it down and run it on the ground and do all that, but that's fine. Okay, now this node needs a name. Now we're going to go into our spreadsheet again, and we're going to give it a name. I'm going to show you the way that I give my nodes names right here. Satisfactory resource extraction right here. I'll go ahead and zoom on. Remember, everybody, you can see all of this stuff for free. This is all for free, something I provide here on the stream, including also illustrations of how I do it. That's right, I make illustrations from scratch, which we will do with our nuclear power. I will go in and illustrate everything for you, inputs, outputs, all that stuff, for all of my patrons, and then also you guys can see it here on stream. But my patrons will actually get a copy of it that they can use. So number 4 here, this is a pure node. We are, my caps lock apparently stuck on. This is a pure node. It's overclocked. Or no, this is production node or power node. Power node is the first one. And this is the pure node here. There we go. And this is limestone. Now you might notice that all of this stuff is way ahead of it because this is for my power. Anything that's for my power is usually my primary node. So in this case, I've taken out all the other stuff and then put it mainly for primary for power. And then once we have all of our power set up, we can build factories all day and forever. And then also we set up our power in such a way that we can just keep expanding that power infinitely just by bringing in more resources, more resources. That's when you really know you've conquered the game. That's for sure. Okay, MK3 is what's going to go in there. And when we put an MK3 in there, baby, we're going to be rocking. We're going to be rolling. Let's go. MK3 in there, maxed out. What is our max output? 1200, everybody. Always overclock these nodes, everybody. It just saves you lots of time, especially if you have enough resources to just run it and power. And it's actually 4 power, so even better. So again, back over here, it's going to be 1200 right here. And it's at 250%. How much do we need? Where's that other spreadsheet? Let's go see how much we actually need. Let's see. Let's find it here. So, limestone ore, we need 540. There, and then the other limestone ore needs how much? Where'd it go? Zoom out. It's hard to scroll with this mouse. This mouse sucks. 64.8 there, 540. If we go in and say, let's just call it 70, 540 plus 70. By the way, if you didn't know, you can actually do math right in Satisfactory. 610. So I'm going to be outputting 1200 from this one node, by the way. I'm going to get both nodes. So there'll be 1200 times 2. It's better to have too much than not enough. That's for sure. All right, that's looking good. Let's go ahead and let this go ahead and start backlog. Start that up. Let that start to do its thing. So we need about, roughly about 610. So we'll put that on the spreadsheet right over here. Roughly we need 610. And this is for nuclear power. There we go. Now, what it automatically does over here in the first thing is take all of that stuff, combine it into a name where if I look at it, I can see this is node number 14. It's a limestone node, and it's for power. It's overclocked, and it's also a pure node. That's what all of that symbolism is there, as well as how much total I need from this node, though it should actually, I feel like it should, I should grab the actual amount, not that. Now that I think about it, right here. There we go. I can say what it's actually extracting at. Right over there, and then put that right in there, and there we go. See, I already named before. I just copy pasted it from the spreadsheet right in there. Now it's all named, knows exactly what it's all about, and off you go. Now it can't come out there at 1200, everybody, because I don't have the belt for it first, so it's kind of a waste of my power to run it at 151 megawatts. So what I'm going to do is go 780, which is the maximum speed of the belt, and you can see it went down to 85 megawatts. So basically saved me a bunch of power. That's called underclocking if you go under 100%. In this case, I'm overclocking it, but not maxing the overclock right now until I get the faster belt speeds, and when I do, all the way up it goes. But normally you don't need to worry about it. You can just 780 just as fast as you can get the belt to go and start to backlog those resources in there. And then, of course, our eventuality is for this to go and backlog 10 boxes deep, which is what we're going to be doing next. Okay, so now we got that one done. First limestone done. Now we're going to go work on the second limestone. Now, what we want to do is probably tie this across like this, just in case this gets disconnected or whatever. It'll still always have power. And then this one's even more tricky over here, but I think if we aim it this way, I think we'll be just fine. Let's go. Oh, and we need more of those materials. That's why I was going up there. It just dawned on me why I went up above. I totally forgot to get more of those materials to put more of this down. And I forgot to put down the dimensional depot. Man, I forgot to do a bunch of things. We're running, everybody. We're 7 hours in. Again, I did start late because of all the technical problems, thanks to Microsoft and to NVIDIA for screwing me over and wasting hours and hours of my time by putting out bad products. Again, I just tell it like it is, everybody. Not my fault. I didn't do it. I didn't make bad drivers. I didn't do it. They did it. So it's on them to fix it. In my case, I fixed it by throwing that folder away and having an update. Again, if you have a problem with Satisfactory and it's not launching, you go check it out on my Discord. Right over there, I put a step-by-step guide on how to fix it as well. Okay, we needed those. What? That's not. Nope, nope, nope. That's over here behind the train. Almost jumped in there. Over here. Okay. I probably have a bunch of men here too. Nope, oh, wrong thing. Over here. Sure do. Okay, let's get ourselves a nice dimensional depot going over here so I don't keep running up here. All right. Though I will take a stack with me while I'm at it. Oop. Not all the stack. Put that in there. Okay, what are we missing here? More aluminum casing. Man, I just want to go up there and just take a whole box of aluminum casing and bring it down here. I'm very tempted to do that. Actually, let's just put these in the dimensional depot again. Well, that's not going to go in there. And we can go ahead and offload this. Where's our sort box? We made sort boxes at different levels, so it'll just go all the way up to the top and put it away. So I don't have to lug all this stuff around. So we'll go ahead and put that back in there, and that'll micromanage all of that. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, we need to go get... We need our thingy, which is over this way. We need to go up and get just a massive amount of these aluminum casings. Instead of just keep pulling them out of the dimensional depot, I'll just go grab a ton, and then I don't have to keep coming back. And that will make a lot of those, because I have a lot of aluminum casings. We have a lot. Yeah, we're going to keep on rocking, everybody. Rocking it today. And again, we'll come back hopefully tonight, Thursday night. We have got some Astroneer lined up. I've got some other cool space games lined up for probably for Friday. I might skip Friday. Throne and Liberty. I'm getting behind on Throne and Liberty now, too. I might skip Throne and Liberty and then come back on Saturday and just absolutely grind a whole bunch of stuff. I'll probably be maxed out on all my stuff, but such is life. But I do have another cool game that I want to try on Friday, so we'll get it going. And it just came out too, so very cool. Very cool. Let's Let's see. Got that going. We're coming up here to get our aluminum thingies. Aluminum casings. Where are you at, my little darlings? There you are. My little freaky darlings. There you go. Get all that. Forget what movie that's from. What's that movie from, everybody? He calls them his freaky darlings. What is that? I gotta look it up. Hold on. I forget what that's called, what that's from. I know I got it from a movie. I forget. I forget. It's probably not a horror movie because I don't watch that many horror movies, by the way. So I'm not really into them. It's not my thing, but it's your thing. More power to you. Do your thing. Okay, we got the things. We're going down the hyper tube. Later it gets, everybody. Remember, I'm not all there anymore. I'm still there. I'm just not all there. Just keep that in mind. All right, we're going this way. Remembering what I'm doing while I'm talking on stream is actually fairly difficult. Fairly difficult to keep yourself on track of what you're doing, especially when you're doing a lot of complex things like I'm doing right now. A lot of stuff at the same time. Okay, this should be plenty of these to get that fired up. How are we doing over here? All right, heavy modular frames. Let's just pull all those out of there too, because this is going to burn through those too. Put those in there. What else is this using? Oh, nitrogen gas, which it has an absolute massive ton of. I bet you this whole thing is full. Absolutely. I bet you this thing is full. Come on. Why do you want to be weird on me now? Oh, because the train's in there. It's probably maxed. Okay, so what it's doing is taking nitrogen, taking our heavy modular frames and our aluminum casings and turning them into fused modular frames. I should probably double that up, though. I am doubling up these cooling systems. And I am rocking these turbo motors. Put those excess in there. The thing that's messing me up there is also rubber. So it's using a lot. See, when it's using a lot of a certain resources and then a small amount of other resources, it's definitely worth your time to just go get a bunch of it or to run that item directly, whatever's taking up the most of that. In this case, it's aluminum casings and also rubber. And I have a lot of it, so, I mean, I can just keep taking it out of the Dimensional Depot, but that costs me more of my time. It's actually smarter for me to go up here and just grab a ton of it, and bring it down, drop it off, and then I don't have to bring the large amount of resources and keep running those over and over. I can just throw it all in a box. And again, a lot of this stuff is 10 boxes deep. Turning my light off. Game. Stop turning it off. Now again, when I take it out of there, it'll just grab it from the other boxes. This is 5 high here. And then you can see I got 5 more. So it comes in on the back. It's sorted. So it'll sort it out, go into this box, rise up, go across, rise down, and then ends up right here where I can just run up and grab it from the front. So the one that's always the most filled, you can look, see it's already filled back up again. The one that's always the most filled is the one right where I'm at, which is awesome. Now we can also go over here, and while we're at it, you know, grab a bunch of these heavy modular frames. Why not? We got room in our inventory. Let's do it. And this is an idea I have for future storages where I can actually tell whether it's full or not. Just by looking at the front of that. Which is very cool. We'll come back to that eventually. We got to get all this stuff going while we're busy doing other things. And again, this is the only production I have going. I have like 30,000 power, and this is all that I'm using it for. And then a little bit up there, but that stuff's already filled up there at the top, so I don't have to worry about that. This stuff actually needs a place to go. It needs its own storage. But I have to go through and basically redo all my factories, and when I do that, that's when I'll redo all that storage. All right, up here, heavy modular frames. Down here, where's that over here? Rubber for both of these. Boom, there we go. It's going to go to that one and to this one. Again, heat sinks. How are we doing on our heat sinks? Oh, we need more of those. Those will last for a little while. Put those in there. What we got over here? Radio control units. This just allows me not to have to run up there again. What do we got here? Motors. There we go. Man, I wish I had another dimensional depot. I could run my turbo motors in there. Oh, got it. Okay. Again, it's using 112 per minute of the rubber. But I also have it overclocked too, and I have it with a doubling up. But it's 112 rubber, so it's really a lot more of that particular thing. In here, the thing it's using the most of is actually water. Nitrogen gas doesn't matter. That's actually coming in directly. But it's water. But I have a lot of water. And the other next thing would be rubber and then heat sinks. So, and again, it's splitting the rubber too between the two. So that's 30 over there and then 112 over here. So this is the thing that's actually burning up most of the rubber out of there. And then again here, we've got lots of those. And we got lots of those. This just needs nitrogen gas. That's going to run that into our thing so we can keep making level 3 extractors. Which is why we just did all of that. We want to make these level 3 extractors over here and extract all this stuff, run it up to that box up there. Now, here's the cool thing about having a server, especially from the awesome people at G-Portal. You can go over there and set up a server like I have, and it's been running for thousands of hours, everybody. It just runs 24/7. Remember, you're using their power and their computers to run it 24/7 for just a couple bucks a month, everybody. That's pretty amazing, I think. That's a sweet deal right there. 1,698 hours that has been running. This particular one. Now, of course, I haven't been in the game. It's been running. I haven't been playing for that long. I just let it run and run and run. And that's the power of time. You know, you have more time in your day because it is running it. You're not have to sit here and manually watch it. It's actually doing all of the processing while you're doing something else, which is awesome. Okay, now back to this. We're going to go ahead and run this. Yeah, let's say like that. Again, just going to, once I show you once, everybody, I'm just going to roll on. I think you got the gist of it. Make sure that front piece is nice and straight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Done. Oh, I did it backwards again. I did it backwards again. Yes, I need to run out this direction. So I'm going to do it this way. So it turns around and goes back that other way. Whoa, and we lost power. Whoa, okay. Almost fell off there. I got to bring my power up further. There we go. That freaks me out every time, though, you know, because it freaks me out in real life, everybody, not just in game. That feels like I'm falling. I am falling in game, but then I feel like I'm falling in real life, which is a very scary feeling, everybody. 2, 3, 4. Had to deal with it for 10 plus years now. Okay. Snap that in there so it's perfectly snapped in. We're going to run an extra one around the back here. Run it like that. Take all this out. Now, by the way, when I put this down and I have the foundations there, it'll actually end up a little bit higher. And it will align. And a little friend down there we can grab. Got so many of those now. Blueprints, extractor. Turn it around the other way. Make sure you're aiming at that edge. Hit that H. That's pretty... No, that's not bad. Not bad. Okay. Good. Looks good. Line that up. Again, it's a blueprint that I made for these particular ones. Nope, not the right thing. I want the extractor. Always has to be the opposite direction than I want it to be. Takes more of my time to have to rotate it around every single time. So annoying. That in there. Actually, I forgot to put the foundation back in on that other one. Like that. Primary power. Right here. I should have done this originally so I could just manually do that. Now I don't need this. Okay, we got power coming in there. We can just go ahead and turn that on. Let's go. I like to drag it, even though you could just click on it and it would go. I like to drag it. I don't know what it is makes that more fun when you drag it, but whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna go over here to my spreadsheet. Basically put the same exact thing in that I just did for that other one. This is not going to be for nuclear power. This will be for factory. This will be probably for concrete production. Because I only need 610 for my nuclear power, but I could go in and make 2 sets of nuclear power. Because again, I have one set that's going to be 6 nuclear power, and each nuclear power is a massive amount of power, buddy. And then eventually we'll make plutonium rods, which last even longer, and really it actually ups the production value. You'll see. You'll see when we get there. All right, this is node number 15. You already saw me do all the how I figure out all my naming convention here. Already saw that spreadsheet. And again, for those who are new in here, you can go check out that spreadsheet right there in the chat. Look at that. Solid 33,550 power. Looking sexy. Battery's fully charged, and if it did just charge, it would take 12 hours before it ran out of power currently. Now, our consumption's going up. You can see we're now around 9,000, which is fine. Getting up into that 10,000 range, which is what we want. We want to make sure that we're really starting to scale up our extraction and also our output. Yes, there it goes. Okay, now again, we want to overclock this. So we need our power shards. Oops, spell it right. Power shards right here. Put this in there. Just type 780 in here because that's as fast as it's ever going to go on that particular belt. We'll come back. We'll make it even faster. Now we got that done. Now our goal is to run this up this way. Oh, it's over there. That's right. We have to run this across here. So what we'll do is we'll just run it old school. Just run it here, run it up. No reason to make this fancy. This is just an easy belt run. Over here where our other concrete is. I'm putting it up just a little bit so it's not, going through the wires and all of that other stuff that we have running. And there we go. All right, now we have a double output of our limestone. Kind of feel like I want to put limestone first. So we're going to go in here and use our little wall thingies here to bring that up and end up over here. Oh, look, more nature, everybody. Let's show nature what we think of nature. Or what Fix-It thinks of nature. Not me personally, everybody. I'm just kidding around here in the stream. Don't take, it's called satire, everybody. Most people that can't understand satire, they don't get a joke. And that's the problem with people in the world right now. They can't take a joke. They don't understand it's a joke. Everything has to be so dang serious. It doesn't have to be that serious. It's okay. Just relax. Relax a bit. Some things need to be serious. You need to be serious about. A lot of things you don't. A lot of things you can just relax. It'll all be okay. All right. Right into there. Maybe a nice little 90 there. Yeah, there we go. Bottom one here. Out of there. And a nice little... not a nice 90. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Nope. Don't like it. It's all gotta go. Nope, not the power pole. Power pole can stay. There you go. Do not like it. And let's go like this. That's definitely got to be redone. Whenever I usually don't worry about it unless I'm mega building like this. If I'm mega building, then I'm definitely going to fix it. Because I don't want it to suck. Let's just move this back a little bit, and that'll give it a bit of an easier way of lining that up. And then up here with the 90, and then up here the 90. See that? I just showed you a trick, everybody. Did you see it? Did you miss it? Should have been paying attention. See, again, it was worse to line it up over there. It's better to line it up earlier. Then it's all in the same same direction, and you can see that it perfectly does those beautiful 90s that it does now on that straight function. So there you go. There you go. For sure. Dee, 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 dee. Hold on a second, everybody. Flip some buttons. There you go. Flip some buttons, flip some switches. That's how we do. Right over here. Right where it went. Or is it right here? Alrighty. There we go. Okay, back to what I was doing. Okay, so we bring in our limestone. Now that's going to be 1200 and 1200 limestone when we get those faster belts, everybody. That's going to be amazing. But we got that done. Now we want to get our other stuff over here. And again, we have 4 other nodes. Oh, that's going to be perfect. Wow, what is this magic that's going on right now? 4 other nodes are going to be magical. We're going to put another one of these under here, since we're going to be running most of this stuff from the other side. And we're going to take it and we are going to turn it in the opposite direction. There we go. And just run that up from underneath. Like that. Okay, looking good. And then down here, we shall basically do something of this nature. And kind of a bit of an offset. So we'll go there, there, and there, very nicely. And then here, nice. Okay, and again, we only need the 4 lines. And over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy mackerel, that is perfect. Okay. That is perfection. Okay, and we want this to go the opposite direction of the way it's going, so they can end up going in this direction. So we're going to turn it this way. Something like that. So let's go on this side so we can see if it's... Which way is it better aligned? Like that? I think like that. And again, do my quick and easy technique to get your stuff lined up nicely. One, two, three, four. Oh, nope. I start again if it gets messed up. My mouse is a little touchy. 1, 2, 3, 4. This right here is for alignment. It allows me to line my blueprint up. That's why I put those extra ones in and take all the rest of that out. It's all of that work there is just to align this to this right here. And ultimately align it to the extractor. Overclock. 780. These are all pure nodes too. Pretty sweet. All right, this looks like it's connected to something, but it's not. Why is this not providing any power? What's going on with our power over here? No power? This one has power. Weird. That one has power. This one. None of the ones that are connected to it have power. This one? Power, yes. What is going on right now? No power. Oh, I forgot to connect it down here. Okay, now I know what it's doing. Ha! I was like, that's kind of weird. Because it's if it has power, it'll show up at least here in the front with that thing. So I had to flip that thing on. There we go. And then I got to flip this on to turn that on. So this will now start up, and 780 will run the thing in there. Okay, ore node. Let's go work on our ore nodes over here. This is for factory. This is for... what is this for? This is for... what are we extracting this iron ore for? For steel ignits, for steel. Which is ultimately for stators. So it's really for stators is what we're doing that one for. Let's say stators. And that actually is for power because eventually it becomes nuclear power. So that's a power thing, 1200 because it's a pure node. We're extracting iron ore. I'll just say iron. We know what it is. And so fix all of that. Yes. And then we can name this using my spreadsheet. Nice and easy. There we go. Ore node number 16, 1200 iron. Eventually, it's for power, it's overclocked, and it is a pure node. And all of that looking good. Now, right now it's at 780, but I know it's at 780. That's okay. Okie dokie. So that is going to go there. And let's take it from the top one here. I'll just run it to the outside edge. Very nice. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, perfect. Right on the corner. Very nice. Okay, right here. And then run a second line. Okay, so maybe we should offset this. Run all these lines first so that we know actually where we're going to end up on these. Do I want to run it there? This is a good question. Run those on the inside, and then our copper on the outside edge. That's going to make it difficult to run that copper one because it's going to end up in this one, and this one's going to go over this way. Guess it's not that difficult. Just run it over the top of that other one. And then this one's going to run from that side over there. Just figuring out how the belts are going to overlap each other and what would be an easier way of doing it. This kind of seems like an easier way to move this over by one and just bring the copper on the outside edge one and then all of these here. So that seems better to me. We're going to take all this back out because this has now got all that on there. And we probably have it in the lifter too, so take the lifter out. Lifter back in. That back in. Darn trees. Trees everywhere touching my stuff. Get out of here, tree. Get away from my stuff. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to run copper on the outside. And then just bring this down. And bring this into there on the second line. Much better. Okay, there we go. Thinking that stuff through, everybody. All right, and then this is going to be on the third line here. So this I can just take out. Maybe lift this up just a little bit. Now, kind of cuts through that foundation. Don't like it. And this will be third one here. You're like, well, Kismet, why aren't you doing the second one? Well, the second one's already taken up by the one that's over here. Okay, so that's why you want to do it in the third one. Then the next one that we're going to do is the one from over here. We're going to take all this out. Did we take out the other one? I think we made that a Mark III. Yes, we did. Okay, then this one. Oh, we didn't do the whole thing over here. We didn't do all of our node stuff. Let's do all of our node stuff first. I will take some of this other stuff out of the way, just so it doesn't get in our way while we're doing this. Okay, we're going to turn the node away. Like this. Try to line it up by kind of looking at what we're doing. And let's go with that. Take this back just a little bit. Hold down Control, rotate forward, left click, let go of Control. 1, 2, 3, 4, click. And then snap your foundation in the beam. Then run this back. Add another one there. Take all this back out. Snap my blueprint. You get the idea. I like to have storage built in when I'm doing this kind of thing. So it has a chance to backlog its own backlog, and then it'll backlog it up above. So this is running while I'm busy doing other things. Our A power back here. This is going to go up along there. How are we doing our power over here? It's just going straight up to there. Do a nice little cross section there. Very nice. It's going to go to there. This can go here. And that across over to there for later. This is set up. This is the next node that we need. Another iron node, and this is all the same. So I'm just going to use that iron node basically for status production. This will be node number 17. And I'll just turn it on for now. And then get our extractor going here. And most important to remember all these little things like connecting the power and then connecting these little segments here from the extractors. Vitally important. All right, now we got all that going. This is going to spin up in a minute. We're going to overclock it. We're going to say 780 in our extraction. And that's going to start backlogging into this box while we're busy doing other things. Okay, we got that done. Now this one. Actually back that up just a little bit. There we go. Again, turning this away from the direction. I want to run it under this way. Something like that. I could have made it where it went the other way, where it goes and comes out this side or whatever, and I can make a left hand and a right side one. But it's not really that vitally important. This is only like, it's only going to sit over here and do this. As long as it does its function, it doesn't need to be massively fancy. But you can do it if you want. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, right there. Zoop that back again. Oh, there. And this is very, once you have this down, man, you're in a groove. You are in a groove right here. Extracting. Snap in there as best I can. Nudge it over. Again, some of these nodes are like right next to other stuff like rocks and things. But we'll get it done. Run this to the back. Run this to wherever this was, right here. Like that across there. Run this across here. And we'll transition. Run that under. Looks good. Let's get this one reconnected into that third one. Again, you see it's already backlogging in here. So again, it'll backlog in there and then eventually backlog up there. And then eventually when we go to use it, it'll have just massive backlog of resources, which we don't need to worry about. All right, let's get this pure node run across here. And we probably want to bring this out again, just to make this a little easier to run. And we just want to end up at the last one here. So we'll do this and, I don't know, make it nice or something. Gonna probably block the rest of those inputs, but that's okay. Could run on top, by the way. I don't have to run it under, but it's more fun. 1, 2. Run that on that outside edge. What is going on there? Looks like it's running the wrong way. Running the wrong way. Don't like it. Ran it this way like this. There we go. And then that way. Right into there. All right, away it goes. Now we've got our 3 iron pure nodes rocking and rolling. Holy moly, that's a lot of resources right there. Let's go. Love it. All right, we give this a name? No, we need another iron node. Another iron node on the thingy. And again, this is more iron than what we need. I'll probably siphon some of this iron off for other things, like plates and stuff like that later. But right now, we're just going to call it state of production. Turned it on. Then we're going to go to our priority switch here. You can see we've got a bunch of stuff up on the side here. And I'm going to go ahead and just put this, let's put it in group 5 for right now. It really should be in group 1, but I'm just going to put it in group 5 just to kind of keep an idea of what I've got going there. And that's our nuclear power, and this is coal and water power. So I could actually put the higher priority power in the higher tier, like nuclear power, and then in the next tier I could put fuel power, and the next tier I could put coal, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. But right now I'm just going to put it in priority group 5. Okay, so all of those are nicely, got all of their priority switches. They're extracting at maximum speed. Let's go double check this one because we haven't put the extractor in yet. It's going to be really a way better producer if we actually put the extractor in. There was something I was forgetting. That down there, let's go ahead and put in our little connector here. We have that on. All looking good. We got to overclock this and just tell it 780. Now we all good. Now the way I know it's working is I go look at the belts. If the belts have resources on it, awesome. If they don't, then something is afoot. And usually I like to be where I can see all of them at once. So we should start to see some resources coming down the line here. Again, you want all this to be running while you're, there it goes. You want this all to be running while you're busy building, everybody. I feel like it's always the smartest thing is to get this stuff started up as quick as possible. Personally, like to get it rocking. Now, once I have this done, everybody, I can go in and I can now enclose these in. And I don't have to look at them. Let me actually put that one down there first. And then just enclose those in. And then you don't have to look at it extracting. It's not slowing your machine down as much. Don't really need to look directly at the extractors. The only thing I really look at is in the storage. Is there some in there? And is the thing working? That's all I need to see. Yeah, we're going to let this run too. So when we come in next time, we're going to have a tremendous amount of raw resources we could use to get our production up and running. Okay, I think only that other one over there. We got them all, see, we got them all siphoning or leading to the same location, so we don't have to run trains individually or all the lines. We're trying to minimize line runs, the amount of lines that we have to run, and really consolidating it all. That's a great trick in this game, is to get your various resources from various locations consolidated down into single lines like that. Okay, now we just got one more to go. Right over here. And it is our copper node. Again, we're going to turn this one away from the direction in which we want to have it output. And line it up something like that. Control. Sure it is lined up straight. There it is. Okie dokie. So I could make a blueprint for the size of that that rod, and then just put the blueprint down and try to snap it. But I go with what works, everybody. Oof. That's a little low there. That's a little low. I wonder if we could get away with one a little bit higher here. I'm gonna pull this power over here so I stop losing power. I think we could probably get away with that a little bit higher. Let's go ahead and put a 2-meter ramp in. Run this across here and see if it'll let us put this miner down. Oh yeah. I eyeballed that perfect. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is rise that up a little bit. And then do the same thing I did before, where when we put this one down, it's actually going to be up off the ground. So that we can put that down. Now, it will only let you go up so high, and then it will say, sorry, you can't put that extractor down. And so that's why I tested the extractor there first, before I tried to put this down. But we'll test it again after we put this down and make sure that it is lined up and all of that. See if it'll let us do it still. Still no? Oh no, it will. It's just a little awkward to get that perfect spot. All right, there we go. No, we got it. Sometimes you just got to fuddle with it. Oops. Down there. Run our power a lot cleaner here, like this. And then to there. Oh. The misclicking in this game is rough. I had it lined up, I click it, boom, and my mouse moves. Now I'm clicking it again. Okay, this needs to go down here. And not plug into that one, but the one back here, because again, this is the one that's going into the primary power, which is always on. Make sure it's the one that's always on and not the one that if I turn that one off, this one goes off too. Because I like to individually be able to control them. Ooh, I don't like that. Let's go a bit more like this. Then like that. There we go. And then this one we can just run up on the top. Just run this one across the top side. Wow. That's amazing. But I actually lined that up perfectly. Okay. Go, 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 baby. Let this thing start to fire up. I don't know. I just like, every time I do it, I like to do that. I could do it in the priority switch and just flip it on over there. But I think that's pretty fun. Everybody go in and to get that going. just by flipping the switch. Okay, so this is a copper node. This is copper. And then same thing, this is all production and for our power. This copper one is actually for... Copper is for our AI limiters. Oops. AI limiters in there. Okay, there we go. And now we got 1,200 copper running out of there. Nice. Eventually. But for right now, it's going to run like that. It's very nice. We're going to go ahead and overclock it at a maximum of 780, which is the belt speed. All right, good. And then this one we'll just go ahead and fill in. Like that. And again, you can see I can see the light, whether it's working. I can access it. I can access the box. See, I don't need to see all that other stuff in there. I just want to make sure that it is functioning and working. And this is now getting up to speed. Should come out at full speed. There we go. It's on there. It's running along the belt. Looks like it is backlogged all the way down. And so when we get all the way to the end, we should see every one of these belts are full of the resources. Look at them all under there. Nice. Very nice. Every one of these full. Ooh, I don't like the way some of those are touching. I don't like it. Should have probably offset that over a longer distance. Hold on, let's do that. Let's reset this so it's more like this. Because when you do it really close like this, it has a tendency to go right inside each other like that. Can't quite reach. Oh my gosh, just by a little bit. All right. Well, we'll bring this out a bit. And we'll just do that. I don't like the way that it's curving there. And so what we'll do is we'll do something more like this. Just create an in-between just to make it look nicer and then easier to see. It's all working. Try not to screw up the belt runs. Put it in the wrong thing. And there we go. Now we can see all the belt runs and that all the belt runs are working, which is awesome. Okay. I've been playing for 8 hours, everybody, according to this game. I have been. It's absolutely right. Okay. So what else? That's it. We're done. We're GG's. We just tapped every pure node over here. Very nice. Oh, we need one more resource, and that is our Caterium. Now, our Caterium is over there. And my headphones are about to die. So we should also bring our Caterium up, too. Let's go get this Caterium. Let's go tap this node I've never tapped before. My headphones are about to die. Might as well just switch them now. How are we looking on time here? All right, we'll do a break in about another 10 minutes. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes. Call break. All right, we'll see if we can get this going in the next 10 minutes. Oh, and I forgot to actually switch the headphones. Let's go. And by the way, thanks for all the follows. I appreciate that. I see you there. If you haven't already done so, hit that follow button. Everybody, it does help the stream tremendously. If you do want to help support the stream, you can use that Twitch Prime. Twitch Primes really do help streamers. Of course, also the Twitch Turbo does as well. You don't have to watch any ads, anything like that. You can be showing the stream some love, just like that. And in fact, not just my stream, but every stream on Twitch. All right, so I think we'll turn it backwards like we did before, like this. Let's say like that. Hide that thing. Too far away from the power. Power over there, out of the way. This is another one that we might be able to get away with a little bit higher. Kind of sunk down in there. Let's see. That seems a little high there. Maybe just a little bit higher. I don't think it's going to let me get away with that high. Let's try like this. Oh yeah, okay, let me get away with that. Okay, up a little bit. Like that. Otherwise, it's just going to clip through the ground. I'm not going to like it. I mean, it's already clipping a bit here in the back. But we'll do what we got to do. We'll make it work. The less clipping it does, the better I like it. Okay, I don't need those. And this back here. Should have took those out on the other ones too. Okay. No, totally not what I wanted to do. Just wanted to run that right there. Okay, we can take this out now. Put our extractor in. I like to give myself a challenge here to get this done in the amount of time. Turn that on. This is Caterium. We're going to need another box for that one. It's a pure node, it's overclocked, and it's for our power. And I think it is for our status production. Let's go in and look. Let's see. It is for... actually for AI limiters. AI limiters is what those are for. Which is perfect. That's what we just got the copper for. So copper and Caterium working together. Okay. So we got all that working. Now, what do we want to do? Yeah, we want to take all that and run that. Yeah. Okay, Caterium. Let's get it up and going. Oh, I need my label. There it is. I know what that is. Our power does not seem to be coming in there. What's going on there? There it goes. It just wasn't refreshing. Okay, it was like, where's my power showing there? This we got to connect down here, so it'll start up. Overclock it. Current maximum belt speed 780. Right there. And we want to actually see it putting it in the box. If you don't actually see it putting it in the box, it's not worth it to do all that work. Come on, spin up. There it goes. Oh, yeah. Okay, now we got to get this Caterium way over there. Again, I'm not going to do anything fancy with this. I could run it up all the way to the top there. Totally not worth it. And then in the water a little bit. But above the water, it is. Good. I'll just run it wherever my power lines are. Not like they have boats in this game, everybody. You don't have to worry about it. Just run it however you got to run it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wipe these guys out again. How much bullets I got left? 4. Oh, it was just enough. Just enough bullets. Because they're just going to be annoying here in a second, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, we're going this way. Let's go along this way. Again, keeping that up nice and high, so if I want to drive underneath there for whatever reason, which there's probably 0 chance I'm going to be driving underneath there. But, yeah, just in case. Again, consolidate these together. Should I run it under or should I run it over? Definitely seems like an over situation to me. Let's take that back out there. So awesome how far away you can click on stuff in this game. A lot of games, you got to be right up on top of it, which is annoying. That's going to go nicely over the top of that. And then again, we're going to try to put another one right here. Maybe just bring that up on top. Like that. Actually, even better. Use the building. A nice way of conveying that, and then right into that one. Oh man, 7 resources right there. Sweet. Okay. Man, we're making some big strides. Big strides. My alarm go off? No. 2 minutes. All right, we got this. 2 minutes to try to get the rest of this figured out. Get this here, and then we're just going to go out like that. This is only temporary to see the distance. Right to there. Or we could run it under. Let's just run it under. Okay, now we're actually going to run it. Now you can use a floor hole to run this as high as you absolutely want, but I find that it just kind of messes up what I'm doing. The redraw is not very good, so I stopped doing that. I do have a few of them way over there. You can see they go max distance, but I don't like the way that it shows up in game, so I'm gonna stop doing it because I don't like it. Okay. Yeah, those are all coming up down below, and then we'll make them turn around and go in the opposite direction. Something like that, though we could have done that on the other side here. Could have had them switch, but that's good enough. And then soup this out. This way, if we need to look at these two, we can just come over here and see how they're doing. How far is that going to get? It's going to get to right about there. Okay. This one, you're really getting serious about resources here. This is really a lot of resources. That outside one doesn't have any resources on it. See that? Something wrong there. Something wrong there. I don't see the resources going through. It's down further. Down here. This one. There it goes. Through that one, through this one, through the top one. There we go. See, that's why it's cool to do that, because you can see all of them and say, okay, yeah, they're all working. And that's what you want to see. Okay, then again, over here, we'll see how this works out. Those lifters are purely for measurement. To know where to put the wall holes at the maximum distance. Those will all be removed. At the end? Oh, okay, all the way to the top. Okay. Now this needs to come up and actually turn around the opposite direction. So I need to turn those around. Have those end up into all of these. Okay, so let's go add up all of our floor holes here. Oh no, I do have exactly 7. I forgot. Yeah, these are exactly 7. Wow, that just worked out. Just dawned on me. Those are going to go in. All going in that way. Now I can see all the floor holes here. And then let's see if we can make that work. Okay. So as they're coming up, let's see which way they're turning by the time they get to the top first before we do the rest of that up there. So take all these out first. Use my limiter to just take out the lifters. Okay. Lifters on the inside. Okay, good. So annoying how it just automatically chooses the opposite direction in which I want it to end up. Very annoying. There are a few things that do bug me about this game, but it's still a 12 out of 10. Can't deny it. How easy it is when you do it at max distance. Stop that floating away stuff. Give me the full Willy Wonka. Hey, stop. Stop. Stop floating away. Get stuck and just start floating off into the distance. I'm pressing a whole bunch of buttons to get it to stop. So annoying. Another annoying bug of the game. Just start drifting off for no reason. It's got to be something that I'm doing, like I'm hitting some button or something, but it shouldn't just keep going. If I'm holding it down, that's when it should go up or down, not just like auto run vertical. Again, I don't know what does it, and frankly, I don't want to sit and figure it out. I don't want to figure it out because I don't care that much about it. Okay, now we could just run this out. And run that like that to the side. Get that first one in there. Put the next one up. So we can get that second one without blocking the first one too much. Nope. Blocking that next one too much. We're a little close. This needs to move back. Yeah, should have had this wall a little further back, but that's okay. We got it going now. We can always adjust for it up here at the top. What we're going to do is we're going to Bring it down just a little bit so we can flip it in the opposite direction. And then we can control it a little bit more when it comes back. And it won't have to be so close to these. Now we can just back this up. Do something like this. Yeah, should have moved that back further. Offset it a little bit further to the left, too. Could just take that one and run it on the other side. Now these are all, it's over too far, so I'm just going to adjust the angle here to offset. Instead of redoing all of that, which you could do if you're a perfectionist, you'll want to go back and redo all that. I'm not going to because I improvise in the moment. Like that. Okay, very nice. And then this can come back even further. Let's say zoop those up so I can come on, dismantle filter. Basically, I'm trying to control the way that those switch back at the top. And so you don't really know until you do it that that's really where you want that to end up. And I can go back down there and redo all of it if I wanted to. And sometimes I would. But right now, we want this to just run, and I'm the only one that's going to know that that's doing that. Okay, now we're ready to throw these across here. Like so. That's much better. Way better. Wow, that is perfect. Look at it go. All right, awesome. That is going to be an insane amount of resources right there. Now, the cool thing is we just go to the front, and whatever comes out the front, we know that's what that particular thing is. Yeah, very cool. See, nothing coming out of this one. Little problem there. But these are all running here. Concrete or limestone. Iron, 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 iron. Right? Or wait. Copper. Yeah, our Caterium is having a problem. What's going on with our Caterium? Did we forget to run that one? No, we ran it, but we just ran it from the wrong spot. That's why. That's why you double check. There we go. Now I can see it on the belt. See, and I can put labels on it, everybody, but I can just look at it. I know what the ore looks like. So yes, that's going to be 10 boxes deep when we come back next time. And not only will it be 10 boxes deep here, it'll actually be an 11th box because at the ore extraction node, we also have a box there as a buffer as well. So yeah, that's going to be a tremendous amount of resources there. So this is going to be Caterium. And so we'll just do that just because it's cool. I really don't like anything else in here. I just like the actual thing. Then we'll copy that setting. And then we'll just paste the rest of this. Okay, or not. We can just copy, copy, copy. There we go. Sometimes very feisty. Paste. Oh my god. How hard is it to go Control V in this game? Apparently difficult. All right, this is copper. I mean, not like we just can't see the ore right there. I mean, D. And this is iron. I'm going to copy the iron because all the rest of this is just going to be iron. Paste it. Jeez. I copy like 5 times for it to work. And then this is going to be limestone. Nope. Nope. My bad. Let's say copy. Copy. There we go. Copy, 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 copy. Really? Really? Is that what we're doing? Whatever. Okay, we got it working. Caterium, copper, 3 things of iron, 2 things of limestone. All of these run at 1200. Eventually, they'll all be running at 1200. Right now, we're getting 780 out of each one. But that'll be 1200 eventually, and we'll not only use that resource for our nuclear power, but we can divert the excess into our factory production as well, which is what we will do. But we have more than enough. Now, is that all the things that we needed on our little spreadsheet here? And if we did, then we rock this. Let's see, caterium ore, copper ore, coal we got on the other side, iron, limestone, sulfur, uranium. Now we're ready. Now we're ready to build a lot of nuclear power. But since we have been going for 8 hours now, and I do want to come back later and play another fun game called Astroneer, definitely would come back for that. It is time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's go. I'll go over here and look at these boxes real quick. How far have these been filled already? Go look at this copper or coal. Oh my God, it's 10 boxes deep. I should have showed you this, everybody. All the coal, the quartz, the sulfur, all of that is 10 boxes deep already. Yes, that's a lot of that. All right, awesome. That's going to help us start up that nuclear power. Now, next time, what we're going to do, Tuesday, I did on Wednesday, Thursday, because my machine got messed up last time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to utilize all those resources and build all of the steps that make it into AI limiters, into stators, and so on, so that we can produce all those other resources that we need. Now, I'm not going to just produce it at the level that it says to do in my spreadsheet. I'm actually going to produce a bunch extra, and then I can put those also in the Dimensional Depot and have a backlog of all of those resources as well. I believe in backlogs, everybody. I absolutely do. Especially when you're using a server, it's great to have a little extra, run it into a backlog, and before you know it, you got 10 boxes deep. You have literally thousands of every single resource. It's actually pretty crazy to let it run as well. Pretty crazy to let it do its thing. So we're going to let that run. I'm going to go ahead and jump on out of the server here. Now, again, everybody, you guys can help the stream by just taking a quick moment by popping over here to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/KismetBP, unless you're already there, even easier. But if you can, take a minute, pop over there and hit that subscribe button. It's like the follow button over there. You can hit the like button, leave me a comment down below. I appreciate you. Then you can go ahead and go to twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow there. Check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, the greatest way to support the Kismet Love Train. If you love these streams, if you love all my videos, all the stuff I've done, that is the best way to help support all of that. And again, it supports not only videos, but also supports all the streams and highlights and guides and all that other stuff that I do, and I do a lot of stuff. That is for sure. Now, again, I will try, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully no more technical problems. But I will be back tonight, Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be playing some Astroneer. We are absolutely crushing it on that game. We'll probably do some trains. We'll do some massive expansion and really go bigger than the bigger that we went. So we'll be going big, big, big. We'll be doing the triple big expansion and upgrades of all of our stuff, and that's going to be super fun. That's another game I get all wrapped up in, everybody. I get all wrapped up in it, and before you know it, boom, 10, 12 hours have gone by, 16 hours, just like that. Now, I'm going to go ahead and shout you guys with a bunch of Kiscats for being awesome and hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. I appreciate you. Definitely come back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll see y'all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norver. Thanks for watching. This is subscribe.